Hello, everyone. Welcome to another fantastic audiobook session. If you're interested in accessing additional chapters, please check out the playlist linked in the description below. To support the author, you can find a link in the video description. A special thanks goes out to our Patreon member who requested this novel. If you'd like to request any audiobook that is freely available on a website, please consider joining our Patreon community. Members can send me the link and name of the novel they wish to hear. Lastly, if you'd like to listen to this audiobook in the background while your phone is off, you can purchase a Google Drive link.
Chapter 206 Monster Table. At this moment, the entire stadium was completely boiling. The commentator even more passionately explained the scene that had just been staged. Whether it was Caesar, Ness, or the offensive and defensive battle between everyone, the game was exciting and lively. Did you hear that? I have turned the wailing sound into a voice that is uniquely mine. Ye Liangqiu looked at the crazy beast in front of him and spoke softly. Ishirin sneered. Are you sure I didn't call you ABD? After all, if it weren't for you on this court, would it have become so crazy? The two of them were greeting each other, and their body movements did not stop. The Demon King's eyes of Ye Liangqiu kept shaking due to the constant shaking of Idoshirin's arms, which made it impossible to see some details, but that was all. After all, if you want to block a person's field of vision, unless you put a urea bag directly on the person's body, how can you completely block the person's field of vision? The next moment, Ye Liangqiu caught a slight flaw in Idoshirin and quickly rushed out with the ball. Itoshirin was already prepared, so his left leg was backwards. He was waiting for this moment. He turned around and stretched out his hand to stop Ye Liangqiu's body. The two collided fiercely with each other, as if two monsters were biting each other. The players on the side didn't dare to step forward. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. A tiger tooth was exposed on the small mouth of Tian Xiaoguixia, and his eyes also radiated the same pattern of transcending the horizon as Ji Shii and Itoshirin. Are you the Demon King Ye Liangqiu who scares everyone? I've heard about you from Loki a long time ago. Tiang Zigui. Ye Liangqiu was not afraid at all, but his arrogance became more and more surging. I have also heard of you, little devil. But now it's a competition. I'm not here to chat with you. Taking advantage of the moment when the two of them met, Idoshirin wanted to launch a surprise attack. However, Ye Liangqiu had already understood all this. Almost the moment he stretched out his leg, Ye Liangqiu pulled the ball to the outside. At the same time, Charles stepped forward to grab the ball. Although the cooperation between the two is not perfect, it is obvious that they both have a strong purpose. Ye Liangqiu grinned and stretched out his hand to touch Seal's shoulder. Those scarlet pupils exuded a strong murderous aura. Kid, grab my ball, you are not qualified enough. Charles was shocked by this momentum, and at the same time, his body stopped moving forward. Ye Liangqiu's strength made it impossible to take a step forward. But at this moment, Ye Liangqiu was completely restrained by these two people. Just then, a voice sounded, Are you kidding me? Shadow Ryasei and Caesar rushed out at the same time. Although the two were not on the same team, their movements were surprisingly consistent at this time, trying to slide and grab the ball. Idiot. Ye Liangqiu really wanted to give Caesar a shot at this moment. This idiot actually put the Shadow Dragon Saint over. Was he planning to make it more difficult for him to shoot again? However, it doesn't take much thinking to know that Caesar did this on purpose. After all, this guy would rather give the ball to the opponent than give it to Ye Liangqiu. When surrounded on all sides, Ye Liangqiu's eyes looked in other directions, and the next second, he passed the ball. My followers will get to where I want faster than your lackeys. I saw the ball rushing to a certain direction accurately, where the Ice Weaver sheep was already in position, and quickly jumped up to catch the ball. In an instant, the four people who had just surrounded Ye Liangqiu quickly retreated. The movements are surprisingly consistent, as if there was a meeting before the game. As long as they enter the game, they all target one person. Caesar glanced disdainfully at the Shadow Dragon Saint who had been following him. Perverted pink hair, can you get away? Shadow Longsheng had an indifferent attitude and seemed to be ignoring him. At this moment, the ball is still in Germany's hands. Because of what happened just now, France has returned to defense. Shi stepped forward and directly grabbed the ball at Bing Xiang's feet. Faced with Shi's exploding muscles, Bing Xiang felt difficult for the first time. This guy's muscles were as heavy as water, pressing down on him. Give him a little breathing space and want to pass the ball, but the point position is too poor. Plus layers of defense. Damn it, is the scene like last time going to happen again? Bing Zi Sheep gritted his teeth and raised his feet while hesitating. In this case, it would be better to pour all his expectations into Ye Liangqiu. There was a bang sound. The ball traced a trajectory. At this moment, there seemed to be countless eyeballs in the sky above the stadium staring at the ball. Several figures rushed towards the ball's landing point. Trying to seize the only opportunity, Ji Shii's pupils burst out with astonishing intimidation. He guessed that Bing Xiang would eventually pass the ball to Ye Liangqiu, so he has been waiting for this opportunity, waiting for this pass moment. As soon as he catches it, with his own direct shot, have the opportunity to directly fire Germany's first shot. However, just when his mind was still dreaming, a huge sense of fear surrounded him. When Ji Shi looked back, he saw that the evil spirits were rushing up behind him. Idoshi Rin, Caesar, Seal, Shido Ryasei, and Ye Liangqiu all rushed towards his position at the same time. The football hanging high above everyone's heads was like a delicious piece of meat exuding scarlet blood. The stadium below has been reduced to a dining table, and the monsters sitting at the dining table are the dinner plates in their hands. In an instant, the knife and fork were thrust out. Get away. Ye Liangqiu's eyes were red, and there was a bloody aura around his body. He jumped up and stopped the ball firmly with one foot, looking directly at the goal. Ishirin instantly understood what he wanted to do. Shoot? This position, this angle? Ye Liangqiu is capable of shooting. But unfortunately, it was too late. The moment Idoshi Rin could realize it, it meant that the ball had already flown out. Accompanied by a roar, the football turned into a blood-red spear and penetrated the entire goal. At this moment, the whole audience cheered, and the score came directly to 0:1, with Germany temporarily leading France. Ice Weaver even jumped directly onto Ye Liangqiu. The commentator also started praising this goal without hesitation. Wonderful volley shot. It's actually from such an angle. As expected, it's Ye Liangqiu who is known as #1 in Blue Prison. But the atmosphere on the court at the moment was not as lively as expected. Idoshi Rin gritted his teeth, and the veins on his cheeks kept bulging. He had reached the trajectory of the ball, but he couldn't keep up. Damn, his shooting style has changed. It's become even more disgusting to me. Chapter 207, Breaking Point. No, the smell of this fight has changed. Looking at the cheering crowd, Ji Shi covered his lower lip with one hand and lost in thought. Whether it is Caesar or Idoshi Rin, the smell on their bodies has changed, becoming more aggressive. And Ye Liangqiu has also changed. A demon king with followers is the most difficult thing to deal with. To break through, my chances of winning are plummeting. Black Name Ranchi came over and wiped the sweat from his cheeks. It was such a cold day, but the arena was extremely hot. He just ran a few times and his whole body started to sweat, but he also noticed Ji Shi was in such a good state that he immediately asked, "Why didn't you just grab the ball just now? Your position should be able to directly intercept Bing Guiyang's pass." Ji Shi shook his head. "No, I can't grab that ball. Once I do it, it's very likely that the ball will be given to the opponent because of me. Moreover, I can't do the same as Ye Liangqiu." Accurate shot in the air. It's not a good feeling to be watched by a group of monsters. Black Name Lanchi scratched his head, a little puzzled, and seemed not to understand. But only Ji Shi understood that the moment the ball flew in, the pressure caused by it made him have no chance to take the ball out of his ideal range. The reaction nerves seemed to slow down at that moment. On the other side, Bing Xiang began to apologize again. "Sorry, that ball was a bit poorly passed." Ye Liangqiu said, "Yeah, it's a bit bad. If it weren't for me, someone else would have lost the ball. But my suggestion is to try your style of kicking a few more times. Feel it more." As he said that, he glanced at Seal, who was talking to Itoshi Rin not far away. "It's best to be able to devour that midfield brat." Bing Xiang also looked at where Ye Liangqiu was looking, and murmured, "Devouring him." He seemed to understand what Ye Liangqiu meant. Since he originally said that he would play midfield in the future, he should give himself an enemy, and the most threatening enemy is today's Tiang Xigaxier. As long as he can achieve his level, he will state. The strength he exerts will only become stronger. As expected, there was already a quarrel on the other side. Shido Dragon Saint's eyes were filled with disdain. "Idiot, don't you know that BD Hanjian's shooting skills have improved a lot recently? That guy's current level of air combat is enough to make it difficult for all of us to defend him. You actually ran away to intercept. Don't you know how to block it directly with your body? Even if it's a foul, we won't hesitate." "Shut up." Hearing him chirping from the side, Itoshi Rin's tone was cold. "I don't need you to teach me how to play football, just take care of yourself. Can't even guard against one person. If you can't do it, just get off the field." The veins on Shido Longshen's cheeks popped out, and bursts of murderous aura emitted from his pupils. He stepped forward and directly picked up Itoshi Rin's collar. Idoshi Rin is not afraid at all. Just when the two were about to fight in the next second, Charles separated the two of them from the middle. "It's just a goal, is it necessary to go to war like this? I've seen through the opposing lineup. Next, it's our turn." There was always a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth, and a hint of malice flashed in his slightly well-behaved eyes. It was obvious that just 1 point was not enough for players like them to make their emotions explode. Only one person was not surprised at all by this shot. "Or maybe, you're used to it?" Nas looked at Caesar, whose mouth corners were rising crazily, and a question mark flashed over his head. What's going on? Now that Ye Liangqiu has scored a goal, Caesar is not angry anymore. However, in the next second, Caesar's voice gradually sounded, "Nas, this monster feast has given me an opportunity to awaken." Opportunity. Ness was puzzled. But at this time, the whistle sounded. Everyone returned to their places. The second game is about to begin. France kicked off, and Charles quickly passed the ball to Ishirin. As one of the core players of France, he must use the best of these two cores to achieve the goal. Ishirin quickly broke through with the ball, and his assist was Kixing Hongguang. This player, who was once an inconspicuous player in the Blue Prison, seemed to have completely transformed after undergoing this adaptive training. The two sharp legs that can be used to shoot left and right have been perfectly released. In order to help Itoshi Rin, he sacrificed himself. After receiving the pass from Itoshi Rin, Kixing Hung Guang's eyes flashed. In all his physical attributes, he was the same as King Rei. He was an all-rounder. The only advantage was that his feet were the same as those of Ye Liangqiu and Noah. Both sides benefit. In order to increase his price on the court, what he can do is to create a perfect offensive line for the object he surrenders to. The two cooperated very well and pierced the German defensive formation almost instantly. After all, Germany's system is originally designed to be extremely offensive. The attack between the two sides barely allowed any breathing space. The moment Kixing passed the ball back to Itoshi Rin, a figure came out and Kurane Ranchi tried to slide and directly grab the ball. But this boring script had already been seen through by Itoshi Rin. His eyes were cold and his whole body was full of arrogance. The moment Kurane was about to touch the ball, he passed the ball back and then quickly running forward without the ball. It's like teasing a puppy. Black Name Lanchi's pupils opened slightly and he gritted his teeth. This guy's reaction speed was too ridiculous. And he wasn't watching the game at all, was he? Why did you notice yourself? Before he could get up, Itoshi Rin had already rushed out. At this time, all Germany's return defenses were in place, and all deployments in the penalty area had arrived. Almost at the same time, two figures appeared next to Itoshi Rin. Ji Shiai's whole body seemed to be broken, and pieces of the puzzle were flying around. Caesar's body was wrapped with vines, creating a huge sense of oppression next to Itoshi Rin. The linkage and resonance between the two made Itoshi Rin snort. The two defeated losers are also planning to stop me. Why don't you go back and look in the mirror? Really? Ji Shiai said disdainfully, I remember someone. In order to compete with us on this field and win, he let the devil and pervert Shido Ryasei come up. When it comes to wanting to win, France is more exaggerated than us. Who is the waste? Chapter 208, Paving the Way for the Emperor. It's not just a verbal confrontation. Ji Shiai has already stretched out his hand to stop Itoshi Rin's chest. In order to get to this point, he has been training a lot day after day, just to make his body function keep up with him. Thinking direction in the brain. Now, he has seen the results of his long training. Caesar, who was running without the ball, seemed to have caught a slight flaw on the other side of Itoshi Rin and stretched out his legs to grab the ball. But Itoshi Rin already had countermeasures in the face of this kind of attack. He kicked the ball away directly. The direction of the ball's landing point was exactly when the Ukrainian traveler running on the edge received the pass. Someone quickly stepped forward to defend. Seeing the person coming, Wu Traveler grinned and said, Long time no see, you have become a little more masculine. It seems that you have found your inner self through this adaptive training. Bing Xiang smiled slightly, indeed, I found it. In an instant, Wu Traveler stretched out his hand and used his special skill, the arm distance control method. The moment the Ice Weaver sheep approached, his right hand had already touched the Ice Weaver sheep's shoulder. However, Bing Xiang seemed to have already guessed that Wu Traveler would do this. His body moved greatly, and like a ghostly figure, he bent down and rushed in front of Wu Traveler, directly grabbing the ball. I've become a lot stronger. Bing Xiang's tone was rare and arrogant. The moment he touched the ball, his pupils suddenly turned into the shape of the ball. Then let's start the counterattack. There was a bang sound. The football was passed with a flourish. Grab the ball, it doesn't exist. Suddenly, Tian Xiaoguixiaer burst out with a big smile. His eyes were arrogant. He jumped up to predict the passing route, and raised his legs high. Boom sound. The ball hit his calf and bounced directly away. The landing point happened to be an unexpected position, and there, a dazed figure looked directly at the ball flying in front of him. Is this magic? There is no doubt that this is pie in the sky. Ness, who was running without the ball, was stunned. A gorgeous magic flower bloomed in his pupils. His legs subconsciously moved forward. His eyes looked at Caesar. Fighting for the emperor to the end is my magic until death. Looks like Lady Luck is watching me. Without any hesitation, Ness passed the unexpected ball. Beautiful, Ness. Even Caesar showed a shocked expression. He did not expect that the last ball would reach Ness' hands in such a strange form. The moment the ball reached his feet, it was as if Lady Luck was stretching out her hands behind his back. At this moment, a figure appeared beside Caesar simultaneously. Itoshi Rin exuded a broken arrogance. The roles seemed to be reversed. But at this moment, Caesar is already on the verge of excitement. In order to pour his efforts into this goal and to defeat Ye Liangqiu on this court, he has tried his best, but the entire team is no longer something he can control with his own strength. In order to allow myself to break through again, and also to allow my own weapons to evolve, he must challenge the impossible, challenge the feeling of being highly tense and pushing himself close to the abyss. Caesar's aura surged all over his body, countless vines wrapped around his body, his messy hair danced wildly behind his back, and veins continued to spread along his neck. His whole body seemed to be erupting with incredible power and speed. Quickly threw Itoshi Rin out. In this state, Itoshi Rin on the side showed a hint of surprise, because it was so similar to him before. Although the aura between the two was different, Caesar's current state has obviously entered flow mode. It is also the first emperor in this game to fall into this state. But what surprised Itoshi Rin even more was not that Caesar fell into this state, but what caused the emotional fluctuations of this new generation 11th player to have such a huge impact. Just by holding the ball in his hands, it started directly your scariest pattern. It is said that animals are most dangerous when they are protecting their young. And now, that's what happened to Caesar. Ishirin's eyes suddenly looked in one direction, and there was no one involved in the melee. That's right, almost the moment Caesar got the ball, Ye Liangqiu suddenly appeared on the field. Originally, his position was that of a person who could not participate in the battle, but at this moment, a reaction happened instantly. Change. Is it resonance? No, it's destruction. Ishirin's eyes burst into flames. He already knew why Germany's lineup system showed a three-legged structure, because Caesar had been completely suppressed by Ye Liangqiu and lost his mind. Noah wanted to let him. Germany's lineup still has extremely strong combat effectiveness. That's why this idiot Ji Shii was allowed to appear. His role is simply to neutralize the battle between Caesar and Ye Liangqiu. Prevent Caesar from being completely crushed to death in this war. Just like back then, Ye Liangqiu and that perverted pink hair. Only when the three of them stand together can he not completely break up. Otherwise, it will be like when he and Shido Ryusei, an idiot, fought on the field, leading to Shido Ryusei. End. From the coach's seat, Loki looked at Caesar's ferocious face, with a solemn look in his eyes. Your team is really bad. The pursuit of super rationality, but constantly testing the bottom line of these two monsters, makes the rationality of the entire team gradually collapse, but it continues to overlap. This kind of torn system actually reflects an incredible offensive power. Noah, do you plan to recruit the monster Ye Liangqiu into your team after this game? Even choosing a cemetery for yourself and quietly watching it thrive on your cemetery. Noah glanced at Loki and said, aren't you also raising wild beasts? Tian Xiagui Shire is a midfield commander who only pursues the ultimate pleasure, but he puts on that cute face and controls the entire game. He even wants to control the two monsters in the team. And those two monsters are just nourishment for you to accelerate his growth. Ultimately make him your weapon. After all, your purpose is the same as mine. It's all about finding a suitable candidate to make myself stronger. Loki smiled contemptuously, but I'm not as crazy as you. You are creating an opponent for yourself and letting him force you to enter the next stage. Nourishment. Noah, aren't you afraid of backlash? Chapter 209 The Emperor's Impact. Only players who seek pleasure and produce extreme changes can further become the world's #1 in this bloody arena. At this moment, Caesar, who was holding the ball, had a ferocious look on his face, and blood was surging all over his body. He never likes super reasonable goals. Under pressure again and again, his nerves and his body have perfectly allowed him to enter that unpredictable world. My nature is to destroy, my nature is to be extremely evil. I like to watch those strong people being cannibalized by me, destroying them little by little, and finally stepping on their corpses to ascend to power. This is who I am. That's what I thought from beginning to end. In order to destroy the Demon King who is equal to myself, I must repeatedly polish my weapons. Now, immediately, I will burst into my own ultimate moment. Even if this ugly life will be torn apart again because of this ball, I must complete the ultimate weapon. Caesar's running speed is getting faster and faster, his eyes are constantly scanning the court, and his brain is running rapidly. At this time, two figures shot out at the same time. Shido Longsheng and Shijuan quickly double-teamed Caesar, and Shijuan even wanted to hit Caesar with his body, trying to make his running body unstable. However, Caesar's concentration had reached its peak, and he pressed his shoulders down and actually hit him first. She didn't expect Caesar to be so crazy. But because of this sudden impact, his body was a little unstable. If it weren't for his muscles that forcibly stabilized his body, he might have been left behind. At this moment, a figure appeared simultaneously. Ness's eyes were filled with brilliance. There was no way he would let the emperor charge alone. Caesar passed the ball out in an instant, unleashed his instincts, and began to sprint forward. The cooperation of the two directly passed Shido Ryusei. Just when Shido Longsheng was about to step forward to stop him, a figure appeared and stopped him directly. It's the black name Ranchi. As a speed player, he will not lose to everyone here in running. You little winter melon, get out of here. Shideo Longsheng was furious and wanted to get rid of this BD. But black name Lanchi said in a cold tone, don't think about the past, now is not the time for a devil like you to come on stage. Shido Longsheng became even more angry. Kurane Reino stretched out his hand and directly stopped Shido Ryusei's offensive line, but the speed of the two did not slow down much. The most important thing was that Kurane Reino was not helping Caesar. His eyes were always fixed on one position. Yes, in this competition, there are actually several players who want to compete for the position of emperor. Ji Shii is also among them. The moment Caesar stepped into the penalty area, two more figures suddenly stretched out, one on the left and one on the right. 10 Evil Ghost Charles and Idoshi Rin directly extended their legs to steal the ball. Caesar was unable to stop this swift movement. The football was already knocked into the air. Caesar's pupils dilated and he stared blankly at the football, the anger in his heart burning more and more violently. Time goes back 10 days to the training building in Germany. On the court, Caesar is constantly experimenting with new weapons he has thought of. Caesar Impact, Spin. In order to further improve his weapons and break Ye Liangqiu's supreme weapon, he must develop new weapons. The so-called Caesar Impact has always been a high-speed shot from a straight distance. To put it simply, it means fast, accurate and ruthless. A shot that neither the goalkeeper nor the players can react to. But now this shot cannot defeat Ye Liangqiu, because both of them are the best in shooting, but Ye Liangqiu easily swallowed up his Caesar Impact. Now he is experimenting with Caesar's impact rotation, a new way of kicking that also requires extreme accuracy. Caesar must shoot when he is exerting force and the ball is rotating slightly. Such a Caesar impact will have a large rotation. It has changed from the original straight line to a high-speed rotating ball in an arc, and the impact force has not been reduced at all. It's just that the difficulty is so high that even Caesar has not succeeded once so far. He wiped his sweat and sat on the ground with a gloomy look. If he still couldn't succeed, he knew that just a shot of this level would still not be able to surpass it. Good autumn night. Little Ness on the side asked cautiously, "You haven't succeeded yet?" Caesar remained silent. He tried hundreds of times and failed once, but in theory there is nothing wrong with playing like this, but it is extremely difficult. After all, in order to increase the speed of the ball towards the goal, he never stuck to spin, and always played straight balls. Now let him suddenly start trying to add spin. The difficulty is even greater. 10 days have passed now. Returning to the present moment, Caesar looked at the ball that had been knocked away on the court, his eyes blazing. "That's right. Ness, I haven't succeeded even once. But if there is one, there are two." Both Ishirin and Seal in front of Caesar seemed to have noticed his gaze. What is this guy planning to do? At the moment when the two were confused, Caesar stepped up with his left foot and jumped up. His eyes were always focused on the ball, and he didn't seem to care about the eyes of the people around him. In order to instill this desire to destroy everything, make everyone fall into despair. "I want to put everything that belongs to me on this ball." In the shocked eyes of Ishirin and Seal, Caesar's right foot shot out like a curved slingshot. There was a bang sound. A new emperor impact unique to Caesar appears. The football rushed toward the goal with a strange amplitude. But Ishirin discovered that this shot was completely different from Caesar's previous shot. The volley was shot in the air. In addition, in order to avoid the goalkeeper's defense, this guy was kicking the ball. The football was deliberately rotated to create a high arc. However, it seems to be because it is too hasty or not accurate enough. The arc of the football happened to hit the goal railing directly. There was a bang sound. The football bounced out of the goal, and Caesar fell to the ground from the air, looking at this scene with dull eyes. Failed. With all his shots, he ushered in failure at this moment? A huge feeling of gap made Caesar put his hands on the ground and roared. As if to say, why this goal failed? All eyes turned to Caesar. This goal that cost everything could fail in this way. Jishi wiped away his sweat, his pupils shaking violently. He knew Caesar too well. This ball was just like him to instill this new life, and the difficulty was as high as Ye Liangqiu's Tianzu. If you really let him in, the situation in Germany will definitely return to its original state. A sense of urgency comes from my heart. No, we can't let Caesar touch the ball anymore. This guy is inventing a weapon to get him off the field. Chapter 210, Sense of Urgency. Impatiful, too impatient. Ye Liangqiu saw that he had completely fallen into self-doubt, and the furious Caesar couldn't help but sigh at this guy's madness. Of course, he saw the emperor's impact of Caesar's shot in order to devote everything, and chose to believe in himself. However, the reality is cruel. This goal was too urgent and too far away from the goal, otherwise he might have succeeded in shooting. Caesar's failure caused everyone in the bird's nest to yell loudly. Although some football-savvy fans can understand how unfortunate the shot just now was, but some ordinary people who just came to watch the football match couldn't understand all this at all. They yelled at Caesar, why didn't he pass the ball out or give it to others? After all, this game is too weird. Whether it's the German team or the French team, these players seem to be fighting for themselves. Compared with the previous game, the tearing nature of this game makes it impossible for some viewers to understand. This is the embodiment of self-interest. In the rest area, Ryu, Chikiri, and Najisa Shiro were all watching the game. Prince Ling was shocked. Is this the gap between us and them? After all, compared to their game against FC Bacha, which was like two legions fighting against each other, the current game between Germany and France is like monsters fighting each other one after another. The ratings of the two are completely the same. Nagisi's hero watched the game with keen interest. Reio, that guy's shot just now, was very strong. Very strong. Prince Ling nodded. Of course he knew. Even if Caesar didn't succeed in shooting, he was only one step away from success. If Caesar really achieved this step, it's hard to imagine how difficult this guy would be to become their enemy in the future. Kinki's tone was a little helpless. The most important thing is, these people are completely a bunch of lunatics. The whole world is watching right now. They are really not afraid of losing their reputation. After all, the way this group of people play is not entertaining at all. To the uninitiated, it might just be a melee, with no coordination between them, and some just fighting. Not just them, all the resting teams are watching this exciting game at this moment. However, there was more or less a sense of urgency in their eyes. On the court, another person felt a sense of discomfort all over his body. Qing Luoren looked at the roaring Caesar, then looked at Ji Xiai, and finally looked at Ye Liangqiu, being the only one who didn't draw the line. His choice will reverse this three-legged battle. At this moment, the game restarted because the ball went out of bounds. On the center line, it was still France that kicked off. Although the score was just 0:1, it had already entered a fierce stage. Ishirin stepped on the ball and rushed out quickly with the ball. An imperceptible desire for destruction flashed in his eyes. Since the start of this game, he always felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling spreading in his heart. Caesar's goal just now made him realize that Germany is also a group of lunatics. Under this fast-paced attack, France has been suppressed all the time. He turned his head and spoke to Seal. Hey, stupid kid, are you just going to keep staring at that perverted pink-haired guy? Ido Shirin still couldn't see that in order to make this game interesting, this guy Seal has been acting as a bystander. This guy has an extremely bad character and only hopes to resonate with himself. Only then will they become interested and start fighting. However, now it's almost time to wait. This guy still wants to wait and see. Ido Shirin couldn't help but want to punch him. Charles shrugged helplessly. They're all playing like this, and there's nothing I can do about it. Apparently, his passion was not aroused at all. At this time, Shirin passed the ball directly to Charles, and he quickly ran without the ball and rushed towards the German defensive area. Since you can't arouse interest, then, let me press you and enter state. Obviously, this method is still very useful. After receiving the ball, Charles raised the corners of his mouth, quickly looked around Germany's position distribution, and passed the ball out in an instant. The position of the pass was exactly Ido Shirin who had already inserted into Germany. It has to be said that this guy's passing skills are quite perfect, and he even accurately delivered the ball to Shirin's feet in the crowd. Yes, that's it, you BD kid. Ido Shirin directly raised his feet and prepared to shoot from a long distance. But the next second, a figure jumped out. Jiashi had already guessed that the two people would link up, and quickly made a sliding shovel, forcing Ido Shirin to stop shooting. At this time, a figure appeared at the same time. Ye Liangqiu, who had been immersed for a long time, came behind Shirin at this moment. The strong sense of oppression caused Ito Shirin to decisively pass the ball out at once. He glanced at Ye Liangqiu angrily and said, "The lingering idiot." Ha! Ye Liangqiu sneered. This guy was really afraid of himself. However, this pass once again returned the ball to Charles. Germany's return defense is in place. In an instant, several people appeared in front of Charles to double-team him. He just raised the corner of his mouth. "You want to double-team me? Sorry, I can't die that easily." The next second, he picked up the ball with his right foot, looked in one direction, and made a precise pass again. Ido Shirin also started running quickly, and he had already captured the trajectory of the ball. Not only did he catch it, Ji Shii also rushed over quickly. However, at the moment when the two almost collided with each other, the football flew over their heads. This fast pass spanning dozens of meters was not the ball for Ido Shirin to shoot. Ji Shii was shocked. Then who is this ball for? Suddenly, he looked in shock at a man running with all his strength behind Shirin. Yes, that position is exactly the person who has been ignored. Shido Longsheng. At this moment, Shido Ryasei is like a reckless beast, constantly running around the German penalty area without the ball. His playing style has always been like this. Whether in the blue prison or here, he only believes in his own football, cells, and the penalty area that exudes the smell of goals. It seemed that at this moment, he felt a strange feeling and looked back. The football had reached his face. There was another moment of daze, but in the next second Shido Ryasei's pupils dilated, all the cells in his body became active, and his tongue unconsciously spit out. In the next second, most of his body was twisted, and the dragon's tail-wagging posture was directly displayed. There was a bang sound. The football hit the net. The score came to 1:1. Hey, whose cells are these from? It actually resonates with me. Chapter 211 I will abandon you decisively? Shido Ryasei's goal made Ido Shirin grit his teeth. He glared at Seal. This guy actually used him as a bait to lure others into taking the bait and create a perfect scoring opportunity for this idiot. The most important thing is that these two guys still score goals in this way. Damn, two bastards. Do you think you are treating me like air? The veins on Ido Shirin's cheeks popped out. On the other side, Seal had jumped onto Shido Dragon Saint, and the two embraced passionately. Their devilish smiles, and the ultimate physical and mental collision between the two, made everyone dumbfounded. Shido Longsheng looked intoxicated and burst out into crazy laughter. This was so satisfying that it made his whole body tremble. Hey, what the hell is going on? Why is it so cool? You idiot, BD, little brat, how on earth did you pass that ball? You actually found me. Ha ha ha, I love you so much. Seal showed his cute little tiger teeth. His cheeks were slightly red, and his eyes flashed with a fiery aura. You perverted pink-haired guy actually appeared in the ultimate pass of my evil god. The two of them struggled together in an extremely ambiguous situation. After all, the goal just scored was their first time for them. On the other side, everyone who hadn't fully understood why these two people were so excited was also a little confused. Black Name Ranchi scratched his head and looked at Ji Shii. Is there anything special about the goal just now? Isn't it just an ordinary shot? Fake action. No. Ji Shii looked solemnly. It's different. Charles's pass just now was not intended to be given to anyone at all. He simply relied on his body's subconscious actions to pass the ball. What do you mean? Haiming was even more confused. Ji Shii touched his chin. The awareness is, the person who cares about Charles's passing is never the person, but the person who can catch his pass. It's like there are two people in front of the goal who can shoot. But when Charles is holding the ball, the position he sees is not the player, but the place in his eyes where he can shoot, and it is also the place where he can feel pleasure. Black Name Ranchi seemed to understand. What you mean, the evil ghost Seal is the same type of person as Ye Liangqiu. He only cares about his own feelings and will only shoot where he thinks he can. And action. That's right. Ji Shii nodded. Since coming into contact with something like self, he gradually discovered that everyone's self is different, and their goals on the court are naturally different. For example, extremists like Ye Liangqiu and Charles see the world as only those who help them and others own. But he and Ranchi are of another kind. A world-class player, who uses everything around him to score goals, but not in an extreme way. So the two have completely different models. Ji Xiai only knew so much. After all, this was all learned from Hui Xian before. Looking at Shido Longsheng and Seal who were still fighting, Ji Xiai sighed, perhaps because the intensity of this game was too great. Under the pressure, everyone's nerves were in a tense state. Naturally, only the ultimate collision can lead to a goal. The perverted devil duo is born. The next games will only get more difficult, for me. Perverted demon duo. Black name Lanchi twitched the corner of his mouth, and he discovered that powerful players seemed to be very good at talking, and even the titles were almost one after another. The most important thing was that this was not what a good title. On the other side, Ice Weaver also understood the pass just passed by Seal, and showed a hint of surprise. After all, he now regarded Seal as the target to devour, but this Seal's playing style was too unique. If he wants to devour, he must change his original way of playing. Thinking about it, Bing Xiang looked at Ye Liangqiu, so the reason why he asked me to devour Charles is because he saw that he is an extremist midfielder. After all, everyone in the blue prison knows that Ye Liangqiu is an out-and-out extremist. There are not many midfield commanders that he likes. This also proves that Xiao'er, the evil ghost, is very suitable for Ye Liangqiu. Bing Xiang shook his head quickly. What was he thinking? But suddenly, his eyes became a little dim. So, was he the substitute Ye Liangqiu had found? Just to find someone who suits you and fits you? If one day Seal and Ye Liangqiu form a team, will everything he has done disappear? Have you always been just a substitute? The more he thought about it, the pupils of Bing Xiang became darker and darker. The sense of expectation that arose not long ago seemed to be constantly being consumed by his own thoughts. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu walked up to Bing Xiang and found that he had his head lowered and was thinking about something. He raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Bing Xiang was thinking about how to devour Charles? After all, he had given Ice Weaver Sheep this task before. Ye Liangqiu seemed to realize something. Before he could speak, Ice Weaver suddenly raised his head and spoke clearly. Do you want to train me to be an extremist like Seal? Or, I'm just his substitute? Ye Liangqiu put down the hand he had just wanted to raise. He shook his head and chuckled. Sure enough, he knew that this would be the case, and he shouldn't have said those words before. But now that it has happened, then he wouldn't make any changes. Ye Liangqiu spoke calmly and nodded. Yes, what I want is a teammate who can bring out my potential, my ultimate, and my pleasure. My playing style is very fierce, this is an undeniable fact. Because I know, but I know even more that future games will only get harder and harder, and my opponents will get stronger and stronger. For this reason, only teammates who can allow me to exert my full strength can stay by my side. If you can't keep up, I will abandon you decisively. Ye Liangqiu said this with calm eyes and a calm tone. If it were any team, if the players communicated like this, a quarrel would probably be inevitable. But this is a blue prison, a place where self-interested people survive. Quarreling is common, but not quarreling is not conducive to communication between teammates. Bing Xiang was speechless. He stared straight at Ye Liangqiu and suddenly laughed, showing a bright smile. Yeah, this is a world of self-seekers. If I am blindly attached to this demon king, wouldn't I be like a blood-sucking insect? Chapter 212 The Balance. Bing Xiang knew Ye Liangqiu's character, and even more knew that these words he spoke were definitely his truth. And I don't want to become that kind of creature. So, if I want to become stronger, I must devour Seal, not only for myself, but also to fight side by side with the people in front of me. For a moment, Bing Xiang's aura returned again, and his eyes were bright and clear. Ye Liangqiu turned around and the corners of his mouth slowly raised. If you pour all your expectations into me, then I will pour my expectations into your growth path. Just like Ellie, as geniuses, you should not be buried behind me. Your goals should be in sync with mine. Regardless of the field, if you want to compete, then strive to be number one in the world. Otherwise it would be so boring. Loki showed a smile on the coaching bench. The evil ghost Charles is indeed what Noah said. He is the monster he found for himself, and it is also the clarion call to launch a charge to make himself the number one in the world. But Seal has a big problem, that is, he likes to go against others and doesn't like to play games according to the rules allowed. If Charles was placed on Noah's team, he would probably always be on the bench. Because of the way this guy plays, he only cares about his own pleasure. Even when one person has a shooting angle, he will think about how to produce another shot. However, today, Seal had a chemical reaction with someone for the first time, which means that someone can activate him. That's why Rocky is happy. What he is happy about is not scoring goals. Instead, Seal was successfully activated. While happy, Loki said teasingly, Noah, it seems that the situation is finally level now. Yes, the chemical reaction between Charles and Shidorayusi means that the gears belonging to France have finally overlapped. As long as Charles can use the two cannons of Itoshi Rin and Shidorayusi to tear apart the three-legged system of Germany. Simple. Most importantly, just now Germany's Kaiser has fallen into self-doubt due to the failure in developing his own weapons, and even his kicking style has been slightly deformed. In this case, the only one who can take the lead is Ye Liangqiu. He was the only one. But facing the entire French system, what use is he alone? Noah narrowed his eyes slightly. The game has just begun, the fun is yet to come. Loki smiled slightly and looked towards the court. The momentum between the two sides has completely changed. Germany is filled with an aura of corruption that is disgusting, and a sense of oppression makes the three-legged situation increasingly fragmented. The sense of urgency continues. We have to score a goal now. Ji Shii knew that if France were to score a point, his side would be completely destroyed. So we have to keep the score even and score a point? Not even a point. Compared to the anxious Germany, the atmosphere in France is slightly more relaxed. Shidoraya asked Ito Shirin with a hint of ridicule. The ball I just played is enough for you to learn for 1 year. No, 1 year is less, it's 10,000 years. Ha 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 ha. Shidoraya was very happy and finally beat Ito Shirin in the score. This feeling is even better than scoring a goal? It was so good that he was intoxicated now. Shut up. Ito Shirin looked at Shidoraya with cold eyes. It's just a goal stolen from me. Only that idiot will cooperate with your perversion. Am I stupid? A big question mark appeared on Charles's head. Oh. Just then, the whistle sounded. The small talk is over. In front of the mid-range line, the players from the two teams looked at each other, unabashedly showing their boiling murderous intent. Shido Longsheng looked at Ye Liangqiu with a smile. What? You finally let me score a goal. UBD has red eyes. Wash your neck and wait for me. Use my football cells to impregnate you. Really? Ye Liangqiu twisted his neck, and a malicious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Who on earth washed his neck? The moment the whistle blows, a ball was quickly passed to Ye Liangqiu's feet. The next second, the red beam penetrated the entire midfield. Ye Liangqiu didn't make any sense at all and rushed directly into the encirclement with the ball. In an instant, several people stepped forward to block him, but now he already had a teammate who was responsible for supporting him. There was a bang sound. Passed the ball with one kick. In this game, not only France is challenging its own ultimate performance, but Germany is also doing the same. Ye Liangqiu is constantly adapting to his own style of play. He wants to change, he has to change his former arbitrary style of play. After all, in this kind of competition, any mistakes you make will ruin everything you have achieved. Don't say that people don't make mistakes, but that everyone will make mistakes. Even one time is enough to make a person fall from the top to the bottom. Ye Liangqiu knew this truth very well, so he did not hesitate to give up his dictatorial style of play. He had to accept a teammate of his own, otherwise, he would be eliminated from this game. Of course, he is not the only one who is challenging the limits. Although Caesar was a little shaken after that blow, he quickly recovered, as if he was infected by something, and even more intense arrogance broke out from his body. For a time, the momentum of the entire German team was gradually recovering. The five-party competition officially kicked off. At this moment, Bing Xiang's brain was running rapidly after receiving the ball. His cooperation with Ye Liangqiu was already quite perfect, but after all, the two of them were not as strong as the three of them. At this moment, a figure rushed out. King Luo Ren appeared next to Bing Xiang. His tone was cold, as if a scale appeared in his pupils. Pass the ball to me. I will help you score goals. Bing Xiang was a little confused. This guy was usually lifeless, and Noah sent him on the field. Bing Xiang actually never understood. But now, do you want to believe him? Suddenly, his eyes turned to Ye Liangqiu, who was running towards the penalty area without the ball. No, he couldn't think anymore. The rhythm would be messed up. In an instant, time suddenly rushed out in front of Bing Xiang, and he subconsciously passed the ball to Qing Luo Ren. The right choice. Qing Luo Ren's eyes were still dull. After receiving the ball, he quickly stepped forward and ran. In his eyes, any three-legged confrontation or even a melee was not important. He only cared about one thing, and that was which side he wanted to choose. Based on his experience since childhood, he will only choose the stronger side to join. Because that's how you can protect yourself. Nowadays, Ye Liangqiu is the main instigator in Germany, and naturally he is the target of his choice. Chapter 213, Get out of here, kid. Weird train of thought. Bing Xiang looked at the direction in which King Luo Ren was running and was a little dumbfounded. Does this guy want to resonate with him? But why is there a feeling of tearing? The two people's quick passing quickly surpassed the time in front of them, and quickly tore up a perfect offensive line in the left half of the field, but Ice Weaver just felt a strange feeling. King Luo Ren, it seems that his kicking style does not follow Ye Liangqiu. He is making a choice? No, I should say a choice. This guy's brain is choosing whether to score a goal himself or pass the ball. Even if he passes the ball, he is still choosing someone. This damn egoist. Bing Xiang gritted his teeth. He shouldn't trust Qing Luo Ren, but he had to cooperate with him, but he knew clearly in his heart that if he continued to cooperate with the person in front of him, I'm afraid that the next few minutes will create an unimaginable situation. This is for those of them who have transcendent vision. Extremely uneasy. Even the people running not far away looked at Qing Luo Ren, who was beginning to show off his talents. He had no outstanding moves in the previous game, so many people ignored his existence, but now that he can play as a starter, naturally should also have a special ability. Otherwise Noah wouldn't have put it on the field. Special ability. Ji Shi was thinking while running. He kept recalling things related to King Luo Ren. At least in training, he had played against this person. To be precise, he couldn't judge this person's background. But during the previous training, Qing Luoren had a strange behavior. For example, he and Ye Liangqiu were on a team against Caesar, King Luoren was on their team, and this guy would get as close to him as possible. At that time, Ji Shi once doubted whether Qing Luoren would help him like black name Lan Shi. It's a pity that after coming to this arena, this person didn't seem to care about him at all. Is it selective help? Ji Shi seemed to have thought of a possibility through the rapid operation of his brain, a possibility that no one paid attention to. Qing Luoren's help criteria seemed to be different from theirs. But a scale. He will try his best to gradually equalize the fragmented state of the team. To put it simply, it is to help the weak party constantly compete with the powerful party for sovereignty, but it will not exceed this sovereignty, because he wants to just pay attention. Ji Shi's pupils dilated and the corners of his mouth raised. Yes, it is attention. Qing Luoren's self-interest is reflected in his own choices. He will judge the weak and the strong, and try his best to help the weak defeat the strong. Put yourself in the public eye. This is his self-interest. To put it nicely, it sounds like neutral, but to put it badly, it sounds like just a wallflower. The fighting mentality of King Luo people is that only those who stand with me will win. My existence can determine the winner. His fighting instinct and way of survival will only help those who are beneficial to him. When he meets a strong person, he will selectively try to help the weak, but, once his mid-range limit is exceeded, he will not hesitate to help the strong score a goal, because that is how he can express himself. After all, this is the last ball game. Under the pressure of a devil that is difficult to defeat in Germany, unless someone can stand up against the devil, King Luoren's fighting principle is to help the devil score goals. But if any one of Caesar and Ji Shi can appear in his sight, then Qing Luoren does not recommend helping them score a goal. The person who can take any step on the dividing line of destiny will determine the fate of a ball. Ji Shi has completely understood his fighting method, and his pupils are burning with flames. I found it. I finally found a way to defeat you. King Luoren, you are the last piece of my puzzle. The puzzle to defeat the devil and Caesar. In an instant, Ji Shi rushed towards the restricted area. On the other side, King Luoren and Bing Guiyang had torn apart the defense in the left half, and France had to rush to the penalty area to stop those players who were running without the ball. The others were forcing Qing Luoren and Ice Weaver Sheep to cooperate, causing them to make mistakes. Caesar's violent arrogance has completely risen, and his pupils have completely turned into predator mode. He stared at Ye Liangqiu who entered the restricted area. This is the most critical battle. The selfish desires in people's hearts will be completely aroused. Goals are the key, and coordination to score goals is also the key. As long as goals are produced, everything is meaningless. Just when Qing Luoren passed the ball to Bing Xiang, Caesar jumped high and intercepted the ball directly with one foot. He didn't care whether he would be sent off. This was already the last battle. Since the bayonet fight had begun, let's fight to the end. Failure is death, failure is ruin. I'm going to crush you to death. Iceweaver showed a hint of shock, completely unaware that Caesar would steal the ball from this place. But what was even more shocking was, is this guy crazy? Didn't Noah already say before the game that he would be replaced if he grabs the ball? Suddenly, Iceweaver's brain froze for a second, and then he understood Caesar's thoughts clearly. Goal? If grabbing the ball will result in a penalty, what if Caesar scores a goal in such a critical moment? Risks and benefits coexist. Once he scores a goal, he is not a scapegoat, but a hero. German hero? Damn it. Ice Weaver Sheep looked at Caesar who rushed directly to the penalty area and couldn't help but feel a little angry. This guy has gone completely crazy. Caesar's grab for the ball instantly returned the newly opened situation on Germany's side to chaos. After Ye Liangqiu saw Caesar grabbing the ball, he was not surprised. He knew that Caesar, who was unwilling to fall into the excrement, would definitely come. He could not give up his life because of the failure of the new weapon. There was always a bunch of the light will revive this fool. It's precisely because of your personality that I like to whip you a little bit. The unyielding emperor is much more interesting than the tyrannical king before. Caesar, come and show me your ultimate performance. Charles looked at the increasingly chaotic stadium, his bright smile becoming more and more weird. Interesting. It's really interesting. This stadium is the most chaotic game I've ever seen. Competing with each other, devouring each other, and eroding each other. You really surprised me. His pupils had completely turned into football shapes, and he looked straight at Caesar who was rushing towards him. Caesar seemed to notice him, with contempt in his eyes. Get away, kid. Stay out of my way. Chapter 214, They Are Broken. Same location, same place. Caesar looked at Seal, and then glanced at Ito Shireen who was rushing towards me. His expression was calm, and his concentration had reached its peak. You idiots, do you still want to use that move against me? He seemed to see what Seal and Ishirin were thinking. He also wanted to directly intercept the ball at his feet through double teaming on the left and right. However, Caesar had already observed the entire situation. He gently swiped the ball backwards with his toes, and then passed the ball directly behind with his heels. Throughout the whole process, Caesar didn't watch the ball at all. It was as if he knew there was someone behind him. That's right, it's Ness. When the supporter Ness saw Caesar turning his back to pass the ball, he quickly caught the ball without blinking, then bypassed Itoshirin and ran forward. The moment Itoshirin and Seal were both attracted by this pass, Caesar broke free from the restraints of the two of them. Even when Charles and Ido Shirin were about to turn around and chase them, his arms were like wings and he blocked their turning shoulders back, adding more energy to the run time. All these small details are subconscious behaviors. Because the brain has to make passes and fights while facing double teaming by two people, humans simply don't have that much time to react. Veins popped up on Ido Shirin's cheeks. When he turned his head, he could only see Caesar's back. Is this family completely relying on instinct to act? At this moment, Ido Shirin seemed to think of the scene when he faced Ido Shirin. Faced with this kind of attack, he actually let it go. Damn. An uncontrollable anger emerged from his brain, and endless monsters seemed to devour Ido Shirin. His mouth slowly opened, his tongue subconsciously spit out, and his pupils rose quietly like lanterns in the abyss. Destroyer Ido Shirin was finally fully activated at this moment. Under Seal's shocked gaze, Ido Shirin lowered his waist in just an instant while facing Caesar's defense, dodged Caesar's reaching out, and ran out directly. Because Caesar didn't notice the situation behind him at all, when he felt a hot breath coming from beside him, Ido Shirin's ferocious face had already appeared in front of him. Shirin directly collided with Caesar with his body, and even stretched out his arm to touch Caesar's chest. The veins on Caesar's cheeks bulged, and he also started to fight fiercely with Ido Shirin with his arms. He was a little unbelievable. Is this guy also crazy? Under fierce confrontation. With Ness holding the ball, he has found a precise shot placement. Just when he was about to pass the ball, a figure suddenly appeared. The corners of Wu Traveler's mouth raised, a supporter of mortal Caesar. The tall figure of the Ukrainian traveler appeared directly on the right side of Ness and stretched out his leg to intercept the ball directly. Ness was shocked that this guy's legs were so long. As a last resort, he could only pass the ball. Caesar and Shirin, who were fighting fiercely, noticed the ball coming at the same time. They lowered their arms and rushed towards the landing point. But an accident happened. It seemed that because the Ukrainian traveler suddenly grabbed the ball, the strength and accuracy of Ness's kick were unexpected. The ball drew an arc, but did not land at the landing point predicted by the group of people who were beyond their horizons. Idiot. Caesar couldn't help but cursed. He was still accelerating. He glanced at Ido Shirin who was also running. He couldn't shoot from this distance. At this moment, a person who surprised everyone appeared at the landing point. Clean the world? His pupils were blooming with the future, and puzzle pieces were flying around him. I knew this would be the case. In the dark fog, he pointed directly at the top of the shot. Before the ball even hit the ground, he had already raised his foot. At this time, all the French players stepped forward to block Ji Xiai's shot and raised their feet. There was a bang sound. Ji Xiai launched his special skill and shot directly. The ball broke through all French defenses and rushed to the corner of the goal in a straightforward path. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped up in front of the goal. Shidoraya-Ci's whole body exudes a suffocating smell, his legs and feet have already taken on the shape of a horse, and he keeps cursing. Dembd. Are you all idiots? There was a bang sound. The shot that suffocated France was unexpectedly blocked by Shidoraya-Ci's calf, causing the football to fly high into the sky. But at this time, another fatal breath came. The football in the air reminded everyone of a figure they almost ignored. The blood-red aura was already entangled in the air, and the blood streaks flying all over the sky seemed to symbolize the formation of a weapon. Perfect location, perfect location. Let me start the second fireworks explosion for the struggle of Yuans. Ye Liangqiu has flown high into the sky, his left foot has been slowly raised, and the bloody clock in his pupils is constantly turning back. The football that Ryusi Shido tried his best to resist seemed to be about to hit the goal again with absolute power. However, at this moment, several French figures appeared in front of the goal at the same time, trying to directly block the ball with their bodies. Because it was shot from the air, the ball could not be kicked to the dead corner of the goal, and could only be kicked toward the middle and lower side. Before that, France had already thought of how to use this kind of shooting against Ye Liangqiu. Therefore, when Ji Xiai's shot failed, several people in France noticed Ye Liangqiu, who was running and accumulating energy. So at this moment, they ran directly to the goal, using their bodies as a human wall to resist the oncoming impact. But Ye Liangqiu had already predicted all the scoring points through the devil's eye. At this moment, the world seems to be still. Everyone running on the court slowed down. Ye Liangqiu said softly, "Heavenly punishment." There was a bang sound. It was like a dark dragon rushing towards the goal with a football in its mouth. At this moment, it seemed that something was completely broken. With a crisp sound, the whole world returned to its original state, but the football had already been shot into the goal with unimaginable deterrence. Shidoraya-Ci, Seal, Ido Shirin, Caesar, Kaisei, everyone looked at the football rolling out of the goal. The entire bird's nest fell silent, but the next second it erupted into fierce cheers. The sweaty crowd looked blankly at the figure standing steadily on the grass. The black and red jersey seemed to be entangled with a black and red dragon that was constantly twisting, and the scarlet dragon's eyes stared at everyone. The third match is decided. The score came to 1:2. Germany reached match point. Chapter 215 I don't need you anymore. Ji Xiai was completely stagnant on the field. The goal that should have been his was completely used by others at this moment. Which link caused the problem? Was Shidoraya-Ci blocking that shot? No. Or maybe my transcendent vision didn't notice him. The endless regret at this moment made Ji Xiai feel dizzy in his head. This feeling made him angry and grandiose. I actually became a tool for others to score goals? Gilu, gilu, gilu. He couldn't help but clenched his fists, the veins on his cheeks spread to his neck, and looked at Ye Liangqiu, who was enjoying the attention of the whole world. Why did it become like this? This should have been his goal? Damn, BD. Caesar on the other side also felt uncomfortable. Ness stood carefully beside him. This goal was entirely because his pass was not in place, or it was a mistake. Otherwise, it should be Caesar who should score the goal. There won't be so many surprises. I'm so disappointed in you, Ness. Caesar covered his face, his gloomy eyes revealed from between his fingers, staring directly at Ness. He sacrificed everything to create this goal, however, it eventually fell into the hands of its own people. I'm sorry. Ness lowered his head, like a child who felt extremely wronged, with a hint of hope in his pupils. It's my problem. No need to say any more. Caesar seemed to have reached the peak of disappointment. His expression gradually calmed down. After that, you can play according to your own ideas. I don't need you anymore. Nath's mouth was open with a dull look on his face, like a pitiful puppy that had lost its owner. He watched Caesar slowly walk towards his station. At this moment, the ultimate sense of grandeur burst out from his heart. Caesar doesn't need himself anymore. No, can't be like this. I need Caesar, I need him. He quickly followed and wanted to grab Caesar's arm. However, Caesar pulled hard, and Ness's feet seemed a little weak, and he fell directly to the ground. He slowly raised his head and saw Caesar's eyes looking back at him, which was extremely indifferent. No, I need you, I really need you. Nath begged humbly. Caesar's tone was dull. He no longer had the arrogance he once had. His eyes seemed to have completely changed. He spoke slowly, but I don't need you anymore. Nas, it's because you were there that I was able to go this far. It's all because you allowed me to play like this. It's because of your support that I became as strong as I am now. But, all of this has reached its peak. It's no longer possible to move up a step. This is all because of you. So let's find an emperor again. I need to grow up as quickly as possible, growing enough to destroy the enemy Ye Liangqiu. Caesar seems to have begun to grasp everything about himself in this battle, and seems to gradually understand it thoroughly, blindly staying where he is, waiting for him to die, to end, and to leave football. If he wants to progress, then, he must give up everything. Start all over again. The game is over for you to retreat and immerse yourself in your own world. Now Caesar is reborn. However, Ness still stayed in the myth created by Caesar, without any progress. He lay on the ground and grabbed the weeds with his palms harder and harder. Let's try it, on the last throne. Caesar's eyes were filled with blazing fire. Who can sit firmly at the end? Use this last ball to decide the outcome. I'm not going to make mistakes just because someone else is making mistakes. At this moment, Xin Shiba and Anli in the audience are also recording the data of this game. Anli was very surprised at the sudden intrusion of Ji Xiai at the end, and the direct shot was very beautiful, but it was a pity that it was blocked by Shido Ryasei. Ji Xiai's overall statistics have surpassed everyone in Germany, and even his performance in this game continues to rise. If he had scored the goal just now, I'm afraid Caesar and Ye Liangqiu would have to pay attention to this new star, Anli commented. However, Hui Xian on the side showed a strange smile. It seems that you have made a lot of progress and can see the disputes in this game. Deserves praise. Anli's cheeks turned red, and then he pretended to be angry. Mr. Huixin, I have watched so many games after all, and I am now the person in charge of the blue prison. How can I not understand anything? You underestimate me. As she spoke, she put her little hands on her hips. Hui Xian on the side chuckled. You are not happy to praise me, but your eyes only stay on those who have made great progress. In my eyes, this game has just entered a white-hot stage. The real show is yet to come. Anli raised his brows and looked back at the field. What a show? Are you trying to say France is about to launch a counterattack? Not necessarily. Hui Xian smiled sadly and looked at Germany, who had fully entered the state. People are always afraid of losing something after gaining something. But those who dare to try to sacrifice everything and fight for it are likely to survive to the end. Conservative, offensive, neutral. Only those who fully understand its meaning can shine. Now, exquisite egoists, what should you do? It's so noisy. Ido Shirin's whole body exuded a suffocating smell. He looked at this BD seal. This guy completely ignored him because of his chemical reaction with the idiot Shido Ryasei. Is the guy planning on not passing the ball to himself the entire game? Charles seemed to be aware of Ito Shirin's gaze, and felt a chill all over his body, turning his head away with a look of indifference. On the contrary, it was Shido Longsheng who was angrily yelling at Qixing, Shiguang and others. The last ball was not blocked. He had obviously said before the game that once Ye Liangqiu seizes the opportunity, he would not hesitate to use that weapon and volley. But still no defense. Is this the incompetence of the players or a lack of command? Shido Ryasei was going to be furious anyway. He managed to block Kyoichi's shot, but these idiots couldn't even stop Yorikai's shot in front of them. And just when France was noisy and lively, the German side has quieted down. Although it was a goal, there were not many cheers. On the contrary, the atmosphere became more and more dull. Ji Xiai, Kaiser has completely misfired, but the turbulent undercurrent is surging. Ye Liangqiu narrowed his eyes slightly, still not giving up, ready to launch the final round of attack. Chapter 216 The Transformed Emperor. With a whistle, Germany's match point game begins. As long as this point is snatched by Germany, the game will be completely over, and the first phase of training for the new hero war will be considered over. A melee broke out on the court. The kickoff party is the French team, but the style of play is still extremely radical. As a supporter of Idoshi Rin, as soon as Nanahoshi touched the ball, Ji Shiai rushed forward. The two had a fierce fight, and the ball was eventually passed by Nanahoshi. However, before the ball reached Idoshi Rin's hands, Caesar had already rushed out and directly intercepted the cross pass with one kick. He looked straight ahead and didn't even say another trash talk. It seemed that at this moment, he only had the ball in his eyes. There is no doubt that this guy has also entered flow mode. At this moment, Itoshi Rin reached out his hand in an instant and directly touched Caesar's shoulder. Taking the opportunity, Itoshi Rin stepped forward to block him. The vines and monsters intertwined with each other, as if forming an aura. Ishirin stuck out his tongue and looked at Caesar in front of him, stretched out his legs to grab him. Caesar's eyes were calm, and he moved the ball behind with his right foot. At the same pace, Itoshi Rin was stunned for a moment, thinking that this guy had passed the ball just like before. But not this time. Caesar caught Itoshi Rin looking behind him, stretched out his hand and pressed Itoshi Rin's shoulder, hooked the ball back with his left foot, and kicked it with his toe. Rainbow Extraordinaire came out in actual combat. In an instant, Ishirin knew that he had been tricked, and his body reaction was ridiculously fast. The second after Caesar held down his shoulders, he had already stretched out his legs. But Caesar seemed to have predicted it and jumped up and rushed out. The one that fell from high in the sky happened to be in front of him. Seeing the strong attacking rhythm, everyone in France was stunned. They had always thought that Caesar needed Ness's assistance to quickly pass people, but now, Itoshi Rin, who is the core of France, was actually treated like this? You must know that Itoshi Rin's body, skills, and mind are among the best in France. His behavior pattern has changed. Ji Shiai showed a shocked look. He saw not only Caesar's individual fighting style, but also his thoughts and his eyes. At this moment, a pass that shocked everyone also appeared. Caesar actually passed the ball to King Luo Ren. This is no less than Ye Liangqiu passing the ball to Ji Shiai. What is Caesar thinking right now? However, King Luo Ren seemed to notice Caesar's look and immediately understood everything. The corners of his gloomy face slowly raised. I know your choice. The two people linked up in an instant, directly tearing the French midfield apart. In an instant, they arrived in front of the restricted area. When Ness saw this scene, his teeth almost broke. Why exactly? Why did Caesar abandon himself? Is it just because of the pass in the last game? At this moment, the French team has begun to panic. After U20, Itoshi Rin once again felt like he was in a desperate situation. He looked at Caesar who was running, his eyes fierce. He came here to defeat Ye Liangqiu, but now he can't even see Caesar. They all want to kill themselves. My own weakness seems to be getting further and further away from that goal. Destroyer, no. I will destroy you all. Now I must concentrate all my attention and freely control my current state and body, thinking that an astonishing murderous intention burst out in Itoshi Rin's dark eyes. So, anyone who blocks my way, please die. At this moment, King Luo Ren had assisted Caesar in entering the restricted area. At this time, Seal and Shido Longsheng appeared at the same time, outflanking him from left to right. Do you still want to link your tactics together? Caesar seemed to see it. The French team had already adopted a tactic before the start of the game, that is, when facing its own situation, two people must defend at the same time, one on the left, one right, try to pass the ball out as much as possible, thereby losing the chance to touch the ball. However, it doesn't matter once or twice, but it is like this every time. Caesar has already seen through it. The moment Seal and Shido Dragon Saint stepped forward to intercept, Caesar suddenly paused and bent his right foot along his left foot. Flower arranging legs? Charles immediately knew that this guy wanted to use this move to contain the two men's simultaneous attacks, otherwise the ball would fall from a high place and become a rainbow pass. But when he hesitates to drop back to intercept, Caesar revealed a smile on his lips and said, "Kid, you are too young." The next second, Charmant circled. It turned out to be a fake move. Caesar's flower arrangement was just a fake move. He didn't make any moves on the spot. He just put on such a posture, which caused Charles to pause for a second. Shido Ryasei just stepped forward and wanted to use a sliding tackle to slide the ball. Snatch away. However, Caesar stepped back with his right foot, turned around quickly, and shot the ball directly to the right with his left foot. While running on the sidelines, before Yukimiya Kanayo could react, a ball had already hit his face. Caesar actually passes the ball to himself. No one expected that Caesar could even notice Yukimiya running quickly on the sideline and pass such a precise pass. At this moment, France's defense line was directly torn to pieces. Because all eyes were on Caesar, few people noticed the movements on the right half of the court. Suddenly, Wu Traveler, time quickly returned to defense. Zhan Tai, who was closest to Snow Palace, stepped forward to intercept him, but who was Snow Palace? It was also a 1vs1 duel with the Emperor. Almost at the moment he touched the ball, his figure began to shoot out, and his eyes under the glasses were glowing. This football, which was an absolute fatal blow, was about to be scored by him. He looked at the goal. Suddenly, a figure shot out directly. Itoshi Rin's eyes were fierce, as if he had predicted Yukimiya's movements, when Yukimiya stretched out his leg and wanted to hit him with a crotch kick. Ishirin stretched out his right leg and kicked the football at the same time. Under the power of the two, the football was forced to fly into the air. But Yukimiya Kanayo had no idea that Idoshirin would grab the ball in this way, and his reaction was half a beat too slow, which was precisely this half a beat. Idoshirin had already rushed out and grabbed the ball the moment it hit the ground. In an instant, the situation was reversed. The counterattack belonging to the French team came quickly. Ishirin rushed out with the ball. He didn't even look at the idiot Charles, because he knew that if he passed the ball to him now, it would be better to rush into the penalty area with the ball himself. Come and complete this goal of rebirth from despair? Go to hell. A bunch of stuff that makes me sick. Chapter 217 The Most Malicious Ball. This is the third time that Idoshirin attacks the German penalty area with the ball. The previous two times, because of Charles, he should have scored the goal, but Shido Ryusei scored. This time, he did not intend to score it. The ball was passed to those two idiots. At this time, the 7-star rainbow light appeared next to Idoshirin, and his voice echoed around him, as if he was telling the story of this game, and he existed on this field as the most loyal assistant. I'm here to help you. What do you need me to do? However, Idoshirin stuck out his tongue, looked at the 7-star rainbow light with his completely dark eyes, and the next second, he accelerated and rushed out. Kixing Hongguang was stunned. But then a low growling voice came, keep up with my rhythm. Obviously, in this situation, even Idoshirin cannot break through the German defense alone. After all, Germany also has several players with the same weapons as him. One mistake will infinitely amplify its own disadvantage. Moreover, although he fell into a state of rage, his brain was extremely clear and sharp. Not far away, Ji Xiai was feeling dizzy. He was trying to understand the current situation. Since the last ball, these guys have gone completely crazy. Even Idoshirin didn't care about any rules or bullshit coordination. The goal of everyone is just to score goals, shoot, and be the big hero? Or maybe it was because of the intense prediction of the future in the previous games that his mental state seemed to be having problems. Ji Xiai's mood began to become a little confusing. He found that he could not understand Idoshirin's behavior, because he gradually discovered that Idoshirin was not approaching the penalty area as quickly as he imagined, but rushing towards their German players? Did this guy give up the shot and start rampaging? What a complete lunatic. No matter what I say, I can't understand what on earth is going on in this guy's head. At this moment, Idoshirin has completely become an incomprehensible monster. No matter how much Ji Xiai's brain imagines, he cannot understand this existence, how to defeat it, how to stop him. How can I stop him? No, how can I find my own highlight moments again in this game? Achieve that perfect shot? Thinking about it, Ji Xi rushed over, his eyes were burning, and he shot the last time, so he would start over from this steal. What he had to do was, be the hero of the last goal? No matter what the result is, we must try our best. Just when Idoshirin and Kixing Hongguang cooperated, two figures appeared quietly. Ness and Qing Luoren were outflanking each other on the left and right. Ness stepped forward and made a sliding tackle, trying to steal the ball. Unfortunately, the moment he was about to steal the ball, Kixing passed the ball back to Idoshi. Cold. Seizing this moment, Qing Luoren jumped up to intercept the pass. But how could such a thing happen to the violent Idoshirin? Before Kinburen could jump up, Idoshirin had already lightly jumped up and hooked the ball directly. You idiot who is getting in the way, challenge me with the determination to die. Otherwise, die here. King Luoren's eyes flashed coldly, and the moment Idoshirin landed, he stretched out his arm to touch Idoshirin's chest. However, he discovered that Idoshirin's physical strength was not at all what he had imagined. So, this guy's physique. Damn, why is it so heavy? That's right, he actually felt the touch from Ishirin's body when he was fighting against time. In just an instant, his arm was knocked away. I could only watch as Idoshirin rushed out like a ferocious beast. This is Rin Ishi, the destroyer. He calculates everything you can think of in his mind, thereby exposing your advantages and finally destroying you brutally. He just wants to use your strongest side to completely defeat you. Qing Luoren clicked his tongue. The monster battlefield is really full of lunatics. Just when Idoshirin was about to pass the ball out, he had already expected that Kixing would be unable to keep up with him due to the obstruction, and his eyes looked at the running seal with contempt. The moment Ji Xiai stepped forward, he rolled his eyes and said, "Don't cooperate with me, you idiot kid who only cares about your own pleasure. I don't need your useless pass. If you want to join my world, then give me everything you have. What I want is the pleasure you give Shido, that rush. Otherwise, don't pass the ball to me." Hearing this, Charles's eyes widened, and an uncontrollable anger erupted. His mind was instantly ignited, and his whole body was burning with arrogance. You're on drugs, you're high, aren't you? Stop treating me as a tool. I am a devil. I'm going to throw you the most evil balls. Although his tone was very arrogant and even provocative, it still had a cute feeling when it came out of his mouth. At this time, Idoshirin passed the ball directly as soon as Ji Xiai stepped forward. Shire caught the ball. It seems that because of Idoshirin's madness, the entire French team was completely driven. Everyone on the court began to run wildly, fighting against each other and entering their own penalty area. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu suddenly appeared in front of Charles, and the red air wave entwined with blood seemed to wrap up the evil spirit who was just about to show his strength. Seal's eyes had completely turned into the shape of spider webs. Get away, you BD who exudes bad taste. Ye Liangqiu's Demon King's eye had completely predicted Seal's movements. Want to free yourself? Impossible? Just when Seal was thinking about running quickly and trying to deceive Ye Liangqiu, he just made a careless step, and the ball Seal was protecting was touched by Ye Liangqiu. At this moment, Charles was like a cat with explosive fur, stepping on the ball directly with his back heel. Damn, what's going on with this guy? Why isn't he staring at me? Instead keep your eyes on the ball? Ye Liangqiu's scarlet eyes looked at Seal with some contempt. After all, he was not a monster who grew up in the Blue Prison, so how could he know about him? If it were the Blue Prison geniuses present, no one would dare to challenge him one-to-one. So, you were planning on passing the ball, right? An evil spirit being held by a dog on a leash? Don't fight him. At this time, several urgent voices came, and Traveler Wu and Time suddenly appeared next to Charles. Wu Traveler stretched out his arm directly and pressed it against Ye Liangqiu's chest. Buy time for Seal to leave. Ye Liangqiu sneered, gradually exerting his body strength, and instantly broke away from the Crow Traveler's defense. Aren't you afraid that I will pluck out all your crow feathers? Chapter 218 exploded. Then come and give it a try. Wu Traveler raised the corner of his mouth. Shi Guang also stepped forward at this time, trying hard to resist Ye Liangqiu. Their movements were perfect, with almost no sloppiness. After all, in football, the confrontation between bodies is very normal. Charles watched the two people clearing the way for him, and his anger became even greater. His thinking became clearer and his expression gradually became serious. He had completely understood. This is no joke. What this group of people staged was a fight, a complete fight. The Blue Prison is such a terrifying place that actually breeds these monsters? A monster even creepier than the evil ghost. No wonder Loki let himself come here. It turned out, it was because of them. No longer holding back, Charles started like a cannonball, quickly dribbling the ball into the penalty area, and looked towards the position in front of the goal. The moment the defense arrived, he made an extreme pass and the football drew an arc and rushed towards the goal. And the location he passed on was also the place he thought was the most evil-minded. That place will be where the super striker fights to the finish line. Not only was one person going crazy at the scene, but the entire French team was also going crazy. This perfect pass, the Ice Weaver was stunned. Could he actually pass the ball in this way? After all, he has never forgotten his mission, which is to devour the seal. But the skills and physical skills shown by Charles at the moment are enough for him to learn, and there are also his passing ideas. This guy is his next stage. However, we are still in the middle of the game and have no time to think about this. The first person to react had already appeared, and that was Ido Shirin. There was fire in his pupils, and he tried to block Kurom Ranchi in front of him, but he easily passed by him, and even blocked Kurom with his hand. Ranchi's shoulder prevented him from turning around to defend Ido Shirin. Next to him, Shadow Longsheng also rushed out humming a song. He licked his lips and looked straight at the football hanging above his head, as if looking at a delicious cake. I just killed you, you stupid arrogant monster. At the same time, Caesar also rushed forward. The three forwards can all reach the landing point of the ball from three different directions. That's right, Charles's goal had the worst intentions. What he wanted to see was the fighting of these forwards. If he wanted to go crazy, then he would go crazy to the end. I just want to see how you score goals. Ishirin looked at the football, and a crazy idea came to his mind. It was also the most exciting idea he had ever imagined, that is, devouring Ye Liangqiu. This was his first and only time for once I felt like I could do it. It is also a ball in the air. It only needs to reach the point where it can jump in the football. Then you can hit the ball high in the air yourself. That is to say, the ball bounces off the bottom the moment it touches the ground and rushes into the goal. This is the prototype of the natural punishment that Ye Liangqiu used the French goal as a weapon for several consecutive times. At this moment, Ishirin saw the perfect ball path. As long as he swallows Ye Liangqiu's weapon, then, he doesn't need to wait for the ball to arrive on the ground and compete with these idiots, but shoots one step ahead. Faster, more accurate, and more terrifying shots to end the lives of these monsters. At this moment, Ishirin's pupils suddenly shrank, and a dark figure appeared in front of him. It was his brother. This figure haunted him like a nightmare. It's so tender, it actually wants to be surpassed. Why not be bolder? Is that your limit? If this continues, Ye Liangqiu will take away the #1 spot in the world. Ido Shirin had a question mark on his face. His imagination was already very good. After all, it is almost impossible to make a difficult shot like Ye Liangqiu without training, and not every shot on the field has such a difficulty. An opportunity? At this moment, he was still being devalued to the point of being worthless. But Ito Shirin is surprisingly calm. He seems to have noticed that he is much less angry towards his brother. Or maybe it was the words Ye Liangqiu said to him after the U20 game that changed his view of Ito, teacher's opinion. That's why. He gradually found that he was becoming more and more clear about his brother's behavior. The murderous intention towards him was also much less. Having lost this original goal, I seem to have lost a lot of interest in football. This interest has reduced my own strength. No, I still have someone I must defeat. Go away, I don't need you in my life anymore. Ito Shirin looked at the black shadow in front of him and said coldly, now I don't need you to prove my strength. Whether it's devouring it or destroying it. This is my own life now. I have people I need to defeat. I will risk my life to continue to challenge the world's #1 throne. At this moment, Ishirin's arrogance became more and more turbulent. Before the football drew an arc, he had already jumped high. Ye Liangqiu and Caesar were both dumbfounded. What is he preparing to do? Do you also want to learn a monster shot like Ye Liangqiu? At this moment, Ji Xiai suddenly rushed out. He stood in front of the goal with fierce eyes. He seemed to have realized that Shirin would definitely use more powerful weapons to shoot, and the whole audience was able to show an unparalleled performance in front of the goal. The only person who took the shot was Ye Liangqiu. Naturally, heavenly punishment will be the first weapon Shirin thinks of. So we can't let him shoot perfectly. Just like Caesar was experimenting with Emperor Impact. If Caesar had completed it, the situation of the game would have changed long ago. Now let Shirin complete the first step of devouring Ye Liangqiu. Then there will be a second step. This guy will become the most feared player in France. The moment Shirin touched the ball, Kaiseki jumped up with full firepower. Even with his body and life, he had to block the ball. The determination to die made the fire in Shirin's heart burn brighter and stronger. This unexperienced sense of destruction, this unprecedented imagination and desire burst out of the body. In that moment, there was a bang sound. Ji Xiai fell into despair as he looked at the football that had just jumped up and rebounded from the bottom. This guy is a madman? Ye Liangqiu showed a surprised expression. He gritted his teeth and realized that these people were even crazier than him now. The football carries everything that belongs to the monster to rush towards the goal. Ishirin looked at the football that he had tried his best to score and it fell to the ground. Although he did not say a word or even celebrate, his heart was already turbulent. So this is what the world is like for you, a red-eyed BD. Damn, what does this feel like? It's ridiculously cool. Chapter 219, Gluttonous Feast. Shirin's goal ignited the audience. At the last critical moment, he carried France out of the trough and successfully equalized the score. Seal had already rushed over, his eyes flashed, and he seemed a little surprised that Shirin would shoot in this way, but he also gave his few compliments. After all, this wonderful shot was a pass I made to allow these forwards to compete. It actually attracted Ishirin's madness. But Shirin ignored him. Now he is still immersed in his own world. He has never experienced a feeling he has never felt. The ambition in his heart completely exploded with the shot of this goal. Ishirin's eyes were dull and his heart was filled with excitement. This feeling was so good. It turns out that this is how it feels to shoot under everyone's unbelievable eyes, and it is so pleasant to devour Ye Liangqiu. Damn, why can't I stop? My selfish desires and my appetite are almost endless. At this moment, almost everyone on the field was breathing heavily and looking at Shirin, who was still sitting on the ground, with unknown meanings flashing in their eyes. Did this guy really swallow Ye Liangqiu's weapon? After all, who could have imagined that at a critical moment, Shirin would directly jump up and hit the ball, letting the ball hit the bottom and bounce into the goal? This series of difficult movements cannot be achieved just by thinking about it. It also requires one's own understanding, observation, and ideas about this ball. Therefore, Shido called him madman because in his opinion, if a hit of this level failed, it would be equivalent to giving the ball to Germany. Undoubtedly, he risked his own life and worth to achieve this goal. Of course, if Shido had this opportunity to shoot, he would not hesitate to spend all his wealth and life. But what Shido never expected was that Shirin had already started to try devouring Ye Liangqiu. Obviously before the game, he just watched a few videos of Ye Liangqiu's shooting, coupled with Ye Liangqiu's shots from the previous few goals. Now, but copy directly. What ABD. I almost messed everything up, but this goal was really beautiful. Although Shido was cursing, he was not particularly harsh. He knew that Shirin's goal was beautiful. He looked at Seal again. Do you like him or me? Seal tilted his head. So doesn't my passing give you a choice? The corners of Shido Dragon Saint's mouth twitched. Really? At this time, Shirin was disgusted by the way the two of them were quarreling with each other and said with a look of disgust, "You all stay away from me." On the other side, Kaisei stood in front of the goal, wiping sweat with helplessness on his face. He knew that France had completed its transformation. Starting from Shirin's goal, the battle for the last point would be extremely fierce. In the end, the throne position of the two teams will also determine the winner. At this moment, two figures walked into the stadium at the same time. Loki walked up to Shirin, his eyes filled with incredible passion. Shirin, I remember that I fought with you once before in the blue prison, right? Before that, you are not willing to grow up behind Ye Liangqiu's back. But now, how do you feel after devouring him? Shirin looked at Loki and was speechless for a moment. How did he feel? In fact, there is only one word: pleasure in his heart, but this feeling is not permanent, but instantaneous, but it can indeed make him addictive. The corner of Loki's mouth rose. I can't believe that you blue prison strikers are so crazy, but I still have to thank you. Because of your presence, Seal awakened, and it also allowed me to see that the next game will become even more exciting. Shirin's pupils widened and he saw Loki slowly taking off his coat. That's right. Loki is on the field. So far since the beginning of the New Heroes War for the French team, Loki has never played. They are all players playing against other teams. This time Loki actually played in person. On the other side, Noah also walked onto the court. He slowly took off his coat, his eyes calm. After taking a calm look at Ye Liangqiu and Caesar, he finally looked at Ji Xiai. Just when Ji Xiai thought he was going to end, Noah said, "Very good." For a moment, everyone in the German team was stunned. Noah had never praised anyone. In his eyes, maybe these players were just toys to achieve his destination, but now, he actually praised the players? Black Name Ranchi pinched his own flesh and felt a burst of pain before reacting. Is this actually true? Noah looked at everyone's expressions, and his eyes were filled with an undetectable excitement, because he has been in this state since the beginning of this new hero war, in order to completely transform Boston Munich in Germany. Each game has a fixed system, and this system has gone from the original dual core to the current 3-core. Now comes the final stage. That's quad core. Yes, Noah, like Rocky, will play in the next game, which means that the lineup distribution on the German side will be extremely weird. 442 configuration. The 4 forwards are Ye Liangqiu, Noah, Caesar, and Ji Xiai. Super offensive lineup. If this system can score after this level of competition, then, there is nothing wrong with what Noah experimented with. Whether it is dual core, triple core, or quad core, it can be called a super rational lineup. Then the football world will be shocked by his theory, because we already have actual combat data. In other words, I don't have to end up. Ji Xiai was a little dazed for a moment after listening to Noah's instructions to change the list of players. Saying this, she finally got Noah's approval. I am a genius who has the strength to stand in front of these monsters? An uncontrollable emotion burst out from Ji Xiai's heart. He finally succeeded. Successfully proved myself? And now the world is looking forward to what kind of game will happen next. Rocky, a child prodigy who rose to prominence in the World Championships, and Noah, who was crowned the #1 striker in the world, were gathered on the field at this moment, and in this game, one monster after another entered the ultimate state. What kind of sparks will be produced by this fierce collision? The smell of blood seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Ye Liangqiu looked at the stadium, his eyes were slightly closed, and the tip of his nose seemed to be sniffing. The carnival time is finally about to begin. This final battle, is it a gluttonous feast or my glorious moment? Then let's get started. Chapter 220. The battle for the last ball is coming. The competition for the last ball finally begins. The eyes of the whole world have been focused on this stadium. With warm cheers and passionate shouts, countless fans dare not relax and stare at this stadium at this moment. On the center line, all players from both sides are in place. France's formation is exactly the same as Germany's. All adopted the 442 ultimate offensive lineup. Noah and Loki stood at the front. The two stared at each other eagerly, and Rocky said with a smile, "It seems that this last goal requires me to end your Boston Munich winning streak. Noah, let me show you the monster I raised." "Really?" Noah said calmly, "Then let's see whose team has more monsters." The smell of gunpowder has spread even before it begins. Opposite Ye Liangqiu was heroine. The moment the two looked at each other, the entire venue turned into a hell, with countless monsters roaring and bones piled up on the ground. But this time, heroine did not utter the words that made Ye Liangqiu uncomfortable. He changed from his normal tone and spoke in a very calm tone. "I am very much looking forward to this game. I am also very happy to regard you as my opponent, my enemy, and even my destined enemy. That hatred, that selfish desire, makes me have to devour you, because only then can I be exposed to higher level competitions and become stronger." At this moment, heroine seemed to have countless twisted monsters crawling on his body. Looking at Ye Liangqiu with teeth and claws, his eyes flowed, and he looked at Ye Liangqiu with a sharp gaze. "It was you who further created this head of mine monster. You made me this ugly monster. You have an obligation to kill me, until I die. Otherwise, you will have to face it. I will eat up your flesh and blood bit by bit, and finally step on your corpse to become the #1 in the world." The corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth rose, and fighting intent was released in those scarlet pupils. He slowly raised his right hand and slightly hooked his fingers. "Really? I once said that I like to destroy geniuses, and I even like to crush geniuses like you who are growing up step by step. Now, are you going to challenge me? Then come on. Come and see if you can pull me off this throne." The battle has not yet begun, and the surging fighting spirit illuminates the entire arena. Until a whistle blows, France kicked off, and Noah passed the ball directly to Ye Liangqiu. As a mentor, although he was also one of the core players of this game, his role was not to shoot, but to further defeat all the monsters under his hands. Fall into the ultimate state. At this moment, he knew that Ye Liangqiu was about to enter the state. After the game starts, France's most feared enemy must be activated first. But the next second, Loki appeared in front of Ye Liangqiu. His speed was too fast for anyone to catch. It's just that Ye Liangqiu is already used to this kind of speed, or maybe, he is now comparable to Loki in terms of speed. The moment Loki rushed to Ye Liangqiu, the bodies of the two collided fiercely. Rocky is worthy of being a player who has experienced the World Championship. He has a more old-fashioned offensive method than other players in this aspect of confrontation. His arm swings greatly, covering part of Ye Liangqiu's world, and his other hand uses a pressing type to resist. He stayed on Ye Liangqiu's chest, and then struck out quickly with his right foot. This set of actions took almost no time. The speed is jaw-dropping. It's just that Ye Liangqiu has never lost in a confrontation. He already knew that France would use some means to deal with him. Naturally, he reacted the moment Rocky took action. The perfect dribbling with both feet almost made Rocky unable to find any point of attack. At the moment when Rocky had no choice but to attack, Ye Liangqiu pulled the ball outward with his left foot. With such smooth movements, it seemed to everyone that Ye Liangqiu was about to break through from the left side. But Loki seemed to have noticed that Ye Liangqiu's center of gravity was not in the direction of the ball, so he didn't move, because this was a trap. If you dare to block the ball in the direction of the ball, Ye Liangqiu might be there in the next second. We'll pull the ball back. With the help of the body position that was revealed for a moment, he immediately started to rush out. As expected of you. A smile appeared on Ye Liangqiu's lips. He knew that Loki would not be fooled. After all, this kind of small trick might have a significant effect on the Shideo Dragon Saint or those who are not very bright-minded. It was obvious that the Loki in front of him was not mentally ill, but had high mobility and even had a special weapon. Otherwise speed shouldn't have brought Loki to where he is now. Beyond the horizon? Or Predator Horizon? Or maybe some other weapon. Everything is unknown. Ye Liangqiu has never understood Loki, but the Loki in front of him definitely has weapons that he can't imagine, weapons that make all players feel dangerous. Otherwise, Noah would not have been able to treat Loki with caution and end up personally. After all, in the previous games, Noah only ended up warming up. But this time is different. Noah obviously has a strong offensive intention. As his brain continued to think, Ye Liangqiu's movements became more and more sharp. His reaction speed was already ridiculously fast. When Loki was still trying to grab the ball, his body subconsciously tilted a lot, causing Loki's hand pressing on his chest to snap. Release instantly. Loki's right foot has been extended. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu caught the moment when Loki could not return his body's center of gravity in the next 3 seconds, pulled the ball back with his left foot, and kicked it directly towards Loki's crotch. Crotch wearing is awesome? This is the only correct answer. The moment Rocky stretches his legs to grab the ball, his center of gravity and stride all need to be maintained by the body. As long as he can react, he is not protecting the ball, but attacking. Moreover, offense is always more effective than defense. It was just that Loki suddenly showed a smile. As Ye Liangqiu's pupils shrank, his body quickly returned to its position and turned around at the same speed as him. Flexibility. Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows. He finally understood why Loki was so fast and could shine in the competition. This guy's body flexibility, reaction ability, and speed were all top-notch, allowing him to be able to react to any attack, as well as defense, and attack the enemy at the same time. During the previous training camp for professional players in Blue Prison, he had not been able to see these things. But since facing Bifakayo, he knew that sometimes the flexibility of the body has a natural advantage in confrontation. For example, Shido Ryusiai's weapon allows him to shoot at will in the penalty area. This is the advantage brought by his body's flexibility. Only in this way can he shoot in various postures. Or Feng Li's dribbling, all require flexibility to support the body to perform difficult movements. You look like an Easter egg. P.S. All the plots of the comic have been completed, and the following plots will all be original. I am also thinking whether I should wait for the comic to be updated before writing, otherwise some settings will definitely go wrong by then. Or, it will be over when this game is over. Chapter 221 France's Hidden Weapons. Ye Liangqiu became more and more excited. Rocky, a world-class player similar to them in age, was unparalleled in his skills, but he entered the world competition at their age. And that stadium is the goal of everyone here now. When facing Loki, Ye Liangqiu felt his heart was burning. Compared with the last defeat, this time he came here with the purpose of challenging. No wonder you are so powerful. It turns out, your body is a weapon specially designed to confront all players head-on in terms of speed and skill. Have you noticed? Loki smiled and glanced at Ye Liangqiu. Your observation skills are much better than a few months ago. Loki has never underestimated Ye Liangqiu, because he knows that Ye Liangqiu is not yet fully awakened, or, what Ye Liangqiu lacks now is competition experience. Any player, before entering the World Championships, will participate in various competitions, large and small. The experience absorbed in those games is the most valuable thing for the players. It is also an opportunity for evolution. As he walked step by step towards the World Championships, almost all the experiences Ye Liangqiu absorbed and the opponents he faced were what he had to go through on this road. No one is born a king. Only by taking one step at a time can we reach the top. If in the previous Blue Prison vs Professional game, Rocky's fight against Ye Liangqiu was a dimensionality-reducing blow, then now the two truly have the ability to compete with each other. Moreover, Loki had already fought against Ye Liangqiu, and he understood more clearly how terrifyingly Ye Liangqiu's potential and strength had increased during this period of time. Let's talk about the group of monsters imprisoned in the Blue Prison. For example, this group of monsters created the current Blue Prison. Loki said with a smile on his face, "That's why I'm very interested in you, and I guess that you wouldn't choose France. Of course, if you really choose my team, I will have a headache." Headache. Ye Liangqiu chuckled and understood the meaning in an instant. Isn't it because his existence will completely collapse the existing core of France? After all, both Idoshi Rin and Shido Ryusiai regard themselves as targets. If you are suppressed all the time like Caesar, without that confidence, your mentality will explode. At this time, although they were having a conversation, the movements of the two people's feet did not stop, and even became faster and faster, as if the two beams of light were constantly moving forward. Almost everyone who passed by was shocked by this speed. It has begun, and the confrontation of the new era finally begins to unfold at this moment. Ji Xiai's pupils were dilated and he was trying his best to think about how to solve the whole situation. He looked at Caesar who was running without the ball. Now Caesar seems to have been transformed and reborn because of Ye Liangqiu. He no longer needs the so-called restraints. Feeling, but able to cooperate with anyone. The addition of Noah made it impossible for him to see any hope of scoring goals. Because Noah's rationality will only tend to the side that scores the goal, and his own ability cannot surpass the group of monsters present. Coupled with the King Gluo Ren who is walking in the neutral position, almost all the current goals are leaning towards Caesar and Ye Liangqiu. What should I do? What should I do in this game? Where did I go wrong? Is that where I didn't calculate it? Do we really want these people to step on their own corpses to get to the top? Ji Xiai gritted his teeth and his brain was running rapidly. On the other side, Idoshi Rin and Seal were also rushing towards the penalty area. Hey, are you this guy with such good physical strength? Seal was panting a little. It was obvious that this guy usually likes to be lazy in training. After he actually entered the competition field, this kind of high-intensity competition made his body begin to show symptoms. Had a violent reaction. Seeing his state, Idoshi Rin frowned. Physical strength is only the most basic thing in football. If you can't even sustain a 90-minute game, it's better to retire as soon as possible. Charles was a little angry, but this game lasted less than 60 minutes. Whose game have you ever seen that was so crazy? More runs in halftime than other people's training. Idoshi Rin did not respond to Seal, who had already fallen into endless complaints about the game. He knew that after two high-intensity goals, people would enter a state of excitement, but a moment of fatigue would overwhelm anyone's fighting nerves, and soon obviously, Seal has begun to slump after awakening. Attention began to wander a bit. If you want to wake up this Tian Xiegui again, you must find the fighting spirit that makes him boil again. Only then can you pass the next most exciting pass. But before that, the German attack must be blocked. At the moment when Loki and Ye Liangqiu were confronting each other, a figure suddenly intervened. Caesar made a diagonal tackle, directly hiding the blind spot of Ye Liangqiu's perspective. In front of Loki's surprised expression, he directly cut off Ye Liangqiu. Veins popped up on Ye Liangqiu's cheeks. Dem Clown Emperor. Do you want to die? The moment Caesar tackled the ball, he stood up with vines flying all over his body and rushed forward immediately. He looked back at Ye Liangqiu and said, "This is a battlefield. Either you die or I die. In order to defeat you, I will not hesitate to sacrifice my life." Ye Liangqiu was so angry that he could not suppress his arrogance. It seems that this last goal has made everyone crazy, completely crazy. Although Loki knew that there were quite a few players on the German side trying to grab the ball, but now that Noah was present, Caesar still dared to grab the ball. There is no doubt that the words in Caesar's mouth just now are true. Now he has only one life left to compete with Ye Liangqiu for the most critical goal. The corner of Loki's mouth rose. He couldn't help but be affected by the competition between these monsters. He didn't feel that much after watching it in the audience before. He only thought that the ball grabbing between these players was a bit excessive, but until he stepped onto this field, can you experience the most real feelings? It's like, if you don't score, you will die. It's really exciting. This battle makes me a little, looking forward to it. However, the French team actually had another player on the field that no one expected in this game. That's right, it's the monk. Before the final game begins. Before Loki even stepped onto the court, he ordered the monk to come on. The monk sitting on the bench looked confused, but then he was ecstatic, because so far the French team has never given him the starting player position. However, now he finally has a chance to play. Just when the monk was excited, Loki asked, "Do you still remember the task I gave you?" The monk was stunned and nodded immediately. "I understand." Chapter 222, Eyes Don't Deceive. No one has ever noticed him. Even Ye Liangqiu didn't notice that this guy actually came on stage. He thought the monk had been eliminated before. But now, this guy actually appears again. Playing dirty tricks. Ye Liangqiu's pupils shrank. As early as when he was in the blue prison, he knew what the monk's weapon was, and it was also the method he disdained the most. Unruly fouls, or in other words, as long as the person he targeted. During the game, he will try his best to make it foul. Eventually the red card was sent off. Although there are very few such people in world competitions, and almost no one specializes in practicing this kind of weapon, there do exist such people, and their role in the competition is indeed not small, giving the enemy team's trump card a great advantage. A lot of pressure. The most important thing is that you know that his method is a foul, but you can't stop it. Not knowing that his weapon was a foul, he felt even more uncomfortable after the penalty. Damn you BD, Loki, you are so insidious. Ye Liangqiu looked to the side. Just like the 5 vs 5, Loki was guarding him alone in the whole game, and said coldly, "In such a game, you think it's funny? Or is it glorious?" Loki smiled slightly. In any game, every player has his or her own shining points. When faced with a battle that he is not sure of winning, the general will use countless methods to force the enemy to reveal his flaws, even if it means losing his humanity. No matter what. Of course, it's the same on the court. If I can think of a trick, then Noah will definitely use it. In this case, as long as you can win, is this all wrong? Ye Liangqiu chuckled. It was true, but he hated this kind of football game. He would do anything to win, and use all kinds of dark methods behind his back to win. This was what he disdained the most. Because he once worked hard at the Death Stadium for money, but it was because of these so-called dirty methods that he was completely disappointed with football. If not for love, he gave up football long ago. But Rocky said that he was right. Once any game involves self-interest and various factors, it is not just a game. For example, all the players present are fighting each other, and they are competing for the number one in the world. And why should we strive to be number one in the world? Isn't it just because of honor and interests? Otherwise, is it possible to play house here? Today you will be the number one in the world, and tomorrow he will be the number one in the world? This doesn't exist. As long as these things are involved, everything will become muddy. People will only seek advantage and gain momentum, and only the winner will be able to right everything. In an instant, Loki seemed to notice that Ye Liangqiu's aura was becoming more and more terrifying. The oppressive feeling made him a little surprised. Why did this guy, why was he so angry after seeing the monk come on stage? After all, the monk is just a means in the game. It's not 100% possible to replace one with another. Moreover, his skills and strength are not outstanding. If France replaces him, it will give him an additional weakness. This is not a loss for Germany. Ye Liangqiu didn't say anything and rushed out in an instant. Loki followed. The court has become increasingly chaotic. After Caesar grabbed the ball, he rushed towards the right half of the court. On his left and right were French players Maguang and Zanti, but neither of them seemed to be thinking as fast as Caesar. The next second, Caesar used flexible movements to avoid Zhantai's pressing attack. Xiang quickly stepped forward and wanted to directly intercept Shishi, but Caesar seemed to see the structure of Shijuan's body and quickly turned his back to directly resist Shijuan's attack. The whole body huddled under the body of time, but those eyes kept watching the surrounding situation and memorizing the information in their minds. There was a bang sound. In Shijuan's puzzled eyes, the ball was suddenly passed out. A figure rushed out. It was Noah. Noah caught the ball directly, glanced at Caesar. Follow me? Obviously, as Munich's mentor Noah, he fully knows what Caesar is thinking now, or in other words, the only one who can make him break out of his cocoon and be reborn is Noah. Abandoning Ness, Caesar, the emperor, had lost everything. In the entire team, the only people who can receive his pass are Noah, the mentor, and the neutral King Luo Ren, as well as other players who have no connection with Ye Liangqiu and Ji Xiai. Now I want to break this dilemma. He had to make a fuss about Noah. Otherwise, this ball will be useless if you grab it. Under Shi Guang's surprised gaze, Caesar pressed down a little more. Taking advantage of this momentary gap, Caesar rushed out and immediately followed Noah. The cooperation between the two was extremely inconsistent, and they quickly passed several French players who were blocking them. Just when they were about to enter the restricted area, two figures stood in front of Noah and Caesar. Shidorayusiai and Idoshi Rin faced two people at the same time. Shideo Longshang licked his lips, the aura around his body was twisted, his arms were open, his head was bent down, in a fighting posture. Little Blue Rose Emperor, the smell of your body seems to be a bit nauseating. Get away, you pink cockroach, Caesar said with some disgust. But Shidorayusiai didn't give any chance at all. He stepped forward, and Caesar wanted to pass the ball out using the method he had just used to get rid of time. Unfortunately, Shidorayusiai didn't take that trick at all, and directly stretched his legs to grab the ball. Seeing this, Caesar could only keep dribbling at his feet. Try to find breakthrough opportunities. The next second, he pulled the ball to the left, preparing to attract Shidorayusiai's attention. However, Shidorayusiai did not focus on the ball at all. The guy's eyes were always fixed on Caesar's. Your eyes are so beautiful. She shouldn't be able to lie. Shidorayusiai showed a weird smile. Yes, he has a habit of staring into the eyes of players during confrontations. Because when people are dribbling or moving the ball, they will subconsciously glance in the direction of the ball. Or when you want to take action, you will look in one direction. After all, human vision is to observe surrounding information, make judgments, and act. Nowadays, the extremely focused Shido Dragon Saint can almost judge what kind of action Caesar will make with the attention of Caesar's eyes, and directly intercept it. Caesar seemed to sense the danger and quickly called the ball back. Damn, right now this pink cockroach has also entered the flow state. At this moment, a voice sounded. Emperor, do you need to cooperate with me? This is our only way out. Chapter 223 Planetary Hotline. Caesar's pupils shrank, and he turned around to see Ji Xiai. How could this guy say such words? Help? Are you sure you're not here to grab the ball? However, Ji Xiai spoke in the next second. It's impossible to continue like this. It's no longer possible to surpass Ye Liangqiu just by relying on your abilities and mine. If that's the case, why are we still hostile to each other? What you can see, I can also see. You and I are the same person. Now Idoshi Rin, Shidorayusiai, Seal, and Loki have been perfectly integrated on the field. Their supernova hotlines have been completely arranged. We can only look forward to a grand chemical reaction. But here in Germany, we are still forming a three-legged situation. Can you win alone? You should already know the answer deep in your heart. Even if Noah is added, our winning rate is plummeting. So, how about trusting me for once? Caesar snorted coldly and raised his eyes. Believe you? Why should I trust you? A loser who finally got a chance to enter this competition in the last game, how can he cooperate with me, and what can he use to prove his worth? Are you kidding me? Ji Xiai. Hearing this, Ji Xiai's pupils were burning with flames. I never joked, I just wanted to win this game. Aren't you the same? Caesar was speechless. Although the two have always been enemies, the rhythm of the game has completely changed now. Germany has completed the final ultimate reaction just like Ji Xiai said, and they can now completely unite on one line. And Ye Liangqiu may get the final shooting opportunity at any time, and even Noah will assist him. In addition, there are a group of rebels in the team. At this moment, Caesar also knew that the continued internal friction of this game had nothing to do with him as the emperor. Now Ji Xi is sacrificing his dignity to seek cooperation with himself. Damn, Ji Xiai, UBD, is your heart so spacious? Actually, come to win me over. The more he thought about it, the more Caesar's heart was shaken. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Ji Xiai running beside him with piercing eyes. Don't get behind me, you idiot. Or I'll kill you. A smile appeared at the corner of Ji Xi's mouth. This was the result he wanted. Pieces of the puzzle pieces were flying on his body, and now the last piece was finally completed. That's right, he just wants to join forces with Caesar, forming planetary hotlines. Only by creating a linkage and chemical reaction with this emperor can he show himself and even accomplish the impossible. Resonate. Throw away everything about your dignity. For this I only want one goal to win. At this moment, Ji Xiai was walking around Caesar like a shadow. In the eyes of others, Ji Xiai's movements became increasingly weird. This guy? He actually cooperated with Caesar. Ice Weaver in the German team opened his mouth wide. Ji Xiai actually cooperated with the bad-tempered Caesar? What did these two people say just now? Both of them sacrificed their own face, dignity? But this is also the most terrifying thing. The three-legged situation in Germany was broken immediately. If there is a chemical reaction between Ji Xiai and Caesar, it may be to suppress the existence of the demon king Ye Liangqiu. And Noah will make the most reasonable play. That's joining a side that can score goals. And King Luo ran. Bing Xiang gritted his teeth. Damn. In order to win, have everyone gone crazy? The current situation was extremely unfavorable for Ye Liangqiu. The moment Ji Xiai made his choice, the situation had already shifted to Ji Xiai's side. At the scene, Qing Luoren and a series of other players have begun to move closer to Caesar. It seems that your position is about to be robbed. Loki and Ye Liangqiu were still fighting physically, and they refused to give in to each other. Plunder. Ye Liangqiu sneered, a group of defeated generals still want to unite to resist me. If this can all succeed, then I can only say that your French team is vulnerable. Loki's eyes darkened. This guy's mouth is really as sharp as a knife. No wonder Ito Shirin and Shido Ryasei were both angered by this guy and wanted to fight. While they were still arguing here, the collaboration between Ji Xiai and Caesar had already begun. Both of them had transcendent vision. Their cooperation required almost no verbal communication, and they were connected in an instant. Just the next second, two figures appeared in front of them at the same time. Behind Seal and the Shido Dragon Saint who followed them, there seemed to be a dark demon with open wings staring at Ji Xiai and Caesar. Little Emperor Blue Rose, where are you going to escape to? Aren't you ready to have a warm and friendly exchange with me? My cells are waiting to nourish you. As perverted as ever, Caesar was so sick that he wanted to vomit, but he didn't dare to slack off at all and ran forward quickly. But compared to a person with very powerful body functions like Shido Ryasei, he caught up with Caesar in an instant. Caesar also wanted to pass the ball, but Charles was already on Caesar's left. One left and one right. Caesar gritted his teeth. Dem France, they kept using this trick over and over again to force themselves to kick the ball out, or to have the ball intercepted. At this moment, a figure appeared. Ji Xiai said calmly, kick the ball over here. Upon hearing this, veins popped up on Caesar's cheeks. The two were cooperating, but what did the tone of this order mean? Do you want to lose? Ji Xiai added at this time. Damn BD. Caesar cursed angrily, but he passed the ball honestly. Ji Xi caught the ball and rushed forward quickly. Both Seal and Shido Longsheng were dumbfounded. These two people, what's going on? In their research, the three pillars of Germany, Ji Xiai, Kaiser, and Ye Liangqiu, corresponded to their respective camps. But now, how did these two people start to interact? The sudden change made Seal and Shido Longsheng a little confused for a while. Then Shido Ryasei looked at Caesar running without the ball. So that's it, you guy actually gave up everything. Okay, really good. Caesar. Shido Longsheng's eyes shone and his whole body trembled. He has never despised people who dare to abandon everything in order to win, and he also admires those who dare to destroy everything, because in his opinion, this is the only way to win. Can get a more powerful evolution. But so far, he has only seen a few people who dare to do this. Now, Caesar has abandoned everything? It really surprised him, and made him feel more fighting spirit? Come on, let's have a duel openly. I will also give up everything I have to play this devil's game. Chapter 224 Existence is reasonable. The concentration of everyone on the court has been raised to a level never seen before. Running people, better to say running monsters, wreaking havoc on this field. The moment Ito Shirin saw Caesar and Kiyoichi linking up, he wanted to return to defense, but was blocked by Noah. Get away. Ito Shirin wanted to run without the ball, but Noah refused to give in, almost using his body to block Ito Shirin from returning to defense. That's right, France and Germany's scoring aces have been contained by 2 mentors. The 2 of them came on stage as if just to wait and see how far this monster feast, which was about to reach 100% progress, could proceed, and to what extent this group of monsters could evolve in this situation. Noah's eyes were calm. If I remember correctly, when we were choosing the team, you asked me deliberately if Ye Liangqiu had joined my team, but I didn't answer at that time. Now, I finally know. Do you consider him your old enemy? Shirin gritted his teeth and said without fear, that's right. I originally planned to join Germany, but in the end I chose France. For Shirin, there is no problem in choosing between Germany and France, because both are a test of self for him. France focuses on training in speed and physical skills. Shirin has already mastered these. He came here just to master his uncontrollable desire for destruction. So far, he has completely succeeded. The corner of Noah's mouth rose. It's great. You can reach this point in such a short period of time. You are already one of the best players I have ever seen. Shut up. Shirin didn't appreciate it at all. If he was the best, what about Ye Liangqiu? As Germany's ace, who is this guy in Noah's heart? Moreover, he still doesn't understand what Noah wants to do. Because he has observed the videos of Germany's previous games, Noah's lineup configuration seems to be constantly testing something. Loki once said that Noah's philosophy is super rational, but where can you see any rationality in Ye Liangqiu? That guy just shoots for the sake of shooting, even destroying the entire team just to shoot for himself. Is this guy reasonable? Are you kidding me? Noah was not surprised at all that Shirin was furious, but he spoke calmly. There is no completely stable super-rationality in the world. The so-called rationality is just something that people think is reasonable, such as you shooting in front of the goal. Will the ball definitely go in? The answer is unknown. But what if it was me? Shirin's pupils shrank. He understood what Noah meant in an instant. When he thought that Noah could shoot 100% and score a goal, and even judged in his heart that he would score, this was reasonable. It seems that you understand quickly. Noah put his hand on Shirin's chest and looked at the scene in the restricted area. The so-called reasonable is the definition in the heart. It's reasonable for you to think I can score a goal. You think it's impossible for me to score a goal, and that's reasonable. As for super reasonableness, it is not impossible to achieve it. But it's just a coincidence. Shirin sounded shocked. So you want to see all this in Ye Liangqiu and Caesar? That's right. Noah nodded. To build a super-rational team, at any time, whether it's shooting, passing, or physical confrontation, as long as everything about football can make people feel when you can't win, the so-called super-reasonableness is formed. Before that, these players must all meet my requirements. Existence is reasonable. A goal is a victory. Shirin was dumbfounded and glanced at Noah. This guy's ambitions were no crazier than Huixin's. Huixin wanted to be the world's #1 forward, but Noah was recognized as the world's #1 forward. Finally, he was still researching something even more terrifying. So Munich has always been his guinea pig. Noah manipulated the entire game step by step, allowing Munich to achieve his ideal ultra-rationality. So crazy? But now is not the time to think about these issues, but how to deal with Noah preventing him from returning to defense. In the penalty area, the chemical reaction between Caesar and Ji Shii has gradually begun to take shape. The 2 men were getting faster and faster. The cooperation between Shadow Ryacii and Charles cannot completely penetrate the cooperation between these 2 people, and the other French team members are frantically blocking. Just when Ji Shii was still proud of his flawless cooperation with Caesar, he was about to enter the shooting angle. Suddenly a figure appeared. Igarashi. As soon as Ji Shii recognized the monk, he naturally remembered this former comrade. However, why was he on the court? How long did it take for France to replace this guy? The monk showed a wicked smile, with a cunning look in his eyes. Ji Shii, it's been a long time no see. I almost couldn't catch up with you. After all, your rate of evolution really scares me. Ji Shii knew nothing about the monk's weapons. It could be said that he remembered the weapons of everyone present, but the sudden appearance of the monk made his mind go blank for a short time. Because he simply couldn't imagine what kind of weapons the monk had to be able to come to this stadium? Is it a headbutt? Or is it because the body has strong functions? No, none of them are right. Ji Shi's eyes became serious. He would not underestimate anyone, because everyone who can come to this arena is a first-class strong man. The monk must have something he cannot imagine. Weapons. But, with this guy's physique, and when he was in Team Z before, I didn't see anything outstanding about him. For a moment, Ji Shii gritted his teeth and couldn't help but secretly thought, forget it. Even if this guy has powerful weapons, it is impossible to intercept his cooperation with Caesar. Thinking about it, just when Ji Shii wanted to pass the ball, the monk suddenly ran forward. His movements were very subtle. The moment Ji Shii stretched out his leg, he also stretched out his leg, and his body had completely overlapped with Ji Shii. The next second, Ji Shii was shocked to find out. This guy puts all his body weight on himself? This is a foul. In an instant, he understood. It seemed like I understood everything, but it was already too late. Sorry. The monk's voice rang in his ears. The value of my existence on this field is to prevent you from scoring goals. Chapter 225 Penalty Kick. At this moment, Ji Shii was completely confused. Only a whistle was heard. Not far away, the referee suddenly raised a yellow card. Yes, it was a foul. At this moment, Ji Shiai's mind went blank and he looked at the monk with disbelief. Is this guy crazy? To actually do this for a football match? However, at this moment, the referee's voice sounded. Ji Shi received a penalty and received a yellow card. Ji Shi's eyes widened. Why did he get a yellow card? Shouldn't it be the current monk? Suddenly, he looked at the monk and found that he was lying on the ground with a smile on his lips. At this moment, the entire stadium has also become quiet. Everyone looked at Ji Shiai and Igarashi. Based on what they saw with their own eyes, is there something wrong with this penalty? After all, the monk just stretched his legs to grab the ball. But, why was Ji Shiai punished? Just when everyone was confused, the referee had already walked up to the two people. During the game just now, Ji Shiai's leg kicked Igarashi's leg first, causing Igarashi to fall to the ground directly. Therefore, this ball is a foul. Ji Shiai was completely confused. I'm a little confused. How could this be considered a foul? And this should be considered a head-on confrontation, right? It's normal for bodies to have some violent collisions. The monk slowly got up, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. Yes, this is his weapon. No rule fouls. As long as you fight him 1vs1, he has many ways to commit fouls, but those are the only ways you need to perform your own subtle manipulations to steal the ball. But this method is extremely contemptible. Moreover, it can only be hidden from the eyes of the audience and the referee, but as a player, you can know that he has played some tricks. But, just when Ji Shiai was still about to refute, the referee has already left. Fouls in the penalty area will result in penalty kicks. Most importantly, the pressure was directly put on Germany. The situation was changed by Igarashi in an instant. Damn BD. Ji Shiai looked at the monk with murderous eyes. It turned out that he was sent here just for this fatal blow, but it was a pity that he didn't notice it earlier. But you can't blame him. After all, the monk has never played. Who could have known that this guy actually relied on his own flagrant foul to release his sovereignty? The German players were dumbfounded. After all, this bizarre scene left them puzzled as to how the foul occurred. This is the first time this has happened. The veins on Caesar's cheek popped out. He stepped forward and put his big hand on the referee's shoulder. Are you kidding me? Are you a referee? You pretend you didn't see such an obvious flagrant foul. The referee stared at Caesar coldly. He was not a player on the court. He did not need to be polite to this group of people. He only believed in his own eyes. I only believe what I see. A foul is a foul, and the explanation was given. If that doesn't work, you can watch the game video now. Caesar's hand tightened. The referee glanced at him and said, if you don't want to get a red card, you can continue like this. Unfortunately, Caesar could only let go. After all, you can mess with anyone on the court, but you must not mess with the referee, otherwise, a whistle will sound at any time. In the end, everyone formed a human wall in front of the German goal. Penalty time came. Because of Ji Shiai's foul, France got a penalty kick opportunity. As long as the shot was successful, the game would be over. The players on the French side looked at the German players standing in a row one by one, with ugly expressions on their faces. After all, they all know that for them, scoring this goal means winning or losing. Does a goal scored in this way really count as a win? You go ahead and kick this goal. I won't even touch this goal. Shido Ryasiai's expression was a little silent. He didn't bother to score goals in this way. Similarly, Ishirin looked at the ball at his feet and seemed to be thinking about something. He looked at Ye Liangqiu, who was standing in the center of the German team. It seems a decision has been made. The moment the whistle sounded, the eyes of the whole world were focused on Ido Shirin. Whether the game could end or not depended entirely on his goal. There was a bang sound. The football flew out in response, but it was shot in the direction of the goal. Instead, he rushed straight towards Ye Liangqiu. Although his speed was ridiculous, Ye Liangqiu reacted in an instant and stepped on the ball directly. The whole audience was shocked. The commentators were stunned. Why is this? Why did Ito Shirin take this penalty kick opportunity and shoot it in this way? Does he want to face Germany head-on? Are you too arrogant? That's right. What Ito Shirin did shocked everyone. After all, a chance to win was given away like this. Some people who had placed bets at the scene had already begun to curse, and some even started to throw garbage. On the court, the whole place was filled with abuse. But at this moment, the players on the court laughed out loud. Sure enough, this goal may be an opportunity for the regular team, but for these players who came out of the blue prison, it has become a black spot. After all, who will win the game with the ball obtained by intentional fouls? So in this game, what's the point of them working so hard? Win, really win, but they have to win in an honest way? Ito Shirin seemed to be responding to the oath made before the start of the game. He also imitated Ye Liangqiu and stretched out his hand and hooked his fingers. Take this gift and treat it as my poor fool's ignorance. Let's compete again. Sounding. Ye Liangqiu chuckled and raised the corners of his mouth. He guessed that this would be the result. Maybe even Loki was confused. Deliberately created foul weapons are not applicable to this group of players. The monk almost yelled. His only chance to perform would actually fail because of the self-esteem of these players? Just when he wants to speak, a look shut him up. Shideo Longsheng looked at the monk calmly with his slender eyes. If you dare to do such a thing, I won't mind using your head to crack walnuts. Don't insult this game, you chestnut. The monk immediately did not dare to say anything. The two people he was most afraid of in his life were Ye Liangqiu and Shideo Longsheng in front of him. After all, these two people really dared to beat him up on the court. He had no doubt that if he retorted just now, I'm afraid Shido Ryasei's long legs might have struck him on the head. Chapter 226, Defeat Me. Something unexpected happened. After almost a second of silence, Ye Liangqiu started moving with the ball. A bloody mist seemed to be wrapped around his body. This is the result of what you sent yourself. Don't wait until the final game is over and start repenting again. Then come on. Let's have a final showdown, you idiots. The next second, all the players in the German penalty area started running, and the rhythm came back instantly. But this time, Rocky wanted to take action, but was intercepted by someone. Noah looked at him calmly. You have hidden a good weapon, but it seems that this weapon is of no use to this group of players. Loki half smiled. I guessed it. I know too. But I'm also testing. Oh. Noah was a little surprised. Test the players' loyalty. What else? Loki's eyes wandered, as if he had thought of something. Don't you think the current world championship is boring? There will always be a group of veterans competing on the battlefield, but whenever new stars rise, they will be affected by various reasons. Was suppressed due to the problem. I am very optimistic about the future of this group of players, and I want to test the bottom line of this group of players. If this goal, they shoot. Then I achieved the goal of this goal. Sexual desire triumphs over reason. But now the result is just the opposite. It seems that they are still rational. The corner of Noah's mouth raised. You thought about it before the game started, right? Loki was speechless. Just when the two bodies were fighting fiercely, the scene on the other side entered a fierce stage in an instant. Ye Liangqiu, who received the ball, looked at the Ice Weaver sheep who was running without the ball, and sent it out with a high kick, quickly widening the fighting area of the court. Only in this way can cause France's defense to be weak. Rhythm, breathing, blood, the heart seems to be beating faster and faster. That feeling seems to be warming up again. While Ye Liangqiu was running, the devil's eyes were looking down at all the players' movements in front of him, and his concentration had reached an unprecedented height. This game was the first time he had played so far, the highest specification and the strongest game. The two mentors left the field at the same time, and almost all the players on the French team had entered the flow state. In addition, the three pillars of Germany have completely collapsed. In order to deal with themselves, Caesar and Ji Xiai temporarily cooperated. It looks like everyone in France and Germany wants to drag themselves off the throne. It is also in this kind of high-intensity game that the ball will be taken away if you don't pay attention. But this feeling is particularly refreshing. Ridiculously cool. It's so refreshing that it hits your heart and makes your blood flow backwards. The audience who are watching this game, no matter how they say it, cannot understand that it is obviously a game, but it feels like a real battlefield to them, making people excited. Now in the whole situation, Caesar and I have a greater advantage, and everyone's assistance will be biased towards us. Is the Blue Prison New Hero War about to be updated? Li looked at the stadium. His cheeks seemed to be a little red with heat. After all, this huge bird's nest was full of people, and with this warm atmosphere, it was hot or not. Strange things. It seemed that he had no strength, but precisely because of this, Caesar's body suddenly lost control in the air, his balance completely disappeared, and he almost fell to the ground. The accurate landing point was exactly in the direction where Ye Liangqiu was running. The moment before Caesar touched the ball, Ye Liangqiu's right shoulder moved slightly, hitting Caesar's waist as he jumped up. He has seen his future? Bring everything you have to defeat me. However, Ye Liangqiu's tone was cold. Go away, you clown emperor. An incredible sense of oppression burst out from Ye Liangqiu. Old enemy. Ido Shirin, Shidoraya Seal, almost all the players who felt this aura turned around and looked sideways. It's time for the final experiment to begin. Has this guy given up everything? Ji Xian, who was running next to Caesar, was constantly observing Ye Liangqiu's next move. What did this guy plan to do? Is this here, right? Suddenly, a figure appeared, possessed by Caesar vines, and its vertical pupils stared at Ye Liangqiu, like a predatory beast. His body jumped up, and his legs and feet rushed directly towards the person who had not yet landed. Football. The awareness of death burst out in the hearts of these players, and their incomprehensible self really made this game come alive. Then give it a try and kill me. This is also the first time that I feel that you idiots really surprise me. But this is completely impossible. Facing an enemy who has played against him several times, Ye Liangqiu's weapons have been perfectly figured out. It's like the players in the World Championship all know each other, so they are inseparable. Huixin Shiveruiaoruao smiled, her eyes flashing. Don't worry, it won't be replaced yet. The future of this group of players has not yet reached the expected goal. When Charles saw Ye Liangqiu, who was like a ghost, he felt a cold feeling behind his back, but he smelled a different aura of scoring goals. If he cooperated with this guy, would it be better? And you have only a feeble faith in the one. Shido Longsheng curled his lips and smiled. Has this damn red-eyed BD finally entered the state? Ye Liangqiu took the opportunity to directly protect the ball and ran forward. And the same is true now. Regarding everything about Ye Liangqiu, almost all the players present have carefully studied how to fight against him. Ye Liangqiu ran wildly and rushed to the French midfield without the ball almost instantly. After receiving the pass, Bing Xiang passed it directly. I really want to try it once. Even his mentor kept watching Ye Liangqiu's shot that hit his heart. After all, we are all old acquaintances, so how could we not be familiar with this feeling? Mr. Huixin, after this game is over, Do you want to be like before, break through everything and shoot? But he is now in the French team. Ye Liangqiu's pupils have completely turned red, flames are beating in the pupils, and a wisp of black and red flames are flying in the corners of his eyes. No matter how the world looks at me, saying that I am the destroyer of the stadium, saying that I am the devil of the stadium, saying I ruined the pitch and said I dominated the game, but this was the first time I felt I was in the right place. Ji Xiai quickly started running. So how do you want to break through? The most threatening person in the game has also entered the flow state, then the real game finally begins. Chapter 227 Burning Life. At this moment, a game is taking place on the court. The French players were frantically moving towards Ye Liangqiu's position to double team, and even Bing Xiang was being targeted by the Ukrainian travelers. You found your place though, but you are also an added layer of weakness for him. As long as I intercept you, it is impossible for Ye Liangqiu to break through to the French goal alone. A crow with spread wings suddenly appeared behind Wu Traveler, completely wrapping the Ice Weaver sheep in it. Ice Xiang gritted his teeth and tried to rush to the future he saw with all his strength. Unfortunately, the physical strength of the confrontation was simply incomparable to Wu Traveler, a long-handed monster. The fierce collision between the two resulted in that when Ye Liangqiu sprinted forward with the ball, no one could respond to the ball. After all, Ji Xiai and Caesar have become a whole. These two men monopolized the entire German team. If the ball is passed out now, I am afraid it will be very difficult for Ye Liangqiu to find opportunities to score goals. It seems that you have been abandoned. Itoshi spit out hot arrogance from his mouth, and suddenly rushed in front of Ye Liangqiu with a kick. His sharp eyes seemed to see through Ye Liangqiu. I was abandoned. Ye Liangqiu chuckled. Why do you think I need help from others? Everyone has been my enemy since I came to this stadium. How can I be called abandoned? Before that, you idiot, first cure yourself of drooling. The veins on Itoshi cheek popped out, and he stretched out his legs and feet to grab it in an instant. But Ye Liangqiu's Demon King's eye had already seen that this guy's action was a fake one. The moment he stretched out his leg and wanted to take it back, he pulled the ball to the left and quickly rushed out to the side. This exaggerated reaction speed made Itoshi stunned. But now Itoshi is also in the destroyer mode, and his concentration has reached an unprecedented level. The moment Ye Liangqiu rushed out, his arm had already been raised and pressed directly on Ye Liangqiu's belly. The speed was so fast, come on, even Ye Liangqiu was a little surprised. This guy has attacked so many games, and his reaction speed shouldn't be called reaction speed, it should be a subconscious action. The auras of the two bodies were intertwined, and monsters and dead bones spread crazily. The French players who were observing around him were frightened. It was almost impossible for them to intervene in the battle between these two people. After all, they had already made a clear judgment when they faced off against those mentors before, and once they got involved in such an exaggerated battle, maybe the moment they enter, Ye Liangqiu will use them as a springboard and be defeated. So don't be careless. This was a life and death goal, and the French players could only watch helplessly as Itoshi and Ye Liangqiu engaged in a 1vs1 battle. It is better to be a mad beast than a trapped beast trapped in the mire. Itoshi, the speed of your growth has whetted my appetite. Ye Liangqiu raised the corners of his mouth and licked his lips. The fire in his eyes continued to grow. Aren't you disgusting? Itoshi whole body was exerting force, and the veins on his arms were already exposed. When the two were in the blue prison, they had countless head-on confrontations, but every time it was Ye Liang. Autumn wins. It is this competitive spirit that makes Ishirin eager to win. I must defeat Ye Liangqiu here and make him pay the price for his arrogance? Ye Liangqiu spoke softly. The so-called burning life is to let the strongest self face the strongest enemy. Instead of being so cowardly that you think you will definitely lose. Only the determination to die can awaken you idiots. Itoshi, are you in your strongest state now? Is there any mistake? What I want to defeat is not a beast that still has reason. As he spoke, the power coming from Ye Liangqiu's body became more and more terrifying. Itoshi arms were somewhat unable to suppress it, and his words entered his mind. There was a burst of astonishment in Itoshi eyes, and his eyes looked at Ye Liangqiu, who still had a faint smile on his face. For the first time, I discovered that it wasn't just him who had changed. Ye Liangqiu has also changed. This guy has gone completely crazy. Even his brain could no longer analyze this crazy monster. Have you not reached your limit in his eyes? So where are your limits? Suddenly, a figure rushed out. Shido Longsheng was filled with a terrifying aura, and his body seemed to be covered with circles of black flames. You two bastards, do you regard this place as your playground? I said that I will kill you as slimes. The addition of Shido Ryasei ignited Itoshi in an instant. His pupils contracted violently, and his arms subconsciously stretched to block Shido Dragon Saint's attack. Itoshi expression was ferocious. Go away, I don't need your perverted help. He is the prey I want to kill. Shido Longsheng was dumbfounded. He looked at the arm holding his chest and cursed loudly. I am a member of the same team, and you are actually guarding me. Why don't you see who the enemy is? Itoshi didn't care about that. His destructive desire had been completely aroused, and his tongue moved wider and wider. Enemy. My enemy is all you egoists who carry that stinky breath. Suddenly, Ye Liangqiu's voice sounded. So have you ever risked your life to play football? Then for this last ball, I will let you experience the real death stadiumed. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu's body burst out with a huge force, which directly shook Ito Shirin's arm away, and the whole person rushed out. Ito Shirin chased forward. Shido Longsheng followed closely behind, and the two of them tried to intercept, one on the left and the other on the right. In front of Ye Liangqiu, the French team Shiguang and Zhan Tai also suddenly appeared and directly intercepted Ye Liangqiu. The two of them stood ready, with sweat on their cheeks. This is the last line of defense outside the penalty area. If Ye Liangqiu is allowed to break through, the advantage will directly come to Germany. 4 double teams. When Ye Liangqiu was about to arrive, Shijuan and Zhan Tai pulled directly to the left and right, leaving enough space to block them directly. Seeing the two of them, Ye Liangqiu's speed did not slow down, and even became faster and faster. This guy doesn't plan. Suddenly, Ito Shirin and Shido Ryusei suddenly thought of a weapon in Ye Liangqiu. This guy didn't want to kick the ball to his future self, and then used the shooting weapon to directly do it. Super long-range shot? As soon as I think of this, a sense of crisis spreads throughout my body. When seeing the defensive actions of Time and Zhan Tai, Ito Shirin quickly spoke, "Don't hold me back. Stand where you are and intercept me." Chapter 228 The Decisive Moment. On the other side, 4 figures were quietly approaching this chaotic battlefield. Kaiseki has completely discovered that Ito Shirin is different from Caesar. He is an egoist. The reason why he is extremely dangerous in this game is because he will use Ye Liang to do it. Chu Dang is the target of observation. Just like Ma Lang's predator vision, he will regard Ye Liangqiu as the target of prey, thus constantly expanding his vision and predicting some accidents that should not exist. And from it, we can more clearly analyze the situation on sight. The more Ito Shirin is obsessed with Ye Liangqiu, the more exaggerated power he can display. But on the contrary, he will let down a small amount of vigilance to the enemies around him. Ji Shiai's brain is running all the time, and the speed of action can no longer keep up with the speed of his brain. The decisive moment has arrived. The most critical prediction is that you must not make any mistakes. You must learn to use your own weapons to predict the movements of these monsters and the landing point of the final ball. The crazy flying puzzle pieces made Ji Shiai disappear on the court, and his movements seemed to have been completely obscured by the light of these monsters. Caesar on the other side saw Ji Shiai running towards the goal without the ball. He seemed to have guessed what he wanted to do. Damn BD, I knew the clown who was unwilling to fall would tear up the agreement. Caesar's face was ferocious, vines were entangled, and he stared directly in the direction of Ye Liangqiu. Now the cracks have appeared. The 5 huge eyeballs shining with different lights and auras in the sky above the court are all staring at the figure in the center of the court. Yes, that's what it feels like. This kind of pleasure makes me intoxicated. Ye Liangqiu's eyes were completely red. Looking at the figure blocking him in front of him, countless breakthrough routes and shooting routes appeared. The moment Shija and Zantetsu heard Ito Shirin's words, it was already too late. Ye Liangqiu tiptoed a little, and the football flew up, rushing out behind Zhan Tai and Shiguang. Shiju and Zantetsu reacted half a beat faster to Ito Shirin's voice, so they immediately came to their senses and turned around to fight for the ball. However, Ye Liangqiu's speed exploded again. While passing by the two people, his arms were like wings, holding the shoulders of the two people to prevent them from turning around. This usual arm usage is very useful at any time. It's just that the muscles in Shijuan's body were like water, and he turned around violently, still muttering, "No. Just this short moment was enough for Ye Liangqiu to touch the ball again. At this time, he unexpectedly came out. Caesar bypassed the battlefield and rushed out again. His eyes were arrogant and he directly stepped on the ball. His eyes were as hot as the sun. He had already predicted that Ye Liangqiu would dribble the ball and force a breakthrough, and it was impossible to send the ball away. Since then, Ye Liangqiu has had 3 ways to break through: the rainbow pass, the crotch pass, and the last direct fake shot. But all paths have a landing point, that is, they must bypass Zanti and time. After all, behind Ye Liangqiu, Ito Shirin and Shido Ryusheng are watching with eager eyes. It is impossible for him to pass by. Eventually, under Caesar's exquisite calculation, this will inevitably reach the ball at his feet. That's the perfect answer. At this time, Ye Liangqiu suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, under this temptation, you people have forgotten one thing. Having the ball doesn't mean you can shoot. Besides, I want to grab the ball, can you stop me? Caesar's eyes opened slightly. What does this guy want to do? Why do I suddenly feel a dangerous aura? The moment he turned around quickly with the ball, Ye Liangqiu followed him with a cold breath all over his body. The vines wrapped around Caesar seemed to be frozen little by little, turning into broken particles and disappearing. In an instant, under Caesar's astonished gaze, Ye Liangqiu's figure was already parallel to his. At the same time, the group of French players who were eyeing him behind had already begun to rush over. Damn it! Caesar gritted his teeth, his heart burning with anger. In this desperate situation, is it necessary to try again? Try Emperor Impact? The last failure has reduced his value, and he even needs to cooperate with the clown Ji Shiai to be able to fight against Ye Liangqiu. Now, as long as my Emperor's attack is successful, then everything I have can come back. But, what if it failed? Caesar's brain was in chaos, and the consequences of failure were too serious. This was the game-killing goal. As long as he held firm and used everything he had to break through the existing endgame, he would still be able to gain the attention of the world. But in this case, I will not improve at all. Still unable to surpass Ye Liangqiu. Damn it, BD, idiot, what on earth are you thinking? This game is a fight, a battlefield. I hold the weapon to kill everyone, but I actually become cowardly. No, right now, immediately, I need to release my weapons. Thinking about it, Caesar looked over. The French player seemed to have noticed his leg-raising movement and quickly shouted to defend. This guy is going to shoot? Caesar has slowly raised his right leg, and the vines are flying. There was a bang sound. A huge roar sounded. Just now, a figure suddenly came out. Charles appeared out of nowhere and hit his calf with a sliding football. It flew high into the sky and blocked Caesar's shooting route. Damn brat. Caesar was furious, looking at the football flying behind him with astonishment in his eyes. Seal's fierce eyes were revealed. You weirdo covered with vines, you still want to shoot. Are you looking down on me too much? The football in the sky instantly reminded everyone of Ye Liangqiu. Sure enough, this perfect air football, Ye Liangqiu has already soared into the sky. But this time, it was not just him, but 3 people. Shido Ryusei and Idoshi Rin also jumped up while running, and all 3 people looked at the football. Shido Ryusei pressed his entire body sideways towards the football. Trying to protect the football on his chest also happened to block the weapon Ye Liangqiu wanted to use. Seeing this scene, Ye Liangqiu almost cursed. You perverted BD, do you want to kick you too? Shido Longsheng had an arrogant smile on his face. Do you also want to get a yellow card? At this time, Idoshi Rin also stretched out his legs and feet, trying to hook the ball directly. However, he found a hand pressing across his chest. He turned around and looked at Ye Liangqiu, but what surprised him was, how did this guy's legs and feet act like a shooting motion? Do you really want to play with Shido Ryusei? Chapter 229 The Emperor's Impact? The extreme sense of distance caused the 3 of them to assume a strange posture in the air. Shido Longsheng also noticed this situation, and quickly moved his hands to protect his head. Obviously, even he did not dare to bet against the madman Ye Liangqiu. Does this guy dare to shoot directly? Don't you want to give it a try and defeat it? Then come and stop my shot. Ye Liangqiu's pupils glowed red, and countless dead bones seemed to emerge from his legs and feet. While pressing his arm on Idoshi Rin's chest, he kicked the ball out with a fierce kick. This amazing angle. Football did not touch Shido Ryusei. Instead, it presents a fatal arc and hits the goal. Is this the Emperor's shock that Caesar studied? Seeing this scene, Caesar was completely dumbfounded. No, how is this possible? How could this guy reproduce a weapon that he didn't even master? Could it be that just by relying on understanding and eyes, I could perfectly reproduce my own thoughts? But why? Can Ye Liangqiu devour himself with just one glance? This is impossible. Caesar did not believe that Ye Liangqiu could devour him in such a short period of time. Moreover, the Emperor's impact was the ultimate weapon that he had studied for a long time. The difficult shot also carried high risks. Even I would be afraid of the failure of this kind of shot. But now, what is going on? How long did it take for this BD to start devouring himself silently? You damn rat, BD. When Idoshi Rin saw the high spin ball, he immediately thought of Caesar's Emperor impact. Is this red-eyed BD trying to devour Caesar's failed goal? You're right, it's the Emperor's impact, the ultimate weapon of the Clown Emperor. Although he hasn't completed it, I can help him complete it ahead of time. Suddenly, Ye Liangqiu's voice sounded. After all, I'm not a fool. I'm always there every day, walking on the ground. If you geniuses think that I will just wait for you to catch up, isn't it ridiculous? Since we are enemies on the same track, then, we should enjoy the huge gap after being swallowed up. Idiots. Damn it. The moment Shido Ryusei landed, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the goal. He saw that the football's shooting path was extremely unstable. The high-speed rotating football drew an arc in midair, but the football was still spinning. This kind of ball is difficult for even the goalkeeper to catch, unless the whole body pounces on it. The French players, when the 3 of them were in the air, were all focused on the ball and had no time to return to defense. This resulted in only 3 people in front of the goal being able to defend the goal. Under tremendous pressure, several French players thought rapidly. The moment the ball reached the goal, the goalkeeper made a downward movement because he saw clearly that the angle of rotation of the football was moving towards the lower right corner of the goal. As long as he pressed the ball directly with his body, the football would not be able to run away, right? It was precisely with this idea that the goalkeeper took a step forward and immediately commanded, guard left and right. It's down there. This ball is shot towards the bottom of the goal. In an instant, the entire goal was blocked. The moment the football follows the trajectory and rushes towards the goalkeeper makes a diving action. Too tender. Ye Liangqiu raised the corner of his mouth. His Emperor's impact was not the ultimate weapon that completely devoured Caesar, but an improvement on his own ultimate weapon after seeing the Emperor's impact. The variability of Tianqiu and Tinpiu will produce more chemical reactions. For example, the previous Tinpiu and Tianqiu were straight shots, sometimes with a slight arc, but they still looked like fast, accurate and hard shots. Now, adding the previous foundation, rotation, and arc are added. In this way, both heavenly punishment and heavenly punishment have been completely strengthened. The only difficulty is that it requires a good timing for this kind of ball to be reflected. And now Ye Liangqiu is also experimenting to see if it can succeed. Just when the goalkeeper thought that this ball could definitely be stopped by flying, the ball's trajectory suddenly became faster. A boom sound. The football landed with a sound and actually hit the ground. The powerful impact instantly caused the football to bottom out and bounce in front of the goalkeeper, forming a V shape and rushing towards the goal. Almost all the players were stunned. Is this calculated? Ye Liangqiu originally planned to kick the ball to the ground in front of the goal, but then bounced and let the ball rush into the goal on its own, instead of shooting directly? How on earth did he come up with this meticulous thought? And how? Just when the ball bottomed out and bounced towards the upper right corner of the goal, a figure jumped up high. Loki was completely annoyed. The veins on his cheeks were bulging and the muscles on his thighs were perfectly displayed. The whole person was like a black cheetah, jumping at an astonishing speed, directly knocking this person out. A goal that should have been scored was bitten off. Loki exhaled a puff of air from the corner of his mouth and looked at everyone, then at Ye Liangqiu. Very good, you succeeded in making my blood boil. The French team didn't even react, and even some players had already thought about how to react later. As a result, Loki stopped him. That's great. Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but praise him. With this kind of ball, he was able to intercept the ball at the moment of the final goal. How fast is this guy? As he said that, he looked at Ye Liangqiu. He was probably very annoyed that he didn't score this goal, right? After all the effort was expended, the final advantage returned to France. But at the moment when Ye Liangqiu looked back, he saw Ye Liangqiu's smile, that creepy smile. Why is this guy still laughing when his shot is blocked? At this time, Ye Liangqiu said softly, are you too into the drama? I have never considered defeated generals like you as my opponents. The loser should be buried among withered bones. I also have goals that I need to challenge myself. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu's violent aura was fully revealed. At this moment, Loki kicked the ball directly to Seal's feet with a high pass. His pupils looked at Seal like a wild beast. Release all your nature. I can bear everything you have. No need to imagine your fate. This will be the first moment of pleasure in your football career. Charles had also been ignited and smiled, but it was a little evil. Then I will pass the most threatening ball. In an instant, Loki started. Surrounded by light beams, his speed exploded. A full-scale French counter-offensive was sounded. Chapter 230, Physical Exhaustion. This is really a crazy thing that makes people scratch their heads. A group of monsters having fun. Ice Weaver's mind went blank, as if he could no longer keep up with the rhythm of the game. His transcendent vision was completely unable to understand this group of monsters wearing human skins on the field. Inner thoughts. All the actions of this group of players now seem to him to be the most primitive impulses. To score a goal, give up everything? There seems to be a crack in the eyeballs on the court, and this crack seems to be breaking faster. Ji Shii was out of breath, predicting the end. He didn't catch the actions of the three people just now, nor did he expect that Ye Liangqiu wouldn't pass the ball. Instead, he shot directly in the sky. My physical strength is running out. It's all gone. No, it has to stop. Otherwise, the brain will be starved of oxygen. Ji Shi's eyes seemed to be a little dark, and the dizziness coming from his body was getting more and more serious. This was the first time he had experienced this feeling. If it had been when he first entered the Blue Prison half a year ago, he might have fainted. It's really physically demanding. Not just him, there was almost no one in the entire stadium who could maintain decent physical strength. The sweat on everyone's cheeks was like rain. Once they stopped, they would probably fall to the ground in an instant. The only thing that can keep them running is that the reason for this game is to shoot and enjoy the attention of the world. Are they all monsters? The players from other teams sitting in the lounge watching this game were stunned. The whole game was a battle, and the core players of both sides almost didn't end up. This kind of high intensity, are you afraid that if you don't finish a game, you will faint at the end? King Rei, we won't have this kind of competition in the future, right? Nagisa Shiro looked dull. Looking at the scene on the screen, he was very scared. If this kind of competition was placed on him, he would die. Prince Ling stared at the screen. To be precise, our subsequent games will probably be like this. Now the selection is only in the Blue Prison. If we really enter the U20 team, the enemies we will face in the future will be teams from other countries. That kind of world-class competition is the most deadly. Sometimes I can't even take a break for the whole game. Nagisa Shiro lay down and looked at the ceiling. How about I give up? Not only him, but others who saw this game were shocked by the physical strength of this group of people, and at the same time, they were also discussing this game and the changes in this group of players. Be it Caesar or not. There are also Ito Shirin, Shido Ryasei, and others. Almost in this game, they have seen too many exciting and shocking scenes, and that sense of urgency has forced this group of players to be a little anxious. It's really too strong, this group of players on the field. As if noticing the tightness among the players, the team's mentor smiled. Ye Liangqiu looked at Bingzi Sheep with a half-smile, and asked, don't you believe Noah? This may be why Loki started to explode with full force. Those who live in the past can never defeat those of the present. But Loki, otherwise, the defense doesn't need you. Like Loki. Regarding the question of Ice Weaver Sheep, Ye Liangqiu shook his head. He had always let nature take its course. Rather than trying to discuss tactics, he wanted to challenge the unknown test. Only the pleasure gained in this way was the purest. Go back a few hours. After all, Noah is their mentor. When Ice Weaver said these words, doesn't it mean that he doesn't believe that Noah can stop Loki? Ye Liangqiu understood what he meant. After all, he knew the importance of this game, and only the most critical shot on the court would attract the attention of the world. This is the real reason why I want you to conserve your strength. I can pass the ball for you to minimize the number of runs you make, so that you, the only one in Germany who can compete with Rocky, have a chance to prevent the game from being ended. Seeing this situation, Bing Xiang also rubbed his eyebrows, closed his eyes slightly, and after thinking for a while, he slowly said, if this game is a tug-of-war, you must save your excess energy and score the last goal. So, sometimes it's not just looking that can change the facts. After all, I don't like defending either. Ice Weaver suddenly said, our next game may be a tug-of-war. How do you plan to play? Every instructor is a scoring machine. If you don't work hard, others will surpass you sooner or later. Of course, it was also thanks to Bing Guiyang talking to him before the game. But each other is not 100% able to intercept the other. But make sure that the final winning goal is in your hands. At this moment on the court, France's counterattack was very fast, but it was intercepted in time. Charles was holding the ball. This guy's reaction speed seemed to have slowed down a lot with the passage of time. It was obvious that he was physically exhausted. Bing Xiang shook his head. Everyone has their own strengths. This has been proven in previous games. All the instructors are using the ultimate weapons to create the ultimate goals. Because he knew that if the tug-of-war continued like this, I'm afraid, all the players would be physically exhausted. Compared to the French and German players, Ye Liangqiu's physical strength was not consumed at all. This guy's physical strength was like a bottomless pit. Bing Xiang was helpless. Although it was not clear whether Ye Liangqiu heard it, he continued, conservation of physical strength is not to deal with Caesar and Ji Xiai. But others don't know that Ye Liangqiu's S-level physique has been helping him quickly recover his physical strength. Moreover, when France scored a goal before, he hardly participated in the defense, so he saved a lot of physical strength and stayed here. The last one. It doesn't matter who scored the first few goals. Just stay in the midfield and wait for the ball. I've seen the video of that guy. He's very fast and has a strong burst. In terms of speed, you and him are almost evenly matched, but as a mentor, he can only play for 3 minutes. These 3 minutes are when France is full of firepower. According to my guess, it should be when the team's survival is at stake. Ye Liangqiu drank the milk tea in his mouth and watched the players fighting in the stadium with great interest. Listening to Bing Xiang's uncharacteristically serious look, Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but stretched out his hand to rub his head and said with a smile, okay, then I'll listen to you just once. In my opinion, Noah can't stop Rocky from shooting, but the two are equally capable of scoring. Bing Xiang stared at Ye Liangqiu with his big eyes at this time, and said word by word, you must not participate in the defense in the next game, unless the game is about to be ended. Chapter 231 Chance of Winning. Ice Weaver Sheep spoke seriously, so, you must save enough energy to prevent Loki from coming on at the last moment and starting to tear apart our formation. The so-called hope is not my expectation, nor my sustenance. But the only chance to win can only be found in you. Time returns to the present. And as this game goes on, the physical strength left by Ye Liangqiu on the field was something Ji Xiai and Caesar never thought of. That is, when they were waiting for a full counterattack, the ultimate weapon against their mentor was revealed at this moment. Rocky launched a final charge against the exhausted French players. As long as it can stick to the past, Germany will still have a chance to win. Otherwise, they will be overturned by France. In an instant, Charles reacted as quickly as possible and passed the ball directly to Rocky's feet. The two people crossed at an astonishing speed. But the next second, a figure exuding a terrifying aura came in front of him. Noah's expression was cold, and his body movements were as precise as a robot's, without any mistakes. He straddled his left foot in front of Seal, blocking him. Root forward. When Charles saw Noah, he showed his fangs and gasped. He was a little angry. These guys were all lunatics and freaks, and in this game, he felt that he was restrained. If it weren't for Itoshi Rin with the suppressive power of Shadow Dragon Saint, this game would have ended long ago. However, now that the dawn has just appeared, Noah actually accurately started to intercept the passer. The best striker in the world. Get away. Charles gritted his teeth and pressed forward quickly, trying to pass directly under Noah. Unfortunately, Noah's eyes were like rulers. With his precise movements, there were no mistakes at all, and his whole body followed Seal's direction. This is what he calls reasonableness. In anything about football, he does not allow himself to go beyond the unreasonable, whether it is scoring goals, interceptions, or breathing rhythm. Noah strictly controls his desires, just like an ice cube. Cannot be melted. In this mode, Noah always maintains unimaginable concentration, or flow state. Noah has been able to perfectly use his flow state as a weapon. This is one of his weapons. Facing Noah, Seal only felt that there was a huge mountain in front of him. This feeling was no less than when Loki used weapons to defeat him, but it was different between the two. Seeing that Seal has been completely intercepted, Loki's speed quickly increased. Then I will defeat them one by one, starting from the slowest one. There was a boom. His body rushed out like a beam of light. Originally, the physical exertion rate of the German players could not keep up with the intensity of this game, which resulted in neither Ji Xiai nor Caesar even reacting. Loki's whole body was wrapped with a bolt of lightning that had already passed over the two of them. Pace. Veins popped up on Caesar's cheeks, and he looked back at Loki fiercely. Not only was this guy's pace exactly the same as Ye Liangqiu's, but they both had that kind of big stride, and one step would even make him run faster. Others keep a little more distance. This results in ridiculously fast speeds. The main thing is explosive power. Damn, Caesar was helpless and looked at Loki as if a steel knife was penetrating Germany's skin and piercing his heart. Are we going to lose? Caesar was a little unwilling. After all, if this game ends in this way, his mentality will explode directly. At this moment, a blood-red figure appeared. Ye Liangqiu's black hair danced wildly, and his blood-red eyes, coupled with a weird smile, made Caesar tremble with fear. This guy has just unleashed his full strength now? What kind of international joke are you kidding? However, seeing Ye Liangqiu chasing Loki little by little, Caesar actually had an idea that he couldn't believe for the first time, that is, hoping that Ye Liangqiu would defeat Loki. Yes, that's right. Once this idea comes to mind, it is impossible to stop it. Sweat continued to flow on Caesar's cheeks. Damn BD. I actually poured my expectations into my life and death enemy. Emperor. Ha, what kind of bullshit emperor am I? Just when Caesar was laughing at himself, Ji Shiai's physical strength was completely exhausted. He ran slowly in the midfield. Although his brain was still thinking, it was already overloaded and he even felt like he would faint at any time. Being able to stand on the court is all about willpower. He looked at Ye Liangqiu and gave a bitter smile. The only chance, a comeback? Or a desperate counterattack, it all depends on what Rocky and Ye Liangqiu do with this last ball. Moreover, Ji Shiai not only saw this dangerous existence, Shirin and Shidorayusei were also completely crazy. In order to fight for this ball, together with Loki, the three formed an unstoppable super offensive triangle formation, based on victory. The chemical reaction actually completed. You know, in the previous game, even Loki did not dare to let Shirin and Shidorayusei be in the same team, just because the two did not cooperate, and even had side effects. Just like red card ending. But now, it is obvious that this game has brought these two monsters together, fighting for only one goal. For example, he and Caesar devoured each other and cooperated with each other, just to kill Ye Liangqiu. Shirin and Shidorayusei have obviously also entered this state. Are all of them so crazy? Ji Shiai's chest was heaving and he was exhaling deeply. No matter whether this game would fail because of Loki's super attack, the game is not over yet, just like when Ye Liangqiu was a ghost. It's the same thing I said when I arrested someone at the first level. As long as the ball hasn't hit the net yet, then the game continues. If hope exists, then you will risk your life until your heart stops beating to win the cheers of the world. Let them see their own glory. Ji Shiai's body began to move quickly, but it could be seen from his ferocious face that he was in extreme pain now. After all, the load brought on by the body cannot be stopped by giving yourself a few words. At this moment, the whole world's attention has come to the goal. The corner of Loki's mouth raised, the slow ones have been eliminated, so it's time to enjoy the fast ones chasing them. Ye Liangqiu's figure was already behind him, like monsters roaring one after another. This time, I'm here to defeat you. P.S. Regarding the 2-day break, I took 2 days off. It was National Day, 2 days off. Then there is the bad news to tell the babies. I may only be able to update once a day, because I am starting to write a new book. Chapter 232, Battle. A future of hope, a future full of ambition. I am not a god, but I carry some people's expectations. This expectation makes my blood boil, just to let them see the strongest self. Ye Liangqiu murmured softly, and his voice broke into Loki's ears. He looked back with a smile. Rocky's speed is still accelerating, and the two of them are like red lightning rushing towards the goal. If I remember correctly, you didn't have such suppressive power in the last game. It seems that in a short period of time, you have grown to a point that I can't even imagine. Ye Liangqiu, you have become a very attractive striker. Whether it is on this stadium or you are standing on the stage that belongs to me, those cheers and shouts will accompany today's battle. Completely blossomed. Come challenge me, come try to defeat me. My stage is already in front of you. Loki's breath was surging, and he did not hide his hot fighting spirit. Although Ye Liangqiu is a rising star, for him, Ye Liangqiu has already arrived. Enemies belonging to his level. Abandon the identity of a mentor, use the identity of a player to exert your full strength, and enjoy this game full of pleasure. That's what I have to do now. The speeds of the two are about to be parallel. After all, Ye Liangqiu is running without the ball, while Rocky is carrying the ball, so the speeds are naturally different. Almost at the moment when the two are parallel, Ye Liangqiu directly launched the offensive, the devil's eyes flashed red, and the clock was spinning crazily. The moment Loki was predicting how he was going to grab the ball, he had already seen the future and directly stretched out his legs and feet, trying to directly intercept future Loki. Unfortunately, although Loki could not see the future, he was keenly aware of Ye Liangqiu stretching out his legs and feet, and quickly stretched out his right arm to cover Ye Liangqiu's eyes. Through previous games, he knew that Ye Liangqiu could see the future scene. He even got an incredible result through the calculation in the video. The future that Ye Liangqiu can see is 3 seconds. In these 3 seconds, as long as the future he sees is accurate, it means that there will be no error in the result of head-to-head versus 1. If you want to interrupt the accuracy of predicting the future, Loki has been thinking. In the end, he can only use the dirtiest method to fight against Ye Liangqiu, which is to block his vision. You are able to predict the future through your eyes, then I will cover your eyes. Just like the future has countless lines, the future you can see is also one of them. Logically speaking, even if it blocks your vision, it cannot be blocked. Unfortunately, this kind of prediction of future results cannot prevent the unknown from coming. Just like Ye Liangqiu observes the surrounding information through the eyes of the devil, and thus obtains countless breakthrough routes for grabbing the ball, shooting, and dribbling, but in his blind spot, there are many people who cannot observe it and cannot predict it. Their future. As long as they insert themselves into Ye Liangqiu's field of vision within 3 seconds, then the future predicted before will also change accordingly. In the same way, with such a short reaction time, people cannot think quickly. The moment Ye Liangqiu was blocked from view, a figure rushed out from behind him. Heroine was wrapped in a destructive aura, and his arm directly pressed against Ye Liangqiu's chest. Unexpected changes lead to changes in the future. The feet that were stretched out naturally fell into vain. Really? Loki smiled. The future you see is a collection of countless information. These collections allow you to get a future that is almost impossible to change, but unknown information is suddenly inserted into this impossible to change in the future. There will also be changes in the future. It seems like your future vision. There is still a way to overcome it. It's just more difficult. Loki said these words without euphemism. Of course, he did not question Ye Liangqiu's weak ability. You must know that France has used various tactics to barely suppress Ye Liangqiu and Germany. Even if Loki plays in person now, he will have to cooperate with Itoshi to have a chance to defeat Ye Liangqiu. Ye Liangqiu snorted coldly. The moment Itoshi pressed it against his chest, he quickly exerted force on his body and threw his right leg towards the ball at Loki's feet. He could feel that Itoshi current power was no longer as terrifying as before. Obviously, not only the German but also the French players are exhausted from the continuous defense and attack. A physical prince like Itoshi is almost exhausted, let alone the group of French players. What Ice Weaver Sheep said was right. As long as we hold on to this last desperate counterattack, there is still a chance to shoot. Without any hesitation, when Loki saw Ye Liangqiu's unrelenting pursuit of the ball, he exhaled a cloud of air from the corner of his mouth, his chest began to rise and fall, and he accelerated out again in an instant. Faced with a full-scale outbreak of Loki, not far away from the blind spot on the left, Noah and Seal are rushing towards each other. On the right, Shadow Longsheng and the French players Antetsu are also rushing towards them. The chemical reaction of the super attack system has been perfectly displayed at this moment. France's shooting routes exist from all angles of the goal and on all routes. Now Rocky only needs to shoot, and even if it is blocked, the French players will take care of it. In the same way, the German players Black Name, Bingui, and Ness were already at the bottom line of the goal, frantically blocking those French players who were charging desperately. At this moment, the front of the goal has become a battlefield of fighting. Caesar's face was ferocious and his cheeks were covered with sweat. He suddenly appeared on Loki's side and directly tried to grab the ball with a sliding tackle. But Loki had already raised his feet, his pupils dilated, and a perfect shooting point appeared in front of him. There was a bang sound. A whirled wave rushed towards the goal. The football was wrapped with full arrogance, as if a blue cheetah had bitten the ball and ran in the air, rushing towards the goal. Everyone is looking at this ball. But at the moment when the ball was about to fall into the net, a figure jumped up high, black hair flying wildly. Ji Xiai gritted his teeth, and the reflection of a football appeared in his eyes. Don't even think about it. Boom sound. The football hit Ji Xiai directly in the abdomen. The severe pain made Ji Xi open his mouth, but the football was directly cushioned by his body. Madman, the always crazy Shadow Longsheng could not help but curse. After all, if you directly use your body to catch the ball, aren't you afraid of going off the field? However, a wry smile appeared at the corner of Ji Xiai's mouth. As early as the moment he caught the ball, he had planned to use his legs and feet to block it, but his body was completely exhausted, and even the height of the jump could only be so high. Finally, I held the ball in my belly. Chapter 233 The world is discovering you. But fortunately, this fatal shot was blocked. Ji Shi glanced at the ball that fell on the ground and immediately called out to Gamera who was standing beside him. Gamera stepped forward and kicked the ball out. The shot was aimed at the Ice Weaver that had moved towards the midfield range. That's right, the resonance of the players who transcended the horizon. The moment Ji Shi appeared, all the players with this weapon had already begun to retreat towards the midfield. The last counterattack broke out completely at this moment. Ye Liangqiu turned around and sprinted towards France. He looked back at Ji Xiai and praised him for the first time. Well done, Ji Xiai. Even he didn't expect that Ji Xiai could predict all their actions and finally appear in front of the goal. Even Rocky's ball was blocked. If shooting is the only shining moment, then Ji Xiai is now a veritable hero of Germany, just because he blocked this most critical goal. Itoshi also wanted to retreat quickly, but for a moment, his legs were a little numb. He looked at his legs in shock. The high-pressure mode left over from the destroyer mode instantly made his body fall into unimaginable load status. Damn it, move. Ishirin pinched his legs and feet with both hands, trying to make his body move. However, waves of numbness did not give him a chance to react, and he was already kneeling on the ground. The limit has been reached. His body is forcing him to rest. However, the veins on Ito Shirin's cheeks are constantly bulging. He does not allow himself to fail like this, let alone fail because of his own reasons. But now, he can't even stand up. Not just him, almost half of the French players were exhausted in the previous counterattack and were unable to stop Germany's last counterattack. In an instant, several figures shuttled across the court. It's just extremely tearing from the audience's perspective. Most of the German and French players were jogging slowly on half of the court, as if they were doing warm-up exercises. But if you look closely, you can see that each of their faces is covered with sweat. Every move is filled with sweat, accompanied by involuntary trembling of body muscles. Even the commentator was silent. We've reached our limit. The players on both sides have completely exhausted all their physical strength in the competition and fighting. What we can see is that they are using perseverance to continue the game. But in sports competitions, this situation is very common. After all, players' physical strength needs a little bit of exercise to improve in daily life. As he said that, the commentator continued to look at the people speeding on the court. Nowadays, the only ones who still have a lot of physical strength on the court are mentor Noah, Rocky, Monk, Ye Liangqiu, who have just played for a short time, and some midfielders who have never touched the ball before. However, Xiaoyar actually still had the energy to keep up, which Ye Liangqiu did not expect. That's right, this guy actually quickly stepped in after Rocky lost the ball. Obviously, he wanted to intercept Ye Liangqiu in front of the goal. For a moment, France was in the penalty area. In the beautiful autumn night, the Ice Weaver sheep and Noah began to show a triangle linkage. This is the only chance. Only looked at the situation on the court and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Hui Xin, why did you think Rocky didn't score the last goal? And now it's a physical battle. I said, this is a world of self-interest and ambition. But obviously, this goal was observed by Ji Xiai. Didn't I tell you before that Ye Liangqiu's eyes are very special? But it's exactly what Huixin said. As long as the linkage between Ye Liangqiu and Noah can successfully break through France's defense, there will be no suspense in this game. As he said this, Only had some reluctance in his eyes. If this is what it means, these players we have worked so hard to train will eventually be sold to others. It's to create the world's #1 striker. It's to make the whole football world tremble. It's to let them know that my plan is to crush the current football world. Football will always have its place in the blue prison. When facing his defense, it is already a great thing to be able to break through, but in this case, there is no obstruction in front of him to shoot, so naturally he can only deceive the goalkeeper, or shoot directly. Suddenly, Huey's heart skipped a beat. Who said I was going to sell them? Only looked at Hui Xin with puzzled eyes. Isn't it what I thought? Discovering you too. Remember? Only rolled his eyes, causing her to worry in vain. Moreover, I want this group of players to know which path to take so that they can be best nurtured. It's all their choice. Huixin suddenly shrugged. Of course, the premise is that the funds are sufficient. After all, these facilities cost a lot of money. Even if this game ends, the blue prison will not end because of the departure of this group of players. So the interception was successful. Under normal circumstances, I think Loki should be able to observe Ji Xiai's movements. As the outside world says, the current blue prison is a place where countless monsters and geniuses want to break through the threshold and enter. They have begun to take pride in entering the blue prison. The world is discovering us. Huixin put her fingers on her chin. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's just that he can't do it. It will only get better. What are you going to do? Besides, did I say that the blue prison will be closed because these players leave? Blue prisons are not going away, and they are not going away. What they should consider is taking the most correct path. Whether they can get a higher promotion by staying in the blue prison, or whether they can get a promotion by going to other countries. In the future, the blue prison will only become a gathering place for geniuses and monsters. He was very cautious and deliberately concealed his aura while everyone was fighting. Naturally, Loki didn't notice it. No, now I have achieved half of my goal. Only nodded in understanding and raised his eyebrows. Then after this game is over, didn't you say there will be one last test? Hui Xian chuckled. Have you forgotten why I created the blue prison? I have received quotations from many clubs. They are thinking that after this game is over, this group of players will start to choose where to go for youth training. Chapter 234 Blocking up one's own life. With eager anticipation, the eyes of the whole world are focused on this group of geniuses. Ye Liangqiu kept breathing heavily from the corner of his mouth. Even after experiencing such a high-intensity competition, he was still a little tired at the moment, not to mention this group of people. He looked at Noah beside him. It's rare that this guy actually chose to help him in the end. After all, the relationship between Noah and himself is not good. Even after coming to the German team, the two did not even have a serious conversation. In every game, the method he chose was to force Caesar and himself to constantly devour each other. Super reasonable. You also see this rationality in me. Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but think. He seems to have never been like this group of players with transcendent vision in football. He only enjoys the process of playing football and doesn't care about rationality. As long as you can score goals. At this moment, Bing Xiang, who was intercepted by Wu Traveler, passed the ball directly, and the landing point was right in front of Ye Liangqiu. Noah quickly stepped forward, his eyes cold. Come and cooperate with me. Don't worry about anyone's eyes. Ye Liangqiu, who caught the ball, laughed and said, I've had this idea for a long time. In an instant, the two began to cooperate silently. The passes between each other were so fast that the French players had already been passed before they could react. Guard them. French players were defending frantically. However, there is no way to deal with the cooperation between Ye Liangqiu and Noah. The two of them even started to communicate during the gap. At this moment, it seemed that the whole world had gone silent, with only two people running on the court, and everything else turned into an illusory existence. Do you know why I let you, Caesar, and Ji Shii compete with each other on this court for the glorious moments that belong to the players? Noah's tone was cold. After receiving the ball, he quickly threw it to Ye Liangqiu. To train Caesar. Ye Liangqiu responded. Hearing this answer, Noah shook his head. No, I didn't keep this team on the verge of collapse just to train Caesar. As he spoke, his eyes moved and he looked directly at Ye Liangqiu. If you were to become the number one in the world, would you still have the enthusiasm you have now? Passion. Ye Liangqiu was stunned, as if he was reminiscing about something. The reason why he played football was never because of the title of number one in the world, but to seek pleasure on the court and find a place that allowed him to play football. The feeling of truly living in this world. Enthusiasm? Is there any? Of course there is. After all, the people he comes in contact with and the things he encounters along the way make him intoxicated, whether it is the music or the stupid players he meets along the way. Even on the court, everyone is a life and death enemy. But they are good friends off the field. The corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth rose, as if he thought of something interesting. He slowly responded, it's not so much enthusiasm as it is that I broke into your world. The fragments that shouldn't exist, the present that shouldn't exist, make me intoxicated. I love this feeling. I also love playing on this field with this group of people. To be honest, being number one in the world is no longer important to me. I have found what I want. Of course, I will not give up this title to anyone easily. Noah continued, so what are you going to do? After this game, should I leave the blue prison and join other clubs, or should I stay and continue to be the experimental subject of that guy Hui Xin? Ye Liangqiu passed the ball to Noah again, with his bright red eyes. Whether you want to stay or go, you have already guessed it. I don't pursue the pleasure of the future, but enjoy the present. Even if the blood in Noah's body begins to boil, defending his glory as the world's number one, and by the way poaching Ye Liangqiu, a player with the potential to become the world's number one, into his team, this is nothing for him. It is undoubtedly an extremely interesting bet. But if he loses, he will become a skeleton on the road to the world's number one forward. Noah. A silent confrontation, a huge gamble on life. If you enter, I will go to Germany with you, but if I enter, after this game is over, I only need you to agree to one request of mine. How about it? Competition. Seal didn't understand, but he quickly responded. The so-called game is the competition between enemies on the court. Whether they are teammates or opponents, they can compete through this method. The French players were all dumbfounded. Why did Ye Liangqiu suddenly pass the ball like this? Arrogant boy. A smile appeared on Noah's cold face. Now, Ye Liangqiu's approach is to give you Noah a fair playing field. The two of them grab the ball at the same time and then shoot. Whoever scores will win. Let your team become the supreme presence in the entire football world. The barrage that had been immersed for a long time at this moment also exploded completely in a burst of silence. Ye Liangqiu, this position belongs to you. This ball is all we need now. Aren't these two people equivalent to completely looking down on France? Responses echoed in his ears, and the airflow from the corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth surged wildly, and he kicked the football to the center point between himself and Noah. I never take advantage. Come on, rush to the throne of the world's number one. Since it's a competition between the two of us, let's fight with our strongest weapons. If Ye Liangqiu wins, it means that he is qualified to become the world's number one forward. I've been watching this whole journey. You only have one chance. Defeat Noah, defeat him, and take your first step. The two of them spoke very calmly, but if anyone else heard the conversation, they would probably be scared to death. Ye Liangqiu, the rising star of the blue prison, actually poured his life into this ball. But most of the time, players from both sides engage in offensive and defensive battles. Saying that, Ye Liangqiu stretched out his hand. His breath was surging, and he spoke softly. I know what you are thinking. Don't you just want me to join Boston Munich in Germany? I'm betting my life on it. Seal had his mouth wide open, but his eyes were a little angry. Since we have such an opportunity, then, I will not give up any method of defeating you, the number one player in the world today. Loki couldn't help but reveal a helpless smile. Contest. And why did Noah and him suddenly slow down? Are you interested in competing? To put it nicely, take your life as a bet and compete openly with Noah, the current number one forward in the world. I want Caesar and I to become a team to dominate the football world of this era. They looked at the two people on the court who had entered the penalty area. Countless barrages were surging wildly in the void, as if sounds from other dimensions were constantly being transmitted to the court. Chapter 235 Vision. For a moment, in the French penalty area, Ye Liangqiu and Noah stepped forward at the same time. The so-called competition means that no matter what method is used, as long as a goal is scored, the victory will be won. Even if they are teammates, the two can steal each other. Both of them were very fast. Almost after Ye Liangqiu kicked the ball, Noah had already rushed out. You really don't give me a chance. Ye Liangqiu raised the corner of his mouth. He thought that Noah, as his mentor, would give in to him, but now it seems that Noah is eager to shoot directly now. Obviously, Noah has become serious. Compared to the competition between the two, many people on the court were dumbfounded by the two men's actions, including some spectators. What is this for? Why did Ye Liangqiu and Noah start fighting for the ball? Did you say something in private? Is it match fixing? Fart, how could it be match fixing? You have to understand that people all over the world are watching. You told me they were playing match fixing? Are you overthinking it? Unless these two don't want to participate in the league in the future. For a time, there was a lot of discussion in the audience. All kinds of people are discussing it. It's just that their voices cannot affect the changes on the court. All the power that Ye Liangqiu had gathered in his body had been released, and his speed increased explosively. However, Noah could still keep up. Even after the two of them looked at each other, Noah directly stretched out his hand to touch Ye Liangqiu's chest. Since it is a competition, confrontation between each other is naturally inevitable, even if it's a teammate. Noah's tone was indifferent, and the movements of his hands were very fast. Just a small movement directly slowed down Ye Liangqiu's speed. I think it must be the experience gained from competing with those fast players in the World Championship for a long time. The moment the two touched the ball at the same time, Noah touched the ball with his toes. One step towards good night and good autumn. Sure enough, he is worthy of being a person who has participated in brutal killings. Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Noah's confrontation experience and various things he had experienced were much higher than his own, and he would not appear in many suitable places. Any mistakes? This also perfectly corresponds to Noah's super rationality. No wonder he is hailed as the #1 player in the world by others. It's almost impossible to see the flaws. Ye Liangqiu chuckled, but it is impossible not to have flaws. As long as a person is human, he will have flaws. There is no invincible player in this world. Even the ability to transcend reality, such as the Eye of the Demon King, has flaws. What about people? The moment Noah put his toes on the ball, Ye Liangqiu had already seen the future. Noah wanted to use this method to make the ball move forward in his direction, then run 1 meter and directly steal and dribble. Don't underestimate me. Ye Liangqiu's eyes were spinning, and he took a big step with his right foot. The moment the ball flew out, his left foot quickly predicted the arc, and then hooked it and pulled it back. There was a hint of surprise in Noah's eyes. In his opinion, Ye Liangqiu directly predicted all his movements, and even thought about his subsequent actions. No wonder, both Loki and that group of people would say that your eyes are very special, especially in terms of anticipation. Is that so? After Noah was briefly surprised, he quickly reacted. Before Ye Liangqiu could run with the ball, he stretched out his left foot to steal again. However, Ye Liangqiu had already taken precautions. After all, both of them have two strengths and have incredible understanding of offense. After grabbing the ball, Ye Liangqiu knew that Noah would use his flexible legs to continuously attack. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked in. Are you having fun? Loki looked at the two people with sharp eyes. After all, this was a game, and now these two people actually started to play tricks on the French players in front of him? Do you think this goal is destined for one of them to score? Go away. Ye Liangqiu gritted his teeth. He just found an opportunity when Loki came in. He suddenly turned around and kicked the ball forward with his left foot, passing directly through Loki's crotch. The body accelerated like a cannonball and rushed out. Loki chuckled and chased after him at full speed. Noah took a deep look at Loki and said, "Mind your own business." Suddenly, 3 figures were speeding in the French restricted area. Interceptors are also ready. Seal quickly stepped forward to stop him. He had an angry look on his face, his fangs exposed at the corners of his mouth, and he looked like a kitten with explosive fur. "You red-eyed devil, I won't give in even a step." Childish. Ye Liangqiu sneered. He didn't have time to play house with this evil ghost who was still growing up. He looked at the goal and kicked it, as if he was thinking about how to score the goal. Charles on the left stepped forward to intercept, and Rocky and Noah on the right stepped forward to block the ball the moment he kicked the ball. If he is in his current state, he may only have one chance to shoot. Want to bet? The airflow from the corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth continued to surge, and his heart was beating wildly, blocking the ball of his life and causing the adrenal glands in his body to surge wildly. At this moment, Charles seemed to see a flaw in Ye Liangqiu, and stretched out his leg directly, trying to steal the ball. However, Ye Liangqiu didn't look at him at all. His body reacted in an instant, and he quickly turned his back and performed a Marseille slalom. Charles was stunned. This guy, damn BD, actually lied to himself. But what surprised him even more was Ye Liangqiu's reaction speed. This guy wasn't watching the game just now, was he? Can you actually notice your own thoughts? Have your eyes opened? It's just that Charles doesn't know that Ye Liangqiu has fallen into that kind of flow state. Everything in the world seems to be still in his eyes. Your movements, your thoughts, and everything about you are just one place in the future. Still picture. At this moment, as long as I want, I can tear your dreams to pieces. Back off, you immature little devil. Just stay and revel in your self-righteous world. Just after Ye Liangqiu passed Seal, Loki, and Noah on the side seemed to have seen the future and stepped forward directly to press him. Obviously, it was guessed that Ye Liangqiu wanted to shoot. Seeing the two people stepping forward, the goalkeeper who was already waiting in front of the goal, and the French players frantically stepping forward and stretching out their legs, it seemed that there was no chance of shooting in front of the goal at this moment. In the forbidden world, countless dark skeletons seemed to appear on Ye Liangqiu's body, trying to drag it back into the abyss. Through the gaps between the bones, the red eyes looked towards the goal. If the future is not what I want, then it is up to me to change the future. Chapter 236. The final test begins. Force a shot. Loki seemed to notice Ye Liangqiu's leg-raising action. He stepped forward with his eyes as bright as a flash and stretched out his leg to block part of the shooting route. However, Ye Liangqiu seemed to have guessed it a long time ago. The moment his left foot was about to kick the ball, he deliberately made a sudden stop and stepped quickly towards the ground without any intention of kicking the ball. Then he stepped forward and put his arm against Loki's body. His right foot was lifted in an instant. Fake move. Loki's eyes flashed with surprise, but he had a certain chance to resist the fake move, and then he pressed forward directly. It was at this critical moment that the monk suddenly appeared again. A cunning smile appeared on his face, his body tilted, trying to hit Ye Liangqiu directly. It didn't matter even if he was sent off with a red card. After all, he knew very well that one life could give France a huge advantage. Despicable bug, don't get in my sight. Ye Liangqiu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The moment he saw the monk stepping forward, his right arm bent directly and directly pressed against the monk's body. It is also this moment of opportunity. The view of the goalkeeper and all the French players was completely blocked by Rocky and the bug. Ye Liangqiu's right foot has been raised. There was a bang sound. The football hits the goal with a surging momentum. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the spinning curve ball, and the eyes of the whole world were focused on this moment. Is it coming to an end? Is this fight coming to an end? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Caesar's blonde hair danced wildly in the air, and a crazy look appeared on his cheek. I finally caught this opportunity. I knew you would shoot like this. It's my turn to devour you. Ye Liangqiu. He jumped up and directly predicted Ye Liangqiu's shooting route. The whole person formed a Z shape in the air, with his legs and feet bent, directly blocking the curved ball, and his eyes instantly looked towards the blind spot of the goal. There was a bang sound. A violent roar sounded. This volley was ridiculously fast and shot the football directly into the goal. No one thought that the last goal would be scored in this way, let alone how long it took Caesar to get there, and this last goal is really confusing. First, Noah and Ye Liangqiu competed for the ball. Then there's the fight in front of the penalty area. In the end Caesar was the big winner? This is really confusing. But this did not affect the cheers of the audience. The moment the ball entered the goal, the entire bird's nest cheered. Caesar also fell to the ground because of this ultimate goal. He looked at Noah and Ye Liangqiu with a hint of provocation. Of course he knew the last goal. These two people must be trading something behind their backs. It was even possible. Threaten his future life. So, in order to prevent this tragedy from happening, I must try my best to stop it all. Get your own goal. Of course, this behavior is extremely shameful. After all, even if he didn't intercept the ball, Ye Liangqiu's shot from that angle would have been enough to kill the game. But, none of this matters anymore. Noah stopped where he was. He glanced at Caesar and then at Ye Liangqiu. This game will continue from now on. The game is over. Ye Liangqiu stood there silently, his mind in chaos, and his whole body exuding murderous intent. His eyes looked at Caesar gloomily, and his desire to kill Caesar and crush him became stronger. If Loki hadn't suppressed him, he grabbed his shoulder, fearing that now he would step forward and beat Caesar violently. Not a devil. As he said that, he looked at Caesar with murderous eyes. I have something to announce. With cheers, the game is over. Don't let him find a chance. Otherwise, in the next game, you will definitely let Caesar die. As for the quotations you are concerned about, they will also be quoted after this game. Finally 22 players were selected for the final new U20 team, so congratulations to all the exquisite egoists. An unimaginable anger echoed in his mind. It really killed me. Ye Liangqiu, who had just cooled down, raised his eyebrows and looked around. Is someone scolding me? Just as he was thinking this, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Ji Shii remained silent beside him. Then who is the fully developed demon? This BD clown emperor actually interfered with his ultimate moment of seeking pleasure at the end. I'm a devil. It seemed that he felt a chill in his back. French players are also discussing. He will remember this last goal forever. Could it be that you feel good about being kicked? Go global. What impressed him most deeply about this game was not the rhythm. A fast-paced attack. No chance to breathe. Black Ye Liangqiu lay on the ground, his shark-like teeth sucking in cold air to cool himself down. In this extremely brutal game, all the players on the court lay on the ground almost at the same time, gasping for air. Exin Shiba led Only to the court. He looked at everyone. After coughing twice, he opened his arms and said, all players, now, immediately, after resting, go to the blue field S*X prison central connection room. But he saw his current situation clearly. Faced with such a high-intensity competition, his body could not support it until the end of the competition, and, on the technical level and various small details, he lost to Caesar and Ye Liangqiu. Without the assist from Black Ye Liangqiu, he wouldn't even be able to show himself in this game, and would even have to cooperate with the Emperor Caesar in the end. However, Seal discovered a strange phenomenon. He obviously lost this game. Why didn't Ishirin show that disgusting expression? Especially when Seal was lying on the ground with his whole face on the grass, looking exhausted, that red-eyed BD. You actually said that I am an immature demon. Ji Shii clenched his fists. Damn, what should I do to catch up with these people? Ye Liangqiu. It's not just him who is doubting life. A bunch of damn ants. Seeing Seal's strange look at him, Ishirin frowned, then turned to look at Ye Liangqiu who was sitting on the ground resting not far away. Just wait, I will eat you. Welcome to the final test of the blue prison. Devil. Ishirin sneered and looked at Ye Liangqiu. This guy is a mature and perverted demon. Chapter 237, The Ranking Battle begins. While confused, everyone took the bus and started to return to the original place. Where did they get to where they are now? Blue Lock. The atmosphere on the bus was a bit tense and silent. League teams from other countries have been separated from the players in the blue prison. Although it is not clear what the meaning of Huixin's actions is. But obviously, this time when I return to Blue Lock, I am afraid that the final elimination will begin. Especially those players who have not received the quotation are panicking on the bus at the moment, such as the monks, or some who relied on various means to get to the last step in Blue Lock, but did not play in this league battle. Players. So far, their offer is still 0. The atmosphere seemed to be getting more and more tense. And those players who have already received quotes are also a little uneasy. After all, the quotes will change with every game. It does not mean that if you are on the list, you will have a chance to stay until the end. Now everyone is waiting for a result. As long as you can get within the top 23, this game is the winner. At this time, Huixian's voice suddenly sounded in the bus, and a large screen slowly descended from the center, and his figure appeared inside, with very calm eyes and an indifferent tone. Instead of praying for God's mercy, it's better to think about why you haven't been able to play in this game. Is it my own problem or is it my fault that I was eliminated by someone more powerful? If you can't even think about this clearly, then elimination is inevitable. As he spoke, he opened his palms and said, now, before the quotation is announced, consider it my mercy and give you a chance. Opportunity. Some players with dim eyes reacted instantly and looked at Eshin Shibachi with some expectation. Could it be that they were asked to play another game? To test your own worth? In this case, they still have a chance to stay. After all, no one wants to get to this point and be eliminated. You must know that they are only one step away from becoming the national team. No one wants to leave. Huixin Shiba on the screen chuckled. Yes, I'm just giving you a chance. At this time, the camera suddenly started to zoom out. Several figures gradually appeared behind Xin Shiba. It was the 5 mentors who led them. They all stood behind Huixian with their hands behind their backs, looking straight at everyone with their eyes that seemed to shock the soul. Huixin Shiba clapped her hands and looked at everyone with a joking smile. You also know that I have never been the kind of person to give you whatever you want. Everything needs to be fought for by yourself. Now, the last chance to increase my offer is to defeat the teams led by these mentors behind me, and I can increase my worth. Whether you are worthless or worth over 100 million, you still have opportunities to challenge yourself. The format of the challenge is still the same as the original test. 5 versus 5 is a game. As long as you can score 3 goals in the hands of this group of instructors, you will be victorious. Remember that you only have 2 chances to form a team, that is to say, there are only 2 chances to compete in total. It is extremely important to choose the teammates you think are right. Of course, the weak have no choice. As she said that, Huixin suddenly showed a strange smile. What is more important, friendship or your own life? Choose. Unleash your own selfishness and ask yourself whether you want to help those who are weak. Ye Liangqiu grinned. Smile. Why don't you listen to what you are talking about? Not only did they analyze so many things, but the other bus was even more lively than this one. Even our quotation may have entered the danger warning line. The veins on Idoshirin's cheeks popped out. You BD pervert. Don't let me meet you on the court, or I will chop off your head. The 2 of them were tugging at each other's collars. With a beep, the screen turned off, and all the players on the bus were excited. Those who were not ranked were even more excited. 2 opportunities, only 2 opportunities to challenge any team led by a mentor. As long as you can score goals, it means showing your own value. Let me teach this idiot what the movement of life is. So that's what happened. What a good game of chess. Then the original balance will quickly begin to collapse without the previous team. And Idoshirin and Shidoraya have already started a war. This will directly disrupt the original ranking. Ye Liangqiu was resting with his eyes closed, while Feng Eli on the side was chatting with Ji Shii and others behind him. Nagi Sishiro put down the game console in his hand. So, to put it simply, we also have to participate in this fight. Then, there is a chance to enter the rankings. Otherwise it's just a matter of waiting and watching. It also includes friendship, money. With that said, he cursed at the screen and said, Huixin, assign me to the team of those professional players. At this time, King Ling added, and the friendship Huixian mentioned is not that simple. For example, there are many strong people in the blue prison. Those higher-ranked players can enter without having to compete at all to the national team, but what if those weaklings trade all kinds of things for their chance to play? Otherwise, you will be squeezed out by others. Those low-priced players at the end will definitely participate in the competition in order to stabilize their position and bid. This is the final test before making an offer. Prince Ling looked at Hui Xian's words on the screen, his eyes palpitating, and he sighed. It's really not that simple. That is to say, under the watchful eyes of countless people, players who have not shown their value before may have their bids rise crazily because of this test. King Ling and Qin nodded at the same time. If we don't want to be eliminated, then, we have to participate in the competition. The strong alone will be strong, or the weak will always be weak. What's the difference? The total quota is only 23, but now our number greatly exceeds this number. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Qin on the side shook his head. Huixin's intention is actually not to target those players who have no bids. The real purpose is to start a ranking battle. Sishiro Nagi, who was on the side, was a little puzzled. He was lying on a chair holding the game console and asked, "Isn't it just a competition? And it's for unranked players. It's no wonder that our blue prison population is separated from the previously selected teams. P.S. All the following plots are all original. New babies, if you see this, it means that the book has exceeded the comic progress when I wrote this. I_I. Chapter 238, Despair in a High-Pressure Environment. Everyone in the bus was quite interested in this test. Ji Xiai touched his chin and thought about what he just said. Isn't what Hui Xian meant equivalent to the third section of the test that was conducted in the blue prison? Choose someone to challenge 5 professional players in the end. However, it seems there are still some slight changes. Selecting people is no longer about robbing, but voluntary. If you want to continue to increase your offer, you can only form a team with the strong. Or, give up the game, thinking that the current offer is enough to enter the U20 national team. Thinking about it, Ji Shi glanced at Ito Shirin and Shido Ryasei who were still fighting in front of them. There was no need to worry about the quotations of these 2 people being taken away. But with their strength, there will definitely be many people coming. Find a team of 2. Moreover, there is Ye Liangqiu, the player who has always been at the top of the quotation list. Will you take part in this fight? While he was still thinking, suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. Ji Shi, I think I must participate in this competition. Ji Shi turned around and saw Black Name Lanchi looking at him with burning eyes. Although this game cannot threaten the top 10 players, most of the players who are behind in the rankings are quoted tens of millions. It is very likely that their value will skyrocket due to the second battle with those mentors. It will definitely squeeze a lot of people out. As a result, our position is in jeopardy. This has to be stopped. Then there is only one way, and that is to fight. Black Name Lanchi's mind turned quickly, and what he meant was that he was preparing to participate in this fight and began to win over Ji Shi. But Ji Shi shook his head. Don't worry, it's not the time for the game to start yet. What should be anxious is not the players on the list like us, but the players who are worthless. Black Name, you have to know that it takes 5 players to play a game. Each player has 2 opportunities, and they also have to choose the players they play against. In this way, let's not talk about how to get 5 strong players to cooperate, but also it's about how to recruit 5 players to your team. Just like Hui Xian said, the weak have no choice. Because only the strong will be strong, who can be attracted by the temptation that the weak can unleash. It's just the weak ones at the bottom. Black Name Lanchi was stunned for a moment, but he soon figured it out. He tilted his head, feeling helpless. Then I'll listen to you. Ji Shi nodded and looked out the window, his mind still thinking. The strong are the only ones who are strong, the weak are always weak. Hui Xian's chess game is perfectly arranged. This ranking battle is actually to give hope to the weak, but the reality is despair. Let them clearly understand that the current blue prison is no longer a place for them to stay. Of course Ye Liangqiu, who was sitting in the front row, also knew what Hui Xian meant. Creates hunger as always. Let all players create this tense atmosphere. Ranked battle. To put it nicely, doesn't it mean that the weak will be eliminated, and thus move on to the next stage? Thinking about it, Ye Liangqiu slowly opened his eyes, looked at the 2 idiots on the side, and said coldly, if you 2 can't do it, get out of the car. Ito Shirin and Shido Ryasei turned their heads at the same time. What did you say? At this moment, in the blue prison, in the central link room, Huixin Shiba sat quietly in the main seat. He looked at the 5 instructors in front of him who had spent a lot of money to invite them, and showed a smile. Now it's your turn to give me money. Noah's eyes were cold. I will pay whatever you want to your account. As for your so-called test, what do you want us to do? Huixin Shiba laughed, looked at Noah, Rocky, and others, and said, a test is not just a test. Don't you also look forward to it? The players of your club will continue to surpass themselves in such an extreme environment. Self-evolution. This time, the linkage between Blue Prison and your clubs is perfect. That's why I prepared for this test. As for the rules, I will tell you one by one later. Just follow the arrangements. Loki shrugged and turned towards the lounge. He was not very interested in this test. After all, his country, France, lost to Germany a few hours ago, and he was in a terrible mood. After hearing this, the mentors of other teams also left the field one after another. But I want to know what tricks Hui Xian is playing. As time flows little by little, footsteps came one after another, accompanied by chattering discussions. Huixin Shiba put away her smile, while Anli on the side tidied up his clothes and quickly adjusted his state, looking extremely serious. There was a buzz sound. The door opens and the new star of Blue Prison enters. At the same time, BUTV, which had just been closed all over the world, was also opened at this moment. Huh? Isn't the game over? Is there another competition? Something's wrong. Why does this scene look like the central connection room of the blue prison? There were a lot of doubts in the barrage, but more of them were curious. Obviously, everyone was a little surprised by this sudden live broadcast. Everyone who walked into the link room saw the chairs that had been arranged neatly, and they randomly found a place to sit down. Ye Liangqiu even deliberately avoided those two idiots. But there are still two more tails around him. Bing Xiang and Fengel were on the left and right, just like guards. Waiting for everyone to sit down, X and Shiba slowly stood up and looked at everyone. Then I would like to congratulate all the budding stars for successfully achieving good results in the first stage of this new hero war. Score. Of course, don't worry, I know you really want to know your quotation after this game. Before the quotation comes out, let me ask you a question. Since coming to Blue Prison, have you ever wanted to quit and join other teams? Or is it just to join players from any country, using Blue Prison as a springboard? As soon as this question came out, the entire central link hall fell silent. Everyone, look at me, I look at you. But most players know what they are thinking in their hearts. Since coming to the Blue Prison, they have been facing high-pressure battles all the time, and may even be kicked out at any time. In order to survive until the end, join the national team or enter other professional teams. Everyone is working hard. Of course, what they want is to escape from this place as soon as possible and enter a stable place to continue playing football. Because there are too many monsters here. So many of them who once thought they were geniuses have lost confidence and even the courage to fight. Chapter 239 New Hero War 2.0. At this moment, there was silence in the hall, and everyone looked towards Hui Xin. Of course they knew that Hui Xin was definitely thinking of some bad ideas in his head, and he could even say the words in the next second that made them choose to leave now. But, I've been through so much. Most of these players, most of whom have not even reached 18 years old, are already heartbroken. No matter what Hui Xin says or what kind of temptation it is. At this moment, everyone has only one idea, and that is to stay. Because today's Blue Prison is the place they yearn for. Seeing that everyone was silent, Huixin grinned, and the smile was very strange. Very good, it seems that you all understand your status in the Blue Prison. As he said that, he stood up and looked at everyone with his eyes like a torch. Since the establishment of Blue Prison, we have been subjected to countless doubts and cynicism from all over the world. It's not just that you went from 0 to 1. Similarly, the current Blue Prison has also gone from 0 to 1. The whole world already knows about us and sees us clearly. Now I can tell you with certainty that joining any club does not mean that the environment there is better than the Blue Prison. Saying that, Huixin pushed up her glasses, her smile still unchanged. Of course, I am not destroying your dreams, nor am I trying to persuade you to stay, because the Blue Prison does not mean that we cannot survive in this world without you. I can create the first batch of egoism, and naturally I can also create the second batch of egoism. So, I give you a choice now. A super standard world has been presented before your eyes. The next second, on the big screen behind Huixin Shiba, the quotations began to scroll crazily, but these scrolling lists, after calculation, were only 23 in total. Everyone looked towards the big screen when they saw the quotation end. Throughout the hall, the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Isn't it? It's too exaggerated. The top 10 rankings. Lei Shi looked at the quotes and muttered to himself. I saw that the number 1 person was Ye Liangqiu, with a quote of 500 million. The second Shishi Lin, quoted 300 million. The third Shidao Longsheng quoted a price of 280 million. The fourth place Ma Lang, quoted price 250 million. The fifth Clean World 1, the price is 200 million. The sixth Be Happy Return, the quotation is 180 million. The seventh Ice Weaving Sheep, the price is 150 million. The eighth Nagi Cease Hero, the price is 130 million. Ninth Kingdom God Lianja, quoted price 110 million. The 10th Black Name Lanshi, the price is 100 million. New numbers are still appearing on the list, but everyone has been completely frightened by the quotations of the top 10. After all, before the end of the last game, there were not so many players with over 100 million yuan on the quotation list, but at this moment, because of the last game, the top 10 positions were completely rotated. There are even 500 million players. How could this not shock these players? After all, some players have not even been offered a dime so far, and some only have a few million. But the minimum standard for being on the list is now 60 million. Only 500 million. Ye Liangqiu looked at his name with calm eyes. He did not think that his limit was only 500 million. After all, with his current self, he had been recognized by all his mentors, even on the court. He can already fight with that group of mentors. The moment Feng Eli on the side saw that her quotation was higher than that of Bing Xiang, she looked proud, raised her head, and looked at Bing Xiang with a smile on her face. My price is higher than yours. Lamb. Bing Xiang was a little helpless when he saw his quotation. If in the last game, he participated in the battle for the last ball and helped Ye Liangqiu score, his quotation should be higher, but there was no way. The ball was intercepted by Caesar. As a result, his quotation also stayed at 150 million. Looking at Feng Li's triumphant mouth, Bing Xiang's mouth twitched. Instead, he looked at Ye Liangqiu's side face. He was actually a little confused. Why was Ye Liangqiu not excited at all when he clearly got a quote of 500 million? No sense at all. You must know that the Shadow Dragon Saint next door has already started laughing. If it weren't for Ye Liangqiu and Ito Shirin's quotations being higher than this guy's, I'm afraid his nose would be turned up to the sky. At this time, Huixin clapped her hands to signal everyone to quiet down. He looked at everyone. The so-called quotation is related to your future. Of course I know it is very important to you. After all, no quotation means that in the eyes of any team, you are worthless. Data is infallible and cannot go wrong. As he said that, Huixin Shiba opened his palms and an illusory projection unfolded. Then starting now, I'm going to announce the rules of this test. On the projection, countless names began to flow, finally formed the shape of a football. This test is called New Hero War 2.0. That's the second stage. Next, I will give you 20 days to choose the teammates you think are perfect. After you finalize the team members, give me the list and I will arrange the game for you. Remember, you don't have to write your name to get someone into your team. Anyone can choose to give up the challenge midway, but there will be one less opportunity. Suddenly, a figure stood up. It was Ji Xiai. He looked at Huixin with bright eyes. I want to ask, will the mentor be involved in this game? If we beat the opposing team, isn't there any other reward besides the offer? After all, everyone remembers the hidden rules of the Blue Prison. Those with higher scores can get better resources to cultivate themselves. Naturally, the spirit of self-interest engraved in the bones made Ji Xiai ask this question. Xin Shiba grinned. He is indeed a child trained by my Blue Prison. That's right, all the mentors will be out of this game. Of course, because of their strength, I modified the rules in New Hero Wars 1.0. Now the mentors can leave at any time and are no longer limited by time. As for the reward you mentioned, there is one. As long as you score 1 goal against your mentor, you can get an additional offer of 25 million. Everyone took a breath. After all, in the previous game, the mentor only played for 3 minutes, but it only took 3 minutes for all the teams to feel a strong sense of oppression. It can be said that in every game, the mentor would almost leave the game. The situation changes. However, now this group of monsters is not limited by time. Wanting to score a goal in their hands, isn't it just a fantasy? Huixin Shiba looked at the dull expressions of everyone, and snapped his fingers. The hall suddenly turned dark, and a mechanical voice sounded. As the surrounding passage doors slowly opened, the dark blue light in the passage was a bit scary. The game begins. Tur 240, since you want to challenge, then choose the strongest. As the lights brightened again, Huixin had disappeared into the hall. Only the people who were discussing were left. The barrage is already immersed in heated discussions at this moment. According to Hui Xian's intention, all players must either choose to leave, or they must show themselves and raise their offer to surpass others. Otherwise, after this test is over, only 23 players will be left. That's probably what it means. That's much more interesting. After all, Huixin has never directly stated before that if he can't make the list, he will be eliminated. Now that he has given a clear meaning, these players are probably going crazy. Grab these few spots. Interesting, interesting, so interesting. It is no longer a cooperative game between the club and Blue Prison, but it has become a game for Blue Prison to defeat these clubs. Huixin's ambition is too great. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu is sitting in the hall, thinking about whether to participate in this game. There are 2 opportunities in total. If he really wants to challenge, he will only choose 2 teams. One is France XGP, and the other is Germany, Boston Munich. After all, these 2 teams are the only teams that Ye Liangqiu has felt pressure on so far. Of course, it wasn't the stupid players who put pressure on him, but the 2 mentors, Loki and Noah. Suddenly, Ye Liangqiu chuckled and looked towards the open passage. Huixin, your ambitions are too great. You want to pass this game to prove once again that the Blue Prison does not rely on the club to gain the world's attention. That's right. If you have any brains, you can guess why Xin Heba said those words just now, and even clearly stated that the Blue Prison is not worse than those clubs, but it has always proved that the Blue Prison is the best, also the strongest. This guy Huixin is going to use this game to prove that the players in Blue Prison can still show themselves when facing a club led by world-class players, and even crush the players brought by this group of clubs. If it succeeds, the Blue Prison will not go from 0 to 1. Instead, 1 went to 100. After officially entering the world arena, no one will look down upon these players, and even make the whole world crazy about them. Ye Liangqiu stood up slowly, a complete lunatic. In order to achieve your goal, put everything you have on the scale. Unconditional trust in the players you create. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do this. After all, in terms of self-interest, I see that you are completely immersed in this desire for pleasure. Failure is death, and the so-called new life is just building among the ruins. Now that the stage is set, it's boring if you don't go up and take a look. Ye Liangqiu chuckled, shook his head and walked towards the open door. He had 20 days to prepare before the selection and the start of the game, and a crazy idea had already appeared in his mind. It's so boring to compete with players. If you want to challenge, then challenge the highest difficulty. Of course, he will also form the strongest lineup of Blue Prison to face this carnival. Just as he was thinking this, a voice stopped him. Not far away, Ito Shirin frowned and said, "Do you want to participate in this competition?" Everyone can see that at the important moment of the last game, Ye Liangqiu and Noah had a silent game, and the players who can be seen are almost the top figures on the field. Isn't it? Ishirin remained calm. Although I don't know who won the last ball, but in your heart you should have lost to Noah. But, at that time, who could have imagined that Caesar would enter? He was not carried away by anger. The corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth raised, and he stepped forward with a sense of oppression on his body, but Ishirin was not afraid at all, but had a cold expression on his face. After calming down for a while, Ye Liangqiu's eyes turned cold. So you are planning to form a team with me to challenge Noah, right? How about adding me as well? Although Ishirin didn't know what he had bet with Noah. Have you ever greeted me like this? But when he looked at Ye Liangqiu and then at Ishirin, he suddenly thought of the first time the two met a few months ago. At that time, the two of them seemed to be in the same situation. But Caesar is from Boston Munich, which is equivalent to Noah winning. Ishirin said calmly, because you lost the last game, right? That's not an exaggeration. Loki. Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows. What do you think? Ye Liangqiu said with a smile, do you think I will participate in this kind of competition? After all, Caesar was trained by Noah. So I'm going to crush him to death. Hearing this, Ye Liangqiu was speechless. Ishirin was right. The last goal was a goal that he would risk everything to score. Although it was not scored by Noah who made the bet with him, but let Caesar kick it in, which is equivalent to Noah kicking it in. The corner of Bingzi Sheep's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but silently said in his heart, it's really bad. Now Ishirin came to him, naturally for this game. Otherwise, with this guy's character, I am afraid that no one will help him in this game. Ishirin nodded, with flames in his eyes, it's not just you who wants revenge, I also have someone I want to crush to death. Oh, why do you think so? Ye Liangqiu said. I saw a pink cockroach also join the discussion. It was Shadow Ryusei. He skillfully put his hand directly on Ishirin's shoulder. So I guess you will definitely take revenge on German Noah. Everyone, slimes, what are you talking about? By the way, destroy his proud weapon. There was a bang sound. When we meet, we have to play a game. Since we want to challenge, we must challenge the strongest. Ishirin nodded, that guy used me and that damn pervert as experimental subjects just to cultivate his weapons. I don't like this feeling very much. Ye Liangqiu's cheeks had veins popping out, his eyes were breathtaking, and his hand directly grabbed Ishirin's collar. You think so? Unfortunately, in the next second, black lines appeared on Ishirin's forehead. Not far away, Bing Xiang and Fengel, who almost had an argument, suddenly discovered that Ye Liangqiu was missing. They looked back and saw that the two were about to fight, so they quickly ran over and separated the two. At this moment, another voice sounded. Ishirin never liked nonsense and responded directly, yes, and you will challenge France and Germany, right? Ishirin directly kicked Shadow Ryusei, but Shadow Ryusei reacted very quickly and jumped back a few steps with a bad smile on his face. Chapter 241 Team Formation. Seeing that the two were about to fight again, if Ji Shii, who was watching not far away, also ran over and blocked the two, they almost would have started fighting here again. Ha 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 ha. When I think of the scene where several people were in the same team before, I can't bear to look at it. Do you think they will become a team again? After all, Ishirin and Shadow Ryusei cannot deal with each other, and now they are forming a 5-person team. The two are strong enough to serve as the core of any team, but who can compete with these two? How about cooperation with monsters? Before, the mentor personally arranged players to neutralize the relationship between the two. Now that the shackles have been lost, it is difficult to imagine who Shadow Ryusei and Shadow Ryusei can cooperate with. For a while, the barrage was also flowing crazily. So what are you talking about? Are you planning to participate in this game? Shadow Longsheng smiled and looked at Ye Liangqiu. Who he wanted to team up with most in this game was of course the BD Ye Liangqiu. After all, he was always there. Remind yourself of tearing this guy apart on the court. Nowadays, if you can't be an opponent, then it doesn't seem impossible to be a teammate. But Ye Liangqiu glanced at him. Didn't you see it all? We were talking about how to have fun in the next game. Stop that unruly look of yours. I don't like it very much. Ha 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 ha. Shadow Longsheng grinned and walked up to Ye Liangqiu. So are you interested in forming a team with me? Let's challenge the strongest, conquer the strongest, and use ourselves to let them know how powerful we are. No, absolutely not. Bing Xiang on the side immediately showed an expression of opposition. He looked at Ye Liangqiu, fearing that Ye Liangqiu would agree. After all, Bing Xiang had played with these people in the same team before, so naturally it is clear that if the current Shadow Ryusei and Ishirin are on the same team as Ye Liangqiu, then there will be a huge commotion. However, what he is actually more afraid of is, if Ye Liangqiu chooses Shadow Ryusei and Ishirin, it means that the team has been reduced from the original vacancies of 4 people to 2 people. If there are more powerful ones, players are picked. Will I lose my own value and be abandoned because of this? Of course, Bing Xiang is not afraid that he is worthless. After all, in the last game, he has shown himself and has been recognized by Ye Liangqiu. After all, he didn't want to be on the same team as Shadow Ryusei and Ishirin. Both of these men are complete lunatics. We already knew this from previous games. Shadow Dragon Saint turned his eyes to the Ice Weaver sheep and said in a bad tone, "You stupid blue-haired goose, I'm not joining your team. What are you rejecting here? You have no place to speak here." Immediately, Bing Xiang shrank his head. After all, he was still a little afraid of the Shadow Dragon Saint in front of him. After all, this guy was in a devilish state whether on or off the court, and he might die at any time. Kick your feet towards yourself. Shut up. Suddenly, Ye Liangqiu spoke, and his scarlet eyes looked at Shido Longsheng. It is not impossible to join my team, but the premise is that you accept the arrogant man in front of you. How? Huh. Shidoraya looked at Ito Shirin. You mean how many more of us are you going to form a team? He seemed a little unhappy. After all, in the Rocky team, he once stated that he would never play when Ito Shirin was around. If it weren't for France's inability to defeat Germany, he wouldn't be playing. After all, the relationship between the two has reached its peak. That's right, if you don't want to, then there's no need to talk. Ye Liangqiu said in a cold tone, after all, you are a violent devil. I am afraid that except for me who can accept your bad character, I am afraid that there is no one in the entire Blue Prison who can suit your existence. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been chosen by Master Ito in the first place. Am I right? Shidoraya curled his lips. What Ye Liangqiu said was not wrong. If the U20 team hadn't selected him, I'm afraid he could only watch the game through the screen. He didn't want to miss such an interesting game again because of this kind of thing. Thinking about it, Shido Longsheng chuckled. Then why don't you ask this BD if he is willing? Veins popped up on Ito Shirin's cheeks, just when he was about to get angry. Ye Liangqiu put a hand on his shoulder. If you want to fight, let's compete. If it doesn't work, I'll beat you two by myself. Anyway, we have 20 days to prepare, so any injuries will only take a few days to heal. Hearing this, the people around them stood ready, looking at the auras coming out of the three people's bodies, for fear of starting a fight. But in the end, Ito Shirin still compromised. He snorted coldly, I hope you two idiots won't hold you back. Otherwise there will be no next game. After saying that, he walked towards the passage. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Liangqiu also shrugged and prepared to take a bath in a hot spring. After all, they had just returned from the bird's nest and announced this matter, and their group of players were still tired. At this time, he turned around and saw countless pairs of blazing eyes. Now there are only 2 vacancies left in the team, and the short-lived alliance of 3 people has spread almost just now. Even many players around are moving closer to Ye Liangqiu, as if they want to join this ship that just started. The assembled galactic battleship. Seeing this, Ye Liangqiu ran away immediately. I'm afraid if he continues to stay here, people will gather around him. When the hot spring bathing place closes, he won't be able to find a place to cry. Ye Liangqiu's departure made many people instantly disappointed. On the contrary, it also aroused the attention of some people, including Ji Xiai who just ran over. He looked at the backs of several people in the passage and secretly clenched his fists. He actually wanted to join this monster's feast. After all, only then can we know which pieces of the puzzle we are missing, understand our own strength better, and most importantly, be able to devour these people. However, he knew that if he asked to join, that will inevitably be rejected. After all, Ji Xiai does not have any advantages of his own to join this galactic battleship. What if I say that I have transcended the horizon? Doesn't Ishirin also have one? Can I compare to Shidoraya and Ye Liangqiu with my own physical advantage? No, it's completely impossible. So Ji Xiai knew from beginning to end that if he joined this group of monsters, he might be devoured by this group of people. Suddenly, a hand patted Ji Xi on the shoulder. Are you interested in joining our team? Wu Traveler walked up to Ji Xiai, and behind him stood Shij, Odo Yingtai, and Black Name Lanshi. Chapter 242 5-Pointed Star. Surrounded by cloud and mist hot springs. The muscles have been completely relaxed, and Ye Liangqiu's thoughts are calm as usual. Counting those 2 idiots, there are already 3 people in his team. If you want to build a complete team, in the eyes of ordinary people, it is best to be able to cooperate. Tacit agreement. But in my own eyes, this is completely useless. Because the opponent's strength is comparable to his own, it would be best if he could have a chemical reaction with him, but his strength should at least be able to play a huge role in this kind of competition. Thinking of these, Ye Liangqiu's head couldn't help but hurt. It was easy to form a decent team, but it was not so easy to form a galactic battleship. Are we going to bring BLE and Ice Weaver Sheep into the team? To make this already torn system even more chaotic? After all, File and Bing Xiang do not have a tacit understanding or cooperation. File's self is an independent species, and he will only immerse himself in his solo dance on the court. Although Iceweaver is a world type, all the weapons and abilities he possesses are turned into expectations and poured into himself. 2 people joining the team at the same time will only make the already torn team even more chaotic. The biggest problem is that Ito Shirin and Shidoraya behave almost the same as myself on the court. They are fighting for goals and shots. Suddenly, Ye Liangqiu thought of a person, and he raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you going to invite that person? At this time, Feng Li on the side seemed to see that Ye Liangqiu was thinking, and the corner of his mouth raised. Xiu, what kind of team do you plan to form? Are you going to challenge Noah and Loki? So you're going to invite me to your team? Ye Liangqiu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Will you join if I invite you? Feng Li tilted her head, showing a thoughtful expression, and then said after a few seconds, no. He smiled and said, I have found my own path forward, and I no longer need to rely on your back. The me now is brand new, and I am heading towards the future. My vision and ambition are only one, and that is to be number 1 in the world. Xiu, I believe you are the same, right? Ye Liangqiu smiled and looked at Feng Eli with some relief. He recalled that when he first came to the Blue Prison, Feng Eli was still a shadow hiding behind him. Now he has transformed into a shadow in this fight. A warrior who is afraid of any challenge. No wonder both Noah and Loki like to train new people. It turns out that this is the feeling. How difficult it is to cultivate an opponent who can fight against oneself. It also gives people a sense of accomplishment. So are you planning to form a team yourself? Ye Liangqiu asked in a calm tone. Feng Eli nodded. Yes, I plan to form a team to challenge the league team I originally chose. I want to defeat FC Bacha, and I want to step on their corpses to enter the world stage. This is my choice. Ye Liangqiu nodded and looked at the silent ice weaver sheep beside him. So what about you? Bing Xiang was stunned, his eyes drooped. As for his goal, he had already shattered everything about him in the last game. If he really wanted to say what kind of ambition he still has now, then, there is only one. That is to become the world's #1 midfielder. After all, he has chosen to transform. Naturally, it is impossible to continue to compete with the current group of Blue Prison forwards for the #1 forward in the world. Seeing Ice Weaver Sheep in such a state, Ye Liangqiu did not disturb his thoughts. A person's ideals and dreams are very important, especially at this critical juncture. If the goal cannot be determined, it is destined to become a burial object. These 20 days of preparation time are not only a buffer time for the players, but also a psychological preparation for the players. Elimination and beginning. The world is at hand. Time passes little by little. The outside world is looking forward to the final battle of the Blue Prison. Countless people are shaking their heads and looking forward to how the players of the Blue Prison will challenge these league clubs that are already famous in the world. Mr. Huixin, many people have already submitted reports to the team. Do you want to arrange the game schedule in advance? An Li sat calmly in his seat, tapping the keyboard with his slender fingers, as if he was familiar with this kind of thing. Are you stupid? Huixin Shiba was holding a bowl of noodles aside, looking at the team that was adjusting on the monitor, frowning. What's the use of making a schedule now? Before the game even starts, the lineups of all teams may collapse due to some small frictions. Just like this. I saw that in a training ground on the screen, 10 Blue Prison players were having a friendly match. The teammates on both sides were constantly running into the recently formed team. But after several consecutive mistakes, the argument broke out. It almost turned into a fight. Fortunately, there was no report of them withdrawing from the team because of these problems. But obviously, this kind of thing has happened frequently. Huixin ate her noodles and said, the players' respective personalities will lead to their performance, cooperation, and final victory on the field. In the final analysis, football is still a team game. Tacit understanding is very important. A good teammate can make one's own strength reach an unprecedented level. But the premise is that there is a tacit understanding. It doesn't mean you are strong enough to control your team members. So continue to observe. This group of people will not choose to quit the team because of such a trivial matter. After all, each person only has 2 chances. Hui Xian showed a nasty smile. He announced such rules naturally to prevent this group of players from quitting due to disagreements after choosing a team. Since it is your choice, you have to bear the consequences. This is inevitable. An Li on the side rubbed his temples and sighed. Then, what should we do with this team? I always had a feeling they were going to fight. On the computer screen in front of An Li, 5 figures came into view, namely Ye Liangqiu, Ido Shirin, Shido Ryasei, Ma Lang, and Ji Shii. Seeing such a lineup configuration, even Xin Shiba couldn't help but stand up. He frowned and showed a playful smile. How did these people form a team? What do they want to do? Chapter 243 Mrs. Yazai. Yes, after several negotiations, this strange combination actually appeared in the Blue Prison. Are you sure? Do you want to approve the team application of these people? An Li looked at the names on the screen and felt dizzy. After all, she knew that if these people were all in the same team, there would be a big commotion. Is this a competition or not? Say something else. I am afraid that these people will fight during the game. After all, this kind of thing happens all the time. Last time, Shido Longshendo was imprisoned directly. Xin Shiba, who was on the side, showed a strange smile. Let them form a team. I want to see what kind of chemical reaction the linkage of these people will cause. The top 5 of Blue Prison gather together. Interesting, really interesting. Just when I was having a headache here, at the training ground, some acquaintances had already gathered on the court, and many people were also watching the game. After all, they had never seen such a strange lineup. On one side is a 5-person team led by Ye Liangqiu. On the other side is the team headed by Wu Traveler. The members of the 2 teams are Ye Liangqiu, Ishirin, Shideo Longsheng, Ma Lang, Ji Shii, Wu Traveler, Yi Yingtai, Bing Guiyang, King Gluo Ren, Black Name Lanchi. It can be said that almost all of the players playing now were those who fought once in the last game, and both sides looked at each other with a hint of provocation. TCH. Ma Lang snorted coldly and looked at Ji Shii who was moving aside. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to tear this BD Ye Liangqiu apart with his own hands, he wouldn't be able to be with this group of people even if he beat him to death. In the team. As if noticing Ma Lang's gaze, Ji Shi raised the corner of his mouth, and his mind couldn't help but think of his choice a few days ago. Originally, Wu Traveler invited himself to join his team. But he chose to refuse, because he knew that he could only improve himself by joining the strongest team. However, if he wanted to join the strongest team, he had to have at least a certain amount of capital. And this trial match is his way to prove himself. Ye Liangqiu looked at where everyone was standing and raised his brows. Hey, since it's a competition, why are you all standing in the forward position? Why don't you want to play midfield? Midfielder. Ye Liangqiu chuckled, do you think I will be a midfielder? As he said that, he looked at Ishirin. By coincidence, don't you and Kyoci both have that transcendent vision that makes me sick? How about you and that idiot go to intercept in the midfield? After all, I'm afraid this pair of eyes can only be used for this. The veins on Ishirin's cheeks bulged, and his fists clenched unconsciously. He took a step forward and said, shut up, you BD who made me vomit. Not far away, seeing this scene, Ma Lang snorted coldly, a bunch of idiots, if you can't do it, go and watch from behind. Just when a fight was about to begin, there was a sudden sound from the player on the opposite side. Wu Traveler looked at Ye Liangqiu and the others with teasing eyes. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Are you going to fight before you start kicking? I don't even know if Hui Xian will agree to your lineup. After all, don't lose your face to FIFA. Besides, you guys are all members of the Blue Prison. Ha 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 ha. As he said this, he couldn't help but laugh. After all, this is really ridiculous. The top few in the Blue Prison, actually, they didn't even cooperate at all. They may even get into arguments during the game, or get into fights in serious cases. If this were to be seen by the whole world, I am afraid that all the reputation that Blue Prison has just gained would be ruined. This is also the reason why Only has a headache. They finally got to this point. If the Blue Prison is ridiculed by people all over the world because of this kind of thing, it will really become a joke. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye has already understood the character of this group of players in the previous games. Naturally, it is still unknown how Ye Liangqiu's team will split into. At this moment, facing Wu Traveler's ridicule, Ye Liangqiu suddenly became quiet, and the 5 people looked at Wu Traveler at the same time. Ha! Ye Liangqiu sneered and looked at him with scarlet eyes. Compared to our fight here, why don't you just worry about whether you can score a goal in the next game? Although it's a friendly match, I think we should add some bets. Bet. Hearing this, Wu Traveler was a little interested. What bet do you want to add? Ye Liangqiu stretched out a finger and said, let's do this. I don't need to say more about the rules. This game is based on who scores the goal. 1 goal is a day. As long as you score a goal, you can have it. There is no goal in this game. How is a person's day like? Wu Traveler laughed. Interesting. He turned his head and looked at his teammates behind him. What do you think? Ice Weaver Sheep and Black Name Lanchi blinked their eyes at the same time, a little confused. On the other hand, when the 5 people on the other side heard about this bet, they immediately started arguing. Why should you make the bets? Ma Lang raised his head with a displeased look on his face. And with this bet, are you planning to let someone be your wife for a day? Are you becoming a pervert? When Shidoraya heard about the bet, his face was excited, his eyes flashed pink. Very good, very good, very good. I like this bet. Ha 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 ha. You two just wait to die. Let me score 2 goals and I'll hang you 2 from the ceiling. Some people are happy while others are sad. Ji Shii scratched his head. What kind of strange bet is this? Where did this come from? Still domestic? As no one objected to the bet, the friendly match was about to begin. There are also many familiar people among the people watching not far away. For example, Ryo, Chikiri, and Nagi Sishiro who successfully formed a team looked at the team on the field and each was analyzing it. A torn team though. But the thread it contains is the strongest I have ever seen so far. King Ling looked at the stadium where Ye Liangqiu was sitting. From the moment he saw these people forming a team, he was already predicting this team. Team creativity. First of all, the transcendent vision of Shirin and Kaisei Kazuo can lock the easiest place on the court to score goals. If these two are the first to have a chemical reaction, it will be extremely terrifying. However, after that, there were 2 madmen, Ye Liangqiu and Shidoraya. The strength of these 2 people is obvious to all. No one needs to have a chemical reaction with the others. They are fighting alone. Finally, there was Ma Lang. His presence made the already disharmonious team even more torn apart. Prince Ling rubbed his temples. He couldn't figure out how these people formed a team. Germany's 3-nation confrontation had already made everyone see the horror of the ultimate offensive system. The system currently displayed by Ye Liangqiu's team is no longer an ultimate offensive system. It's about completely abandoning defense and only focusing on offense. It's an extremely torn offensive system. Chapter 244 Mortals must accept their fate. Just when everyone was talking, Ye Liangqiu suddenly spoke to the cameras looking around on the ceiling. Huixin, I know you are watching. You will be the referee in this game. After saying that, he walked towards the front court. He took out a coin from his pocket to decide which team will kick off the game first. Huixin Shiba can't escape Kyubeo's eyes no matter where she goes. As soon as I turned around from that perspective, Hui Xian's expression froze. Ha 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 ha, laughed to death. As the coin fell, looking at the head facing forward, Ye Liangqiu raised the corners of his mouth. It seems like the goddess of luck is on my side. The Ukrainian traveler shrugged. Isn't it just a tee shot? There is nothing to be happy about. At this time, Huixin's voice sounded on the radio. Since you asked me to be the referee, I will also add a rule to you. As he spoke slowly. The live broadcast is on. The mechanical drone is turned on, and the rule catcher is turned on. For a moment, everyone on the court was stunned for a second, and then they came to their senses and couldn't help but curse. This guy Hui Xian has really fallen into the eyes of money. He actually started live broadcasting during a training match? Huixin seemed to have guessed what everyone was thinking, and explained, "Don't worry, the live broadcast of this training match is not for the world, but for the league teams. As for the mechanical drone, it will shoot your highlight moments without blind spots. Then I can edit them into videos to create greater attention for Blue Prison. I don't need to say more about the rules catcher. Since I am not present for fouls, I leave it entirely to the drone's perspective. Finally, players, you don't have much time. The teams in the league next door have formed their strongest lineups to face your challenge." As Hui Xian's voice disappeared, Ye Liangqiu chuckled. This guy paid less and less attention to this group of people, but he was also an egoist like Hui Xian. He was only interested in the Blue Prison. Now that the rules have been established, then this game is about to begin. Regarding the position distribution on Ye Liangqiu's side, a 32-person lineup was adopted. 3 forwards and 2 centers. To put it simply, all forwards. There are no defenders, all in the front row. With a whistle, Ye Liangqiu's eyes turned scarlet red, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Tianqiu. There was a bang sound. The roar sounded, and the kick was taken. The football was wrapped in a scarlet arrogance, showing an arc and spinning at high speed towards the goal. Damn it! Wu Traveler gritted his teeth and turned his head. He had not yet fully adapted to the 11 vs 11 battlefield and suddenly came to the 5 vs 5 stadium. He almost forgot that the stadium was very small. With the shooting power of Ye Liangqiu, he could stand on the center line and shoot directly. Take a shot. In the eyes of others, shooting here is too irrational. But for this group of lunatics on the opposite side, as long as there is an angle to shoot, they will not hesitate. The impact of football is very fast. But at this moment, a figure jumped out. Black name Lanqi jumped up, bent his legs and feet into a Z shape, and forcefully blocked the football that was about to be caught. The football accurately landed in front of Otoyingtai. His flowing hair danced wildly in the air, and his figure kept shaking like a white ghost. There was a bang sound. But Otoyingtai smiled. The moment he pulled the football, his body also shifted to the left. True or false? Maybe it's all true. Finally, his eyes locked on one person. When Ma Lang stepped forward to stop him, he frowned and opened his arms when he saw Odo Yingtai's pace. The moment the two came into close contact, Ma Lang wanted to slow down his speed through physical collision, thereby extending his legs directly to grab the ball. Are you a player who only thinks with your cerebellum? But Ma Lang was not fooled. With his flexible body, he directly tore apart the Ma Lang's defense. Suddenly, the counterattack belonging to the Wu Travelers team started directly. The ball intercepted by Black Name Lanqi happened to fall directly at the feet of King Gluo Ren. His eyes turned, and a scale floated in front of him, as if he was judging the ball under his feet. That direction the ball should be passed. You don't need to teach me how to play football. Then there are many strong people in your team now. Mortals must accept their fate honestly. In an instant, Ye Liangqiu rushed out. It's a pity that Ye Yingtai's speed is ridiculously fast. Shut up. Ye Liangqiu snorted and twisted his neck. This is just an appetizer. Ji Xiai still wanted to defend, but he was already being targeted. In this case, you are just a waste. Beautiful. Bing Xiang couldn't help but praise, but in his heart he couldn't help but sigh that Black Name Lanqi's speed and reaction were ridiculous. After all, although he thought that Ye Liangqiu might shoot directly, his legs and feet couldn't keep up at all. This football trajectory. I had already guessed you would do this. Ido Shirin snorted coldly and quickly stepped forward to defend the opponent's attack. The speed is fast and the pace is very ghostly. The moment he touched the ball, he rushed out like a spring. But you can't control those people. Although it's a training match, you idiot, do you think you can score a direct goal with a shot of this level? Ido Shirin's face was indifferent, and his eyes looked as if he wanted to kill Ye Liangqiu. After all, he got the kick with luck. Was simply sent to the other side. Although he has not expressed himself much before that, he also participated in the U20 competition and was one of the top 10. There is no doubt about his strength. A successful defensive goal immediately boosted the morale of the Ukrainian travelers. Boom sound. At this moment, the defense in the left front court has been completely broken. Almost instantly, in Ma Lang's astonished expression, Odo Yingtai passed through Ma Lang's defense like a ghost, and Ma Lang wanted to turn back and grab Odo Yingtai's shoulder. Kuraming Lanqi looked at the football with lingering fear, which almost failed to intercept, but he showed a smile with shark teeth showing, not only have you become stronger, I have also become stronger. The football flew out. Can you not use your kicking style that disgusts me here? However, Ye Yingtai had a calm expression, his eyes narrowed slightly, and at the moment when he was about to arrive, his left leg made a fake movement of pulling to the left. On the other side, it was already chaos. Wu Traveler smiled, and a hint of ridicule appeared in his eyes. Ignorant mortal, I have watched your game. Do you rely on the strength of others to become stronger? Chapter 245, The heart is as high as the sky. The strong are meant to be exploited. Your fallacies are just for me to trample on. Ji Xiai's pupils were burning. Of course he knew that the ability he relied on to get to this point was to constantly intercept the hope of victory from the hands of the strong, but this it's his weapon, and he can't change it even if he wants to. Huixin once said that the birth of the self and the production of weapons are inseparable from one's own ambition to score goals. If you want to say that this way of scoring is despicable, then Ji Shii also admits it, because this is his weapon. For the purpose of scoring goals, it doesn't matter even if others regard him as a villain on the court, because only goals can be respected. Wu Traveler couldn't contain his smile, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just as he had guessed, Ye Liangqiu's team was indeed a team born of extreme egoism. Although powerful, they are each their own kings. In this case, how can there be tacit cooperation? Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Otoya Kejita, who was running with the ball on the other side. Ido Shirin directly intercepted him. There was undisguised disdain in his eyes, as if he had no interest in Otoya Kejita's attack. Contempt. Otoy Shadow disliked Ido Shirin's look very much, as if he was looking at a defeated opponent, which made him feel a little angry in his heart. After all, the two were rivals, and although there was a gap in strength, it's a bit big, but at least you have to look at yourself with a straight face, right? It's a pity that Ito Shirin couldn't hear his voice. Even if he heard it, he would probably mock him. Garbage should stay in the garbage dump and die silently. In an instant, their bodies came into brief contact. Ito Shirin stretched out his hand to touch the body of Otoy Kejita. He looked at the football at his feet, seemed to have locked the gap in dribbling, and directly intercepted. Faced with such an attack, Ye Liangqiu snorted, "Arrogant guy. I have teammates." A bang sound. Otoy Liangqiu passed the ball out, making a precise low-altitude pass, and shot it directly at the feet of Kurane Ranchi, who was running. At this moment, an accident struck. Black Name Ranchi was about to make contact with a pass. The dangerous aura in his heart surged sharply, and when he reacted, two figures rushed out from the sky. Tear you to pieces. There was a violent aura on Ma Lang's cheeks, and he stretched out his legs to steal a ball. At the same time, Shido Longsheng also stretched out his legs. He looked at Ma Lang's expression, which was a little surprised, but more of it was sarcastic. "You annoying idiot. Don't you know this ball is mine?" The legs and feet of the two people touched the ball almost at the same time. Under the huge impact, their legs collided violently, and the football flew directly into the air due to the strength of their feet, flying towards an unpredictable place. "You BD. Ma Lang scolded Shido Longsheng. "This ball should have been his. What's this guy doing out here when he's bored?" Shido Longsheng also looked at Ma Lang unhappily. He looked at Ma Lang with his gloomy eyes and licked his lips. "Do you want to die?" The exchange of insults between the two did not affect the continuation of the game. Seeing the two of them fighting for the ball, Kurane Ranchi kept his eyes on the ball and moved his body with the ball. In this position, who will be able to get the ball? At this moment, a figure appeared. The eyes of the Ice Weaver sheep have already shown a state beyond the horizon, and the spider web-like eyeballs emit scorching and dazzling flames. See the future, defeat the future, and then control the future. I can't make the weird pass like Shire though, but I can pass the ball more steadily and accurately than him. Under everyone's gaze, Bing Guiyang suddenly jumped up and took a shooting stance in the air, but everyone present knew that he would not shoot, but pass the ball. There was a bang sound. The legs and feet hit the football, and a roar sounded. The football carried a stream of water-blue flames and rushed straight towards it. Qing Luoren was running on the edge. The guy also looked at the Ice Weaver with some surprise, and actually gave this ball to him. "And you also noticed yourself?" But just when Qing Luoren wanted to catch the ball, a voice sounded, "I have grown up. I no longer have the ignorant excitement I had before." Qing Luoren turned around and saw Ye Liangqiu, who had arrived in front of him. How come this guy appears here? Even Ice Weaver Sheep was dumbfounded. 1 second he was not in sight, and the next second this guy appeared. No, it's not that it appears, but that the future imagined in my own vision has deviated. Ye Liangqiu saw the flying football, the corner of his mouth rose. A group of players with transcendent vision. After all, they are predicting future trends, but he is seeing the future. Just a few seconds are enough for him to change the future. However, in the face of the fight for the football, Qing Luoren refused to give in. He opened his arms and tried to resist Ye Liangqiu's steps. As long as he passed the ball out the moment the football landed, he could resolve this crisis. But the moment his hand touched Ye Liangqiu's body, the huge force made his body shake a little. It was like a wild beast was hitting him. This man's physical fitness is so strong. Although he had long known that Ye Liangqiu's various statistics were terrifying, only when he actually faced him could he realize the horror. This was the first time Qing Luoren had faced Ye Liangqiu. Liangqiu was preparing for a hostile competition, but he was still surprised. It was at this moment that Ye Liangqiu didn't even look at King Luoren. He only had football in his eyes. When the football was about to fall, it had already raised its feet and its toes looked like hooks. Boom sound. The impartial football landed at his ankles. Ye Liangqiu's movements were so smooth. After receiving the ball, he quickly controlled the ball and turned around. His body was like a spring and rushed out. A voice also emerged from his mouth. "Tell the truth. Your progress makes me feel that there are certain variables in this game, but after all, they are just a group of people who have not yet entered the Supreme Realm. If you want to challenge me, at least you have to understand what your weapons are. There is no weapon that can defeat me, so what can you use to compete with me for the #1 spot in the world?" They're just a bunch of idiots with high aspirations in the blue prison. Chapter 246, A Race Against Time. The possibility of becoming a king. Everything needs to be fought for and snatched by oneself. This is not a war of treasures, nor is it a game for you to enjoy here. In your eyes, this is just an exit with the possibility of a comeback. But for me, from now on, this is only one chance. Ye Liangqiu's eyes were scarlet, the veins on his cheeks were bulging, and the aura on his body became increasingly chaotic. The highest realm emerged before my eyes. But if I hadn't experienced countless brutal fights, I wouldn't have become what I am now. But it also made me fall into this abyss. Whenever I step onto this court, my irresistible impulse will turn me into a devil, and even trample on other people's dreams. But, what does that have to do with me? The stadium is a battlefield. Either you die or I die. Life is meant to be trampled on, life is meant to be lived by one's own glory. In that case, why do I keep suppressing my emotions and suppressing my violent emotions? No. What on earth am I thinking? I am not a puppet being manipulated. Damn. Ye Liangqiu gritted his teeth, and waves of tearing dizziness came to his head. With the surge of adrenaline, this dizziness only made him regain his senses in an instant. Looking at the ball under his feet, his eyes the sword points at the opponent's goal. But many people seemed to notice that his state today was a bit strange. Why do I feel that something is wrong with Kyubeo's condition? Don't you see it? Since the end of the last game, the camera has been blocked several times, as if to cover up something. Is he injured? After all, there are so many high-intensity games, and more or less battles between players will cause some damage, but it won't cover the camera? Those upstairs, can you please stop spreading rumors? Everyone outside the court also always felt a little strange. This was a big change from Ye Liangqiu's previous playing style. But I can't tell what's wrong. Not far away, Ito Shirin's eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible surprise. It seemed that he had known that this situation would happen for a long time, but he did not say any more words. Has it started yet? Go back to a few days ago. Ye Liangqiu, who was soaking in the hot spring, closed his eyes and rested in the water. At this time, Ito Shirin walked in. He glanced at Ye Liangqiu and asked, "Is that report of yours true? Am I still going to lie to you?" Ye Liangqiu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling with his scarlet eyes. Such symptoms rarely occur. After all, I have already noticed it before at Death Stadium. However, you can rest assured that I won't die because of this kind of thing. Are you sick? Lying in the hot spring, Ye Liangqiu closed his eyes. Besides, wouldn't it be a good thing for you even if I die? Burning my football career to the last moment and ending everything I came to this football world. Maybe the whole world will be shocked. Although football matches do not explicitly stipulate that people with mental illness cannot participate. That is to say, you have no chance to compete with me for the throne of the world's number one. On this court, use the shortest time to prove that you are qualified to be the world's number one striker. Thinking of this thought in his head, Ye Liangqiu shook his head with a smile and said softly, "A game against time. Are you here too? That's number one in the world." After all, Ye Liangqiu is a bomb, the kind that can explode at the drop of a hat. Don't worry, in my opinion, I don't care about that anymore. Besides, I don't want you to tell those idiots about me. Ye Liangqiu noticed it. But considering Ye Liangqiu's situation, his mania is still relatively mild. It's no wonder that sometimes on the playing field, this guy goes crazy. It turns out there are other reasons. At that time, I will no longer be able to enter the flow state, or even enter the highest realm. Ito Shirin on the side suddenly punched Ye Liangqiu in the face. Even Ye Liangqiu did not react and looked at Ito Shirin in confusion. It seems, no, only intermittent drug treatment and psychological treatment are available. The corner of Ito Shirin's mouth twitched. You are just a lunatic. Ito Shirin's eyes were a little gloomy. I'm not sick, I think you are sick. Of course I know you won't die from this symptom, but, do you know that if you go to the world competition one day, those people will not allow you to have such instability and let you compete? This all makes sense. Why didn't this guy go to other clubs when so many people recruited him? I'm afraid the bigger reason is this relationship. Ha 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 ha. Ye Liangqiu burst out laughing suddenly. He looked at Ito Shirin with some surprise. I'm not that fragile, didn't I say that? This disease was not serious at first, but since he came to the blue prison, his condition has become more and more weird. He didn't even notice it at first. But since the moment Sister Ziyawai asked him to pay attention to his body one day, but it's only the early stage. If it gets to the later stage, I'm afraid you will need to take medication. Is there a cure? All my thoughts are focused on the emotional mania. I think it's quite interesting. It's better to exit the blue prison now, find the best nursing home, and recuperate honestly. Fortunately, it was discovered early enough. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but smile. The weather was not going his way, but it was also giving him a chance. Although mania is a disease, in the early stage, this disease will only make people irritable and even violent. There are also benefits. The adrenal glands throughout the body soar and the mind becomes sharper. I'm afraid only Exin Shiba, who is fully informed, would be willing to let this guy stay. So, I can only keep burning my life. I have only one goal. But if people all over the world knew that this rising star still had this disease, I'm afraid many clubs would withdraw all their previous offers. Ito Shirin was speechless. The veins on his cheeks bulged, and his fingers unconsciously exerted force, but in the end he sighed helplessly. Before I reach the end of this road, I will not die, let alone run away. Chapter 247 Normal Behavior. Who is not burning himself in this arena? Who doesn't use what he considers to be a strong person in this arena to defeat opponents who frighten him one by one? Burning life is just a way to come to this kind of competition. However, everyone present believed that this method was normal behavior. Am I right? The corners of Ye Liangqiu's mouth rose, his chest rose and fell, white air surged at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes sparkled. Compared to time, I am never afraid of dying on the court. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to enjoy the voices screaming for me before the curtain call. It's approaching, I'm approaching this final moment. On the court, Ye Liangqiu's speed was getting faster and faster. Wu Traveler, who originally wanted to intercept him, was shocked because he obviously intercepted according to his predicted route, but missed the time. As a result, Ye Liangqiu's speed was getting faster and faster. Good Autumn passed in front of him? No, it wasn't his calculations that went wrong, but Ye Liangqiu's speed was faster. The information reviewed in the brain needs to be recalculated. Guard him. After Toruto lost his last chance to defend and counterattack, he immediately looked at Yingtai and Kurane Ranchi who had already run to the goal. Of course, Ye Yingtai and Black Name Ranchi are no strangers to defending Ye Liangqiu. After all, they are both teams that have participated in the new hero battle. They know this guy very well. Almost at the same time, the two men were double-teamed, one on the left and the other on the right. He wanted to intercept Ye Liangqiu by force. Unfortunately, facing this kind of interception, not only do they often do it, but Ye Liangqiu, who has always been protected by this kind of defense, has already developed a way to break it. The glimpse of the future that shines in front of you is as bright as a galaxy. The stadium has become smaller, have you all forgotten? Don't intercept it this way. Come forward? Come forward. As the person who knows Ye Liangqiu best, Bing Xiang shouted loudly while running. He seemed to have guessed what Ye Liangqiu was going to do. It was a pity that the two of them reacted for a split second. Ye Liangqiu has already jumped up in advance, yes. Just like what Bing Xiang said, the stadium has become smaller, which means that the time for him to accelerate sprint is reduced, but the explosive power is still there, and in front of the penalty area, he does not need to go watch out for the mice hiding in the shadows. You can use your own weapons without any scruples. Boom sound. The football was picked up by Ye Liangqiu with his toes. The speed of the football leaping into the air was accurately controlled. In front of everyone's eyes, the football seemed to be stagnant in midair. A figure also quietly emerged. The next moment, the roar was deafening. I saw that Ye Liangqiu had already opened his legs, and the football hit the goal like a bow and arrow. God's punishment. The football in the air, after receiving a strong impact, showed a high rotation of the football and shot directly. The thinking mode of the mechanical player was completely unable to catch the ball. Under the shocked eyes of Ye Yingtai and Kuraming Ranchi, the goal was right in front of them and the shot was successful. Beautiful. All the players watching couldn't help but praise. This volley and high spin shot made even them couldn't help but be excited. Sitting on the preparation table, Kinki curled her lips and said, "What a monster." It wasn't just him teasing. They look interesting. Ha ha ha, Loki, I want to join this team too. On the other side, not only the players from the Blue Prison were watching this training match, but live broadcasts of their games were also being shown on the big screens in the lounges of other clubs. Wow, this guy has become stronger. Lorenzo held his head with his hands. Although his face was still a little weak, he could tell from his eyes that this guy was watching the game seriously. Caesar gritted his teeth, but he also watched the live broadcast very seriously. As for King Ling, he shook his head. Although he had 99% replicas of chameleon weapons, it was not that he didn't want to copy Ye Liangqiu's weapons, but that he couldn't copy them at all. This is the result of his many studies, and every attempt to reproduce it is doomed to failure. Accompanied by several people making noises with each other, the game continued. Nagi Sishiro nodded and stood up, but it could be seen from his eyes that this guy was still thinking about how to make himself stronger. Ye Liangqiu raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the people behind him with a smile. "Mrs. Yazai, if I score 3 goals in a row, can I ask someone to serve me for 3 days? Let me go," Seal said coquettishly, holding Loki's arm. "No." Loki shook his head, "The rules don't allow it. Besides, even if you join their team, your mentality will explode soon. Besides, how could Pony Wolf form a team with these guys?" At this moment on the court, with Ye Liangqiu scoring a goal, it means that he has an opportunity to let others serve him for a day. Who can shoot so accurately in the air? Only by mastering it can you shine on the world stage. Ha 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 ha. The way he devoured Ye Liangqiu was constantly replaying in his mind. Although everyone is constantly growing in official competitions, in that environment at that time, they did not dare to try to copy other people's weapons. Tisk. Ma Lang snorted coldly, "The game is not over yet, so stop making sarcastic remarks." In this mode, all players are carefully observing the shining points of other players and trying to copy their weapons to make themselves stronger. This is the supreme weapon, Hui Xian said. In training matches, one has no worries and the other is that one will not be punished for losing the match. The king has fallen. On the other side, the two clubs, Rocky and Noah, had just finished a training match. Both teams were resting in the lounge and watching the people on the screen. A weapon that no one can replicate. It's still the same thing who loses and who wins. Thinking about it, King Ling glanced at the people on the side, turned around and prepared to leave. Don't look at it, our training match should also start. Charles raised his head, do you just not believe me? Loki sneered, it's not that I don't believe you, but you have fought against these people, so you should know how terrifying they are. This opponent cannot be underestimated. On the side, Nagi's hero watched the shot intently, seeming to be thinking about how to learn this kind of shot. This is a training match. Chapter 248 Playing with Beasts. The more powerful a person is, the more they can realize that the education method of Blue Prison is very abnormal. Even mentors like Rocky and Noah are gradually being led astray by their own thoughts in each game, let alone these players who are full of struggle and competition. They are just a group of children under 18. They are just a group of players who do not seek fame or fortune, but only seek to be number one. Pure ideas created these monsters. But it is this constant influx of monsters that keeps football alive forever. The more exciting the game, the more exciting and happy it is. Xin Shiba showed a weird smile, his eyes watching all the movements on the court. Injuries will not make a player surrender, let alone give up his choice. Mixed with all kinds of unwillingness to become stronger. This is the Blue Prison, a place where people can be eaten. At this moment, the training match on the court was one-sided. Even the Ukrainian travelers had to admit that although these 5 people did not cooperate at all, their strength meant that they did not need to cooperate at all. Tisk. Wu Traveler curled his lips, wiped the sweat from his cheeks, and looked at the differences between the 5 opponents. However, their cooperation on the court was extremely weird, but they were able to score goals. This made him have to doubt his life. It's just a matter of strength. The simplest way to score a goal without petty theft. Sure enough, these guys have entered that field. That's right, all players want themselves and the supreme weapon. Whether it's Idoshi Rin, Shido Ryusei, Ma Lang, Kaisei Ichi, Ye Liangqiu's team, the self-devouring nature, makes the strength of all members rise instead of falling, making it easy entering the flow. In this state, even an ordinary player can develop a strong fighting instinct. Not to mention this group of rapidly growing monsters. Wu Traveler clearly remembered that Ji Shii had never appeared in his world a few months ago, but after experiencing several games after the new hero war, this guy now had weapons that could threaten him. And because of the existence of Ye Liangqiu, Idoshi Rin and Shido Ryusei had no intention of conflicting with each other. He would only seek a more powerful fighting method. A feast organized by monsters. Everyone is in flow. I really want to experience it. Wu Traveler shrugged, looked at the score, and sighed helplessly. Unexpectedly, this bet actually hurt his own foot. But fortunately, he knew that even if Ye Liangqiu and the others scored, it would not affect their team. After all, their team has hatred for each other. Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing. You've already lost, but you're still so happy. Ma Lang, who was not far away, twitched his mouth. He always had a bad feeling. The next second, there was a bang sound. Idoshi Rin suddenly attacked, and a super long-distance whirled wave directly hit the goal. The football was entangled with countless ferocious monsters, as if it was going to devour anyone who blocked it. Unfortunately, someone seemed to have noticed his goal. The ice sheep gritted its teeth and jumped up, the cobweb stayed in its pupils showing the reflection of an incoming football. The next moment, in everyone's surprised eyes, Bing Xiang's calf accurately blocked Ishirin's whirled wave in front of the goal. Ice Weaver Sheep exhaled hot air from the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry, I don't want this game to end like this. After all, I also want to experience how strong the newly formed team is. It's not okay to end it like this. With a whoosh sound, the football was safely intercepted and then passed out at an extremely fast speed by Bing Xiang. Black Name Ranchi, who had been waiting on the sideline for a long time, quickly exploded with speed, caught the ball, and ran wildly on the left wing. His eyes had turned into the vertical pupils of a beast. It was exactly the predator mode. In extreme situations, under pressure, pressure will turn into motivation. Motivation stimulates the brain and makes people enter the flow state unconsciously. This is the core goal of this training match. All of them are players who keep moving forward in order to step into the highest realm. If they only thought that this was a training match, they would have already lost before the match started, because the enemies they faced would never regard any match as a playful game, but as a war. Black Name Lanchi's chest rose and fell violently, and he looked at the running people. Several figures were reflected in his eyes. There were Kaiseki and Idoshi Rin who were predicting the future through transcendent vision, and they were quickly stepping forward. There was also the crazy Shido Ryusei who was rushing in his direction, and that one the extremist wolf is watching him from behind. Most importantly, there is a demon boss guarding the last level in front of the goal. Black Name Ranchi's body was trembling with excitement, and his shark-like teeth seemed to be making strange noises as he said, "My supreme weapon, speed. No, it's dexterity. Although my speed is very fast in the Blue Prison, it is extremely slow in the world competition. Noah's advice to me once made me think that I should continue to improve my speed. But they forgot their own advantages. Being short is not a weakness." At the moment when Ma Lang stepped forward to intercept, Black Name Lanchi looked back and smiled, with those completely violent eyes looking at Ma Lang who stepped forward with contempt. "You big BD. Watch me perform a magic trick for you." Before Ma Lang could react, Haiming Lanchi's figure suddenly disappeared. To be precise, it didn't disappear suddenly, but disappeared in front of him. "Behind me." Not far away, Ji Shii shouted. Only then did Ma Lang come back to his senses, and when he looked back, he saw that Ye Liangqiu, using his advantages of short size and speed, directly bypassed his eyes and rushed out of the blind spot of his vision. The speed was so fast that he was in a millisecond. He threw Ma Lang's body away a lot. Is this your weapon? Hidden from view. Black Name Liangqiu grinned. No, it's not about avoiding sight, it's about playing with the beast. Only a beast like you, full of unstable emotions, can be easily influenced by me. If I had to give this weapon a name, I would probably name it Teasing Monsters. The corner of Ma Lang's mouth twitched. Did he mean, I am an irrational beast? Damn BD, ever since I came to this stadium, he had a perverted pleasure in wanting to make everyone kneel down and sing about conquest. Just wait for me. Chapter 249, The Predicted Killer. Beautiful duel. Not far away, Ye Liangqiu could not help but exclaim in admiration. After all, this form of weapon is very gorgeous in his eyes. Whether it was Kuruming Ranchi's evasive vision or his counterattack in an instant, he could see in Kuruming Ranchi the scene where he had played with those players. His guess was correct. It was from Otoya Kagita that Kurno Ranchi found inspiration. Training after training, he began to think about his supreme weapon. He did not have a strong body, nor a brain like Ji Xiai, nor did he have the monster potential of Ye Liangqiu. All he has is the speed and reaction ability that he has developed over the years. And when he saw that Ye Liangqiu could use such speed to weave among the players, he was already thinking, my speed is faster than him, and my reaction may be faster than his, but why do I keep struggling to surpass everyone else in terms of speed? Why not be like FC Batch's group and play recklessly on the pitch? Compare the stadium to a stage, let your short body roam on it, and use your smallness to defeat the giants who laugh at you? At that moment, Ye Liangqiu finally broke through. He couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, a group of 190 centimeters tall rookies. Although I am short, it does not mean that I am weak, otherwise I would not be standing on this court. God will not let anyone who works hard lose his expectations of himself. Unless you give up on this path. Outside the screen, Rocky watched the changes on the court and couldn't help but smile. Has another player emerged from the cocoon and been reborn? That guy Hui Xian is creating pressure on us. After all, they were the team being challenged. Seeing the passage of time, Hui Xian showed their live broadcast to them alone. Not to mention seeing this group of people continue to improve and become stronger, the players of her own team. Is it because of this situation that arouses fighting spirit? On the contrary, Rocky would feel that his players would see the progress of these monsters and become fearful. But after all, they have all experienced one game. It can be seen from the previous games that the self-breakthrough ability of this group of players has been infinitely improved. Or maybe, this group of people are not afraid of destroying themselves. And the players on his team are almost all idiots who are afraid of destroying themselves, some conservatives who dare not destroy their own originality for fame and money, and have remained intact. They only enjoy what their current strength brings. They will only say that they are too weak when they meet strong people, and then give up their position, put up their own shoulders, and let others step on their superiors' rubbish. Loki couldn't help but smile and shook his head. So Noah, is this why you brought your team here? It is to let them see a more terrifying opponent approaching step by step. However, they always stayed where they were without making changes, and were eventually devoured. But what's the point? Under the light of the live broadcast screen, half of Rocky's face appeared in darkness. As long as I am here, the team will not collapse. No player who can reach our field is afraid of this group of players who have just awakened them. That's not necessarily true. Noah's eyes were still cold. The past, present, and future. If the present is our world, then the future may be the world of these little monsters. The throne is always vacant. They're not going to stop because they beat us, you know what I mean. It's about constantly creating talents that can tear apart the football system. Both the Caesar I trained and myself have been completely used in this experiment. I even understand Hui Xian's thoughts. His purpose has actually changed, and it is not for the world's #1 striker. The football drew an arc and rushed towards the location of the Ice Weaver sheep. Ice Weaver has raised its legs, that's right. It's not just Black Name Liangqiu. Ice Weaver has also made changes in order to seek more powerful weapons. This is why football fears blue jails. The so-called offensiveness and the so-called advantage almost all come from scoring goals. But, that doesn't mean he can't be a center. Which step can you guess? He clearly knows his weaknesses and shortcomings, and has made changes. Loki was silent. He looked at the situation on the court, his eyes moving, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Thus, at the moment when the football has not yet fallen, the ball can be passed directly. Our era is about to collide with this generation of new stars. Wu Traveler has said before that his body has extremely strong toughness and can be used with either his left foot or his right foot. To put it clearly, it is a dual benefit foot. This kind of weapon is placed on the court and cannot be used as a forward. It doesn't make sense. Continuous progress is the best solution to survive now. Hui Xian's teaching method has completely confused these instructors. Black Name Ranchi directly kicked the football away. Breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn is so simple, but how many players can do it? Pass it to me. Not far away, Ice Weaver Sheep had already arrived at a perfect goal-scoring spot. Although he did not respond, the moment those eyes full of fighting spirit looked at Ye Liangqiu, the two of them seemed to have a good connection. After all, completely breaking one's former self is equivalent to changing the way of playing, switching from the original forward to center, defender. All of this requires a self-destruction. That's right, that's a direct shot. To be precise, he changed the direct shot into a direct pass. Before the ball fell, his eyes had already seen the situation of all his teammates behind him. If you stay in the dust, you will be eliminated. Don't you like to predict? That's right, that's swallowing the owners beyond the horizon. There was a bang sound. This test is not just for this group of players, but also for our group of mentors. Ice Weaver Sheep was surrounded by a black mist, and gray flames ignited in his pupils. I am one of those killers like you who like to predict other people's football futures. If Ye Liangqiu let him devour Charles at that time, it was the best choice, but that was not the path he wanted to take. At this moment, he has found the most complete route, and it is a route that has been traveled by others. In their eyes, only scoring goals is the end. Because the monsters cultivated there don't care about themselves. They only care about whether they can become stronger and which path they can take to become stronger. Most importantly, he also found an evolutionary route. Loki, get ready. Of course, the players on the court didn't realize this. On the contrary, because of this weapon, his passing will become extremely lethal. Then what I can see in the future is the combination of direct passing with both feet. Who do you think I will pass it on to? Chapter 250. Don't get me wrong. In an instant, before anyone could react, Iceweaver had already touched the ball, and his legs and feet were like whips, teleporting the football to an unknown location. This is what he realized is the supreme weapon belonging to the center. It is also his unique and unpredictable supreme weapon, direct passing. Without any hesitation, he only needs to carry out the trajectory predicted by everyone in his mind, and there is no need to pay attention to the expectations of his teammates. Instead, pour all expectations into yourself. At this moment, even Ice Weaver's teammates didn't react. Ye Liangqiu, who was running at the front, only saw a beam of light coming towards him. When he saw it clearly, he realized that it was actually a beam of light. Football. The most important thing is that the landing point of this football is so perfect. It's so perfect that he can shoot without any thought. There was a bang sound. With a loud noise, Ye Liangqiu directly raised his leg and fired a heavy shot. The ball rushes into the goal at high speed from a straight distance. The score came to 2-1. Ye Liangqiu clenched his fists and looked in the direction of Bing Xiang with surprise on his face. Good pass. So beautiful. Bing Xiang smiled slightly. This was a pass that he poured all his energy into. If it failed, it would mean that the supreme weapon he understood could be seen through by others. At this moment, successfully scoring a goal means he succeeded. His supreme weapon has been forged. Even Ye Liangqiu, who was not far away, couldn't help but be surprised. The corners of his mouth raised. Interesting. Pass the ball directly. Compared to Charles's wild passing, Xiao Yang seems to have the opposite personality. He is extremely calm, calculates the landing point of the football, and passes the ball directly at the moment he touches the ball, without giving anyone a reaction. Time. It's quite interesting. But this is not enough. The so-called supreme weapon is a weapon that cannot be reproduced. Direct passing is almost possible as long as a player with transcendent vision can do it. Even if you have both feet, you are passing the ball, not shooting, so the threat is naturally not that high. Ye Liangqiu shook his head. It still needs further polishing, but this direct pass, if it can lock my position on the court at all times, may be able to play a huge role. Just when he was thinking about it, the whistle sounded. The training match has come to an end, and one player after another has begun to realize the power brought by weapons, and it has also stimulated some people who do not have supreme weapons. For example, Rin, with his frivolous eyes, has recorded all the changes in these people in his mind. When it comes to the supreme weapon, he can never lose to the BD Ye Liangqiu, so the weapon he created is also it must be able to fight against the Ye Liangqiu branch. Direct passes and Black Name Ranchi's dexterity were of no use to him. Self-saboteur mode is more powerful than flow mode. If you want to create your own supreme weapon, you must work hard on the destroyer mode. This is the result he got after fighting countless strong men. It is said that beyond the horizon is to observe the entire stadium from God's perspective. Rin asked himself that this kind of weapon is indeed useful on the court, but when the enemy he faces is beyond his imagination, the information gap beyond the horizon is enough to give him a painful blow at the last moment. The countdown has come to the last day. Ye Liangqiu's eyes widened. Are you going to strangle me to death? You. The new hero war of Blue Prison 2.0, which attracts worldwide attention, is about to begin. After all, this BDX in Shipachi hides behind the screen and taunts these players every time. Veins popped up on Rin's cheeks, and his teeth were broken. UBD. The next second, he pressed hard with his hand. So he evolved the destroyer vision in his eyes. This is not because he has no weapons that he has never tried before, but because every time he enters destroyer mode, thoughts well up in his heart. For example, predator vision, when a person has the same observation ability as an animal, keeps a close eye on the prey he is hunting, and finally delivers a fatal blow. This kind of vision can be used by either Caesar or a horse wolf. Beyond the horizon can also be improved. In the lounge, Ye Liangqiu was lying on the bed as usual, but this time someone was massaging him. It must also be improved. No, what I'm going to do is, destroyer horizon. Hui Xinchi put his hands in his pockets with an arrogant look on his face. He stared at everyone with his dead fish eyes and showed a weird smile. Don't get me wrong. The training matches are going on in full swing. And now what Itoshi Rin calls the Destroyer's vision is an observation mode that has never existed before, and can even be said to be completely unachievable. I'm just here to remind you of something. The desire for destruction is spreading little by little. A figure pushed open the door of the lounge and walked in. It was Exin Shiba. The dark circles under his eyes were heavy at this moment. Compared with the passion when he first created the blue prison, things seemed to be locked behind him now, overwhelmed. But, is this really the case? A ball of flame seemed to appear in Itoshi Rin's eyes. The so-called transcendence of vision is just to constantly observe the information of the entire stadium through the eyes, so as to predict the future and find the scoring points. In reality, there is more than just this kind of vision. Because he found that in the destroyer mode, he had a great desire to destroy the things around him, and rushed out unconsciously. To put it simply, his rationality was reduced, and even his brain could not calm down, and he only focused on the opponent in front of him. And the goal? Beyond the horizon? So, if I can still use transcendence when I am absolutely focused, then, my strength can be improved by another level. The atmosphere in the blue prison has become increasingly tense. Just when the two were pinching each other. Try harder, haven't you eaten? In destroyer mode, his transcendence vision is completely useless. Ishirin looked up at the flashing lights above the stadium and took a deep breath. So what I have to do is to get the destroyer mode in my hands as quickly as possible, at least so that it can be turned on at any time during the game. Then there is the future vision that Ye Liangqiu possesses. Through some special ability, he can observe short moments in the future. It is completely different from transcending the horizon. It is a unique and extremely terrifying ability. This is why there is no people are willing to engage in a one-on-one duel with him, because Ye Liangqiu is completely invincible. But the moment he walked into the lounge, everyone was a little confused. Chapter 251 Arrogance is the original sin. Remind us. Shido Longsheng looked at Ishin Shibachi with some displeasure, stood up slowly and walked condescendingly in front of him, showing an impatient expression. After all, during the previous U20 game, this guy tied him to a human experiment table. He has remembered this grudge for a long time. Huixin Shiba chuckled. You don't think I'm here to stop you from competing, do you? After all, you guys, this strange combination, might start fighting on the court. Shut up. Ma Lang said disdainfully, I don't need any reminder. Who do you think I am? Do you still need a little talk before the game? Let me know the opponent's weaknesses. Haha, this is what the weak need. Seeing the fierce reaction between the two, Ye Liangqiu, who was lying on the bed not far away, narrowed his eyes and laughed. There is no need to be so hostile to him. After all, he has trained us, the top 7, bit by bit. It looks like a farmer and a snake. Just listen to what his reminder is. Seeing that Ye Liangqiu had spoken, Shideo Longsheng said, although you are the captain of our team, don't give me orders. At this moment, another figure walked in. Onli held a notebook in his hand and looked at everyone helplessly. Stop making noise. I heard you guys arguing when I was outside. Listen to Mr. Huixin. He won't harm you. And your team is the most troublesome. Like other teams, you have to listen quietly to Mr. Hui Xian. Exactly. Ma Lang snorted coldly. We are not dogs. Suddenly, the entire rest room could hear a pin drop. After a few seconds of silence, Hui Xian looked at everyone and finally spoke slowly. This time the new hero War 2.0 is not important to you guys, but the list of U20 members has not been announced yet. Now it is getting more and more. More and more players have stepped into that supreme realm. Your status and everything you enjoy may be overturned. There is a saying that goes well, the higher you stand, the more painful your fall will be. Arrogance is a kind of original sin. You are just starting from the starting point and heading towards the road to the world. The real game has just begun. Saying that, Huixin Shiba looked around at the crowd and said, the two teams you are going to compete against are France's XPG and Germany's Boston Munich. These two teams have replaced several players in the past 20 days or so. We even transferred players from the main team. To put it simply, France and Germany are already attaching great importance to this game. Noah and Rocky have raised the quality of the team to a world-class level in all aspects. Their tacit understanding will only be higher than yours, otherwise they won't be able to score a single goal. That would be embarrassing and embarrassing. Hearing this, Ishirin's eyes became serious and he asked, besides Caesar and Noah, who else will be playing in Boston Munich? Exin Shiba grinned, you don't need to know this, but I can tell you clearly that these teams are more than one level stronger than before. Stop your arrogance. I'm telling you some good news. The 11 heroes of the new generation are rushing to the Blue Prison to prepare to participate in this new Hero War 2.0. In other words, the whole world wants to see whether the Blue Prison will be eaten by this group of wolf-like clubs during this period, or, we will step on their corpses to get the upper hand. Ye Liangqiu's tone was calm, and his red eyes stared at Exin Shiba. So you came here to tell us that the enemy is very strong. You want us to take it seriously? No. Huixin Shiba shook his head. You are free to play football how you want. I'm just here to tell you some worthless information so that you won't be intimidated by the opponent's lineup on the field. As for the rest, I won't say much more. The ball is played by people, and the team's assistance is very important. After saying that, Exin Shiba turned around and looked back with a grin. Well, dear stars, the game is about to begin. become food, or treat them as food. I'll see. As the two left. In the lounge, there was silence for a few seconds. Ye Liangqiu couldn't help laughing. Listen to what he means. Isn't he saying that not only 5 clubs came to the Blue Prison, but those 11 heroes also participated in this war? Huixin really prepared a big surprise. But then again, aren't those elite 11 people from other clubs? Are they going to the Blue Prison with their teammates from their own team? Heroine on the side said coldly, "You idiot, haven't you heard of foreign aid? It is a team that has attracted worldwide attention. For the Football Association, making money is the purpose, and they want to make the game more exciting. Naturally, people all over the world will see the disastrous defeat of the newly emerged Blue Prison. For them, foreign aid is a very good thing. To deal with us juniors, we can't invite players who are active in the World Championship, but we can't invite players who are too weak. We can only invite some of the best players of our generation who have shined in the World Championship. The new Generation 11 are a good choice." Ye Liangqiu, who was lying on the bed, seemed to think of a figure. "So, your arrogant Spanish man is also coming." The corner of Itoshirine's mouth twitched, as if he was about to punch him. At this time, Ji Shii, who had been silent on the side, suddenly exclaimed. He was holding a tablet computer in his hand, and saw that the competition list had been announced on it. All club player information in the 5 major leagues above has been obscured. It also shows how many teams have chosen to challenge the team. Among them, there are actually only 2 teams challenging France and Germany. One is them and the other is the Ukrainian team. In other words, other players thought these 2 teams were too strong and chose other league teams. A wise choice. Ishirin nodded as he looked at the list of participants. France and Germany are the strongest. If some players want to show themselves, they must not choose these 2 teams, otherwise their quotations will be reduced if they are zero blocked. But this does not mean that other league teams are good teams. It can be said. In this test, the minimum standard for the Blue Prison team is not to get a clean sheet during the game. Just when Ishirin was looking at the information, he suddenly saw an additional condition written in obvious red fonts at the end of the competition, which made him frown. What's this? Chapter 252 Speculation. Additional conditions. Everyone was very interested. After all, in every game, there will always be some unexpected things, but most of them are absolutely hostile to their group of players. Ishirin frowned as he looked at the red font. There is only one additional condition, that is, if you defeat the league team *1, you will have the opportunity to have a sleepover match with 5 mentors. That's when they passed the 3rd test a few months ago. Compete directly with professional players in a 5 vs 5 battle. What does this guy Huixin want to do? We haven't even defeated the league team yet, and he has already set his sights on challenging all the mentors after the game. Ji Shii was a little stunned. In his opinion, defeating the league team is already extremely difficult, let alone competing against him. 5 mentors fighting? Even if you succeed, it's almost impossible to defeat those 5 monsters. Unless everyone here awakens their own supreme weapon, there may still be a chance for a fair 5 vs 5. But at their current pace, it's even more difficult. However, Ji Shi's eyes are very fiery, but this is also a rare opportunity. After all, not everyone can compete with 5 world-class players. This is one of the few competitions that can make oneself stronger. What do you think? Ishirin looked at Ye Liangqiu and asked for his opinion. Ye Liangqiu chuckled. How else can we look at it? Let's play. I'm afraid this is Huixin's order to us top 7 players. He is very optimistic that we can beat the current league teams. In other words, maybe this additional condition was not created by him. But, those BD instructors asked for it. Itoshiriin was speechless, his eyes turned to the screen again. The growing excitement of the battle has begun to spread on the last day before the game. All teams have begun to adjust their status and prepare for the first game of the new Hero War 2.0. And because there are only 5 teams in the league. On the contrary, there are nearly 10 teams of players on the Blue Prison side, so they are divided into 2 groups and will have a total of 2 days of competition. By coincidence, Ye Liangqiu's team was assigned to the next day. This is the first time these guys have played without the first game. The atmosphere in the lounge is a bit subtle. That BD Huixin, does he look down on us? They actually arranged for us to compete on the next day. Ma Lang cursed while biting a piece of chocolate he got from nowhere. Ji Shii on the side twitched the corner of his mouth. Maybe Huixin wants us to observe today's game and be fully prepared to fight against those league teams. Anyway, the later the game is played, the better, isn't it? What a fart. Ye Liangqiu snorted coldly. It's like we are scared. You have to know that we are top 7. Do we need to compete one day later? Joke. Seeing the endless chatter, Ye Liangqiu's head got bigger. He looked at the participating teams being broadcast on the big screen in the lounge and said slowly, "Shut up, everyone. Why don't we just compete one day later? If you think it's not possible, go and reason with Huixin. Do you think he will agree to switch teams?" What Ji Shii said is correct. Although we will be affected to some extent if we come on stage later, but, don't forget, our goal is not to defeat the league teams, but to defeat the mentors of the 5 leagues. This is the real mission Huixin gives us. It's better to compete later. You can more clearly observe how much Caesar and Charles have grown and how much stronger they have become in these 20 days. TCH. Ma Lang curled his lips, stood up and walked towards the door. Ji Shii asked in confusion, "You don't watch the game. Ma Lang looked back and snorted, "I'm hungry, let's go get something to eat." As he said that, he gave a few people a fierce look and said, "Don't wait for me to come back. You bastards will make the room a mess, or I will kill you." As Ma Lang left, the 4 people in the room looked at each other. Suddenly a pillow hit Idoshi Rin on the back of the head. Shido Longsheng tilted his head, "What is that idiot talking about? Kill me." At this moment, the teams that are already participating are already in place. The Ukrainian team will face the German team Basta Munich. The atmosphere at the scene was already very depressing. Before entering the stadium, the 5 people in the tunnel were walking and discussing how to restrict Noah, the world's #1 forward. Noah had played very few games in previous games, and it was even difficult to see this strong man get serious on the court. But just playing on the court doubled the pressure on everyone. This time, they will not have their own mentor behind them to restrict other mentors. Everything is up to them. What should I do if I'm a little nervous? Black Name Lanchi showed his shark teeth and joked. Wu Traveler walked in front and said with a smile, "You have participated in so many games, and you are still nervous? It's better than competing against those bastards. After all, there are no perverted requirements in this game." "That's true." Black Name Lanchi laughed. The Ice Weaver sheep on the side also asked, "As for Caesar's shot, are you sure you can stop it? According to my prediction, that guy should give us a world wave at the beginning like someone else." Ye Liangqiu patted his chest and said with determination, "Don't worry, I'm here." Wu Traveler suddenly turned around and looked at the person walking at the back. "By the way, King Gluo Ren, don't think there is any principle of balance in this kind of game. All of us are goal points and scoring points. What is needed is tacit understanding. Otherwise we will be looking for new players after this game." The calm eyes of the King Gluo people looked at the Wula people. "I don't care where your goal point will be, and I don't care at all. There is a tacit understanding. I have my own way of playing, and I have my own ideas. You don't need to speculate on my thinking. I'll keep up with you." Wu Traveler grinned, "Then I'll wait and see. After all, I didn't recruit you into my team just for you to make soy sauce." As they talked, they had already reached the entrance of the competition venue. It was quiet outside, but the sense of depression that hit their faces made everyone serious. The race is about whether they can get into the race for the final candidate. No one wants to become a substitute for the new U20 players because of failure. Then let the game begin? Chapter 253 Malice. At this moment the competition really begins, the players are in place, the referee is in place, and the audience is in place. Countless eyes are fixed on the court. Caesar stood on this court where he was not free, his eyes were extremely cold, so you just want to create an opponent that can make you stronger, right? You piece of shit mentor. Noah was standing not far in front of him. He seemed to hear Caesar's whispers. He looked back and said like a mechanical gear, "Of course." Caesar mocked, "So you always think only of yourself. Ye Liangqiu and I are just tools and test subjects for you to improve yourself. Is this the truth of this world? Is this the reason why you strong people fight for it? Does the best coach in the world use your method to educate players? Or is this a perverted idea?" Caesar's taunting did not sting Noah, but instead made his calm eyes look at Caesar, further revealing his true nature that had always been hidden under the appearance, the best in the world. Noah's tone was as ruthless as a gear, "That's just a trophy created by others." In Caesar's doubtful eyes, Noah spoke again, "I just pursue the forward lifestyle, perfect and instinctive performance." Noah's tall body was very oppressive. He looked down at Caesar, "I think the person who threatens me now is Loki and Ye Liangqiu. That's why I need to get stronger. Besides, the so-called #1 in the world is just something that people describe. It may be because of one of your own mistakes or a loss in a certain game, and those people will deny your existence through various rumors. The #1 in the world disappeared without a trace. So being #1 in the world requires people to constantly challenge themselves, and it means people need to know how strong they are. That makes sense." In an instant, half of Noah's face was covered in dark flames, strange and cold. "So, come and challenge me, Caesar. Like Ye Liangqiu, challenge me at all costs. I'll always be here waiting for you." Caesar's expression gradually became serious. He looked at the terrifying aura exuding from Noah, and could no longer see through the mentor who had been with him for many years. What on earth is Noah? He is simply a terminally ill football fanatic. He only cares about whether he becomes stronger and implements his perfect rationality. This guy can no longer be called a human being. Rather, it is a twisted robot that is always running at high speed. Damn BD. The veins on Caesar's cheeks bulged, but it was precisely because of this that he wanted to tear Noah apart bit by bit. Only then could he find the pleasure he sought. He looked at the team that had already walked onto the court and exhaled a breath of fiery arrogance. "If this is the case, then one day I will trample all of you under my feet. Follow love and pour all the malice into it. Complete my most glorious goal." At this moment, Caesar returned to his own thoughts. He was no longer the unfree BD bound by shackles, but an evil ghost who broke out of the prison and walked out of the unfree environment. "It was you who changed me. Then let me repay you with malice. Go to hell, you idiots." With a whistle, the game begins. The kicker is the team of Wutrin. Compared to the training match, they now have a better tacit understanding. Bing Xiang can already handle the direct pass very skillfully. The moment Wutrin passes the ball to him, he reacts come over and predict where the ball will land and make a direct pass. The moment the Wu traveler passed the ball, the football bounced off Bing Guixip's position like a cannonball. Even everyone in the German team is a little confused. What's going on? At the moment when someone else passes the ball, in a cross pass, and at such a fast speed, without any hesitation, everyone's eyes were focused on Bing Xiang. This kind of anxious sight made Bing Xiang enjoy it very much. After all, he had never enjoyed the feeling of being watched by the whole world on the court before. At this moment, because of his changes, but let the whole world remember his appearance. This feeling is as addictive as pleasure. But the game goes on. The supreme weapon displayed by the Ice Weaver did not disrupt Boston Munich's offensive rhythm. Everyone looked at the landing point of his pass. After all, the direct pass was indeed ridiculously fast, but could anyone react to such a fast pass? Just as they were surprised, a figure jumped out. It was the black name Liangqiu. He grinned with shark teeth. Who are you looking down on? He jumped up and caught the pass. Before the game started, they had already discussed the battle plan. In addition, the Ice Weaver was now a walking, fast-loading cannon, and the information gap was enough to confuse this group of people. The three people's interaction didn't even last more than 5 seconds. The football had already flown from the feet of the original Ukrainian traveler to the hands of Ye Liangqiu, and the distribution of German players on the field was directly torn apart. After all, they didn't expect that the ball could be passed so fast, and because of the rules, the number of spectators is still rising at this moment. Not only Ye Liangqiu and the others are watching, but the French team, which has not been challenged, is also watching. What a beautiful pass. Even Rocky couldn't help praising Ice Weaver's pass. After all, he can predict the trajectory of the football in a short time and accurately pass the ball directly from the flight. The ball, this kind of difficult pass. I'm afraid only Charles can do it in France. But Charles is not a player who passes the ball in a regular manner. For him, he only seeks his own pleasure. Loki smiled and said, after 20 days, has the blue prison changed again? Charles on the side looked at the figure of Bing Guixip passing the ball on the screen, his eyes glowing, and he showed an evil smile. Interesting. It's really interesting. Is there anyone else who has the same idea as me? And not just them watching. In the lounge on the other side, Ye Liangqiu pointed at the screen and said proudly to Itoshi, did you see? This is what I taught you. I asked you to learn more about the lamb. Maybe this weapon can shine in the competition. The corners of Itoshi's mouth twitched. You are dreaming. If you want me to pass the ball to you, just ask. Don't use this insinuating method. Ye Liangqiu's nose seemed to have grown longer. He shrugged and said, then just watch others surpass you. Chapter 254, Bring all your weapons. The two were competing on the sidelines. Only Ji Shii was observing the game carefully. He covered his mouth and had already entered the thinking mode. Among players who continue to emerge in the highest field, his existence is becoming more and more confusing. The collision between genius and genius, the battle between the mediocre and the mediocre for the future. Which side are you from? Now even the Ice Weaver sheep has found his own weapon, but he was immersed in it after the last game, as if nothing happened before, but his ability to perceive the space was strengthened. So the question is, how do I get myself to the next stage? Beyond the horizon? No. As a weapon alone, the beyond the horizon is no longer a special existence. On the same court, there are emperors, demons, kings, one after another strong men, they all have unique weapons, and beyond the horizon is among them. It's no longer a unique existence in my eyes. I need to create a more powerful weapon. It can no longer satisfy me. Ji Shii grabbed his hair with fierce eyes. Without going to the battlefield to experience the kind of competition that pushes himself to the limit, he would not be able to think about his own supreme weapon. Just based on live games, he can't improve. Ye Liangqiu, who was exchanging insults with Itoshi, glanced in the direction of Ji Shii, with a faint smile on his lips. Have we started? The constant choice between mediocrity and genius, constant evolution. Ji Shii, as the real protagonist of this world, your evolution speed is too slow. Don't keep me waiting too long, the next game won't give you time to react. At this stage, you can only use your own life to fight and seize everything. At this moment, the game is still going on. Faced with the sudden attack by the Ice Sheep, the German team was obviously surprised, not panicked. After all, they were well informed. In just a few seconds, both Caesar and Noah had already analyzed the goal of gold content. Noah was catching up like a machine, and even thought about the solution later. There was a constant crunching sound of mechanical parts around him. Shit, mentor. Caesar gritted his teeth, his pupils full of violence. He was not only fighting the opponent, but also during the game, he needed to not be led astray by Noah, the BD mentor. Only in this way can he show his new self. Otherwise, we will be swallowed up by Noah's rationality that transcends phenomena. This is the battle between geniuses. Once they start, they will either devour each other or completely trample you to death. Black name Liangqiu saw Noah, who stepped forward to stop him, and a flash of excitement flashed in his pupils. After all, this was Noah. In the previous training games, they had discussed who was more suitable to guard Noah, but in the end it was still the same. There is no good candidate. Even Wu Traveler, who was always responsible for blocking people, shook his head and said that Noah's physical fitness and skills were almost crushing him. If Wu Traveler were to defend him, he would probably be defeated in a few seconds. But Noah was not invincible. In the experimental competitions, Black name Liangqiu also found Ji Shii and wanted to ask for help. It's a pity that Ji Shiai doesn't know much about Noah, but the only thing he knows is that even Ye Liangqiu in the strongest form of Blue Prison will be defeated when facing Noah. If these players are monsters that are still growing, then Noah is a monster that has fully matured. Everything they knew about the principles of attack, Noah, the monster, knew how to crack it. This is Germany's #1 striker. Not only is the offense powerful, the defense is also suffocating. Black Ye Liangqiu licked his lips, so the whole world is looking forward to our group of people defeating you. Then let me try it. Bring all my weapons? Test how strong you are. Suddenly, Noah had arrived in front of Ye Liangqiu. The tall figure exuded a sense of absolute oppression. Just a look seemed to penetrate everything that Ye Liangqiu imagined in his mind. Black Ye Liangqiu's thigh and calf muscles tightened instantly. Predator mode was turned on. Flow mode was turned on. He looked at Noah's blind spot, and the next moment he raised his right leg and kicked the ball lightly. Trying to get the ball to Noah's blind spot, he exploded instantly. The whole body was wrapped by a black and red lightning. The supreme weapon that defeated the horse wolf previously reappeared. Just the next second, Black Ye Liangqiu's pupils shrank dramatically. Just a few tenths of a second after he started running, a hand pressed hard against his chest, preventing him from taking even half a step forward. Noah's terrifyingly calm eyes looked at Black Ye Liangqiu. Your speed is too slow. If it were Loki's curve acceleration, maybe there is a chance to go around the blind spot of my vision. But, obviously you can't. Black Ye Liangqiu felt like he was being seen through, just when he reacted and wanted to pull back the ball he just kicked. Noah's left leg stepped forward directly and stepped on the ball. This is dual-footedness. When facing an enemy attack, he can defend with either his left foot or his right foot. He is a natural star. After the interception was successful, Noah's figure was like a ghost. The moment he resisted Ye Liangqiu, his body bent down and protected the ball at his feet. There was a bang sound. A sound like a sonic boom sounded. Noah rushed out directly. Are you kidding me? Black Ye Liangqiu had a look of astonishment on his face. He had never seen Noah have such speed. Was he dazzled? But this did happen. At this moment, behind the live broadcast, Loki crossed his legs, stared at the screen, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Noah is not as simple as you think. If you just think that he is very calm and only calculates goals through his head, you are totally wrong. He is considered the #1 striker in the world. You have defeated 99% of the players based on physical fitness alone, and the supreme weapons you have created, or the weapons that you think are powerful, are almost useless in his eyes. This is Noah, standing alone at the top of the throne. If you want to defeat him, you have to show some intention. Noah's sudden acceleration instantly panicked the Black Traveler team, who were just proud. Who could have imagined that Black Ye Liangqiu would be cut off so easily after realizing his supreme weapon? In their eyes, this is simply an impossible operation. But Noah finished it in just a few seconds. The most important thing, his acceleration state actually looks a bit like a certain person. No, it should be the way that person runs. That's right, it was Ye Liangqiu's explosive acceleration. At this moment, Noah actually used it completely. Chapter 255, Sharp Sword. The Lingwang team, which was competing on the second day, couldn't help but sigh when they saw the battle between the German and Ukrainian teams. Prince Ling's pupils were shocked. It's too scary. This extremely calm reproduction ability. This guy is like a high-speed reproduction printer. If my weapon is a chameleon, able to reproduce 99% of other people's abilities, then Noah the replica is a perfect replica, even a transcendent replica. He understands this situation very well. After all, he is a glutton who keeps devouring other people's weapons on the court. King Ling's reproduction ability is 99%. Then Noah's reproduction ability is even as high as 110%. More powerful than players with original weapons. How can this not make others despair? 1 second you show your own weapons, and the next second others use weapons that are more powerful than you. It's like Kiyoichi vs. Idoshi Rin. When Kiyoichi is still there when he realized the spatial perception ability, it turned out that Idoshi Rin had completely understood it. Of course, this was one of the few times when people saw Noah become serious. On the court, although they were surprised by Noah's sudden change, the Ukrainian travelers calmed down and everyone quickly retreated to the defense line. Get ready to meet Noah. Ice Weaver Sheep opened his mouth, his eyes exuding strange colors. If Noah can rely on his own uniqueness to understand and analyze other people's weapons and use them, but it is impossible for humans to use them. Everything is recorded in the mind, even imitated. Besides, he didn't believe that Noah had transcendent vision. His guess was not wrong. Noah never showed any talent like a monster from beginning to end. This time it was just a small test of his skills, which was enough to surprise everyone. Caesar gritted his teeth, and when he saw Noah charging with the ball, his gloomy eyes stared at the goal. You guys underestimate Noah too much. If he had been that simple, I would have replaced him as the first choice for Boston Munich. Don't think that just because you are constantly devouring and growing in the blue prison, you think you can stand on the top of the world. This is an unrealistic existence. A bunch of idiots who are obsessed with themselves. Just when Wu Traveler was about to step forward to intercept Noah, Noah's pupils moved to the side, and his gaze seemed to be looking at a blind spot. The next moment, he picked up the ball and passed it directly with his left foot. Fast and swift, leaving no room for Wu Tai to react. And the location he passed was exactly the direction of Caesar. Damn shit mentor. Caesar's expression was angry, and the bulging veins on his neck made the carved blue rose more eye-catching. This was one of the reasons why he hated Noah. Absolutely reasonable. The ball passed by Noah will definitely make you feel comfortable, and even think that you have become stronger. But this is not a part of his mechanical calculation brain. There was a bang sound. Caesar still kicked the ball, and the football exploded and arced straight towards the goal. At this critical moment, a black figure rushed out. It was Qing Luyan who had been guarding the sideline. He jumped up, straightened his calves, and blocked the ball at the last moment when it was about to hit the goal. Even Caesar was stunned for a second. However, the moment continued because of the defensive success. Just when King Luoren was about to pass the ball, suddenly, a figure approached him from the side. It was Ness. His eyes were empty, aura-like black lines came out of his body, and the dazzling magic that once emerged had completely disappeared. Just a second after the football was bounced away, Ness hit him directly. The football was blocked by his strong body and fell from his stomach. Regardless of the pain, he raised his right foot and shot again. At this moment, Ye Liangqiu suddenly came out and shoveled the ball away in front of Ness with a sliding tackle. Don't even think about shooting. But at this moment, Noah shot out again. His eyes were resolute and decisive, without the slightest emotion. In the horrified eyes of Ye Liangqiu, Noah had his feet up while the football was still flying. Shoot directly. Ice Weaver Sheep was shocked, right? Is he going for a direct shot? There was a bang sound. The moment the violent roar sounded, the entire stadium fell silent. Everyone looked at Noah as if he were a monster. This guy's super rationality did not rely on the logic of precise calculations in his head, but relied on his absolute strength to make the game go as he expected. Everything moves. Rationality was something he created himself. Noah looked at the people in the blue prison who were breathing heavily in front of him, and slowly said, I have said it before, whether you are players in the blue prison, or you were in the special training of my team at that time. The players are good too. I'm only interested in beings with the power to defeat my theory. But you can't make me feel motivated. This also explains a reason. There is actually no need to continue this game. Because, you won't get a point. Noah's tone was like a provocation before the game, but his tone was as rigid as a machine, without any emotion or color. This is the ultimate egoist. Even if it is extremely strict for every game, the almost ruthless tone made the Ukrainian traveler team, which was supposed to have a negative atmosphere, even more silent. After all, at this moment, all their weapons were useless in the face of such a monster. It was as if a marionette was being manipulated. Even the final goal. I don't know what happened. It's like a dream. With all 5 players on the field, they were no match for Germany's 3-man team up. Moreover, Caesar's shot, which he was clearly guarding, even withstood Ness's attempt to steal the ball inside. But all this is just a preparation for Noah's shot. Damn it. Ye Liangqiu got up, his eyes glaring, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that the core was this guy Noah. Under his calm appearance, he had been controlling the entire situation. It's just that they can't understand the existence of Noah. At this moment, countless people were standing in front of the screen. Half of Hui Xian's face was in darkness, except for the light that ignited a flame in his eyes. Turn genius into the sharpest sword in your hand, and guide the genius to act according to his own route. Noah, you really haven't changed at all. Chapter 256 Result. There is no suspense about this game. With the huge gap in strength, coupled with the super offensive system of Noah and Caesar, it is too easy to deal with the Wu Traveler team. Everyone outside the field had already guessed the result. Ye Liangqiu shook his head. It's not that we can't cooperate, but that we were crushed in terms of strength. Otherwise, we would still have the strength to fight. Xiaoang's passing, Wu Traveler's one-on-one defense, and Black Name Lanqi's weapons were almost all destroyed suppress. In this case, unless they can perform a miracle. Otherwise don't say 3 points. I'm afraid I won't get a single point. As he said that, he changed the channel. He no longer wanted to watch this game, and turned to look at the team of BLE versus FC Bacha. I saw that the stadium was also in full swing. Forming the team with BLE is Reiki, Yamaro, Ikong, and Zantetsu. The overall integrity of their team is very sound, and it can be said that they have both offense and defense. After all, Ikong was the captain of U20 before, and his command is also top-notch. Facing FC Bacha's team, they actually scored a point without Ye Liangqiu looking. Although it is not clear who entered. But being able to score a point so quickly is indeed fast enough. That's a good kick. Getting a point so quickly, it seems that there is hope to defeat the FC Bacha team. Ye Liangqiu stared at the screen and laughed, looking at the running Feng Li inside. Compared with the past, the current Feng Lula has completely found the goal he wants to pursue. Instead of hiding behind yourself again and again. I have grown a lot. Just when Ye Liangqiu was watching the live broadcast, the perspective above suddenly turned, and a figure came into view. ITO Master. I must have read it correctly, right? I saw a figure that everyone was familiar with indeed appeared on the screen. Yes, it was ITO Shizuo. As the 11th hero of the new generation, he also came to the blue prison at this moment. It seemed that he was here to help Spain. He was eliminated in this kind of fighting battle. So I invited him back. It's him. As soon as Ji Shi stared at that figure, he thought that when he played against U20, this guy's sense of oppression was no less than that of Caesar and Ye Liangqiu. So long in the blue jail. In fact, everyone understands that when playing against the U20 national team, Idoshi Sae probably did not even show 80% of his strength. After all, this is an era where strength is everything. Idoshi Sae can stand out, how could he be weak? The moment Itoshi Rin saw his brother's face, he was stunned for a second and gritted his teeth. It seems you are here to participate in this feast. Elder brother. It's just that his hostility towards Itoshi Sae seems to have diminished a lot. Maybe it's because of those words Ye Liangqiu said back then. Or maybe he is gradually understanding everything. Itoshi Rin has changed. He is no longer a monster controlled by anger, but a human being who is gradually able to think. I have his phone number. How about we let you reminisce about old times? Shido Longsheng poked his perverted phone case and teased. I just don't know how he got this phone number. Speaking of this, I have to mention that this guy also joined the U20 team to help them defeat the Blue Prison. Are you afraid you're not AG? Ye Liangqiu raised his eyebrows. Every day I see people asking for their mobile phone numbers, but I don't see you asking for a girl's number. Just find some boys. Shido Ryasei, is there something wrong with your sexual orientation? Do you want me to find a doctor for you? By chance, I know one. The corners of Shideo Longshen's mouth twitched. You are the only one who is sick, your whole family is sick. While the four of them were fighting, the game was still going on. However, the performance of each team was not very good. Almost all were crushed by the league teams, and some teams were disbanded on the spot because their confidence collapsed after being kicked. For a time, the heated discussion on the internet exploded. Didn't you say that Blue Prison is very strong? Why, when I saw this person was either kneeling or kneeling repeatedly. What's going on? Blue Prison. Let's just say you can't kick, don't kick. I also heard that the Blue Prison seems to have qualified for this year's World Cup. Now these football matches are prepared to compete for the quota of participating players. Looking at it. Say goodbye, I can't understand every ball. The opposite of these, the league teams are still just substitute teams. Don't be embarrassed internationally. People upstairs, which side are you on? These players are already very good, okay? You have to know one thing. The players they face are all strong players active in the world competition. And they have not even participated in a world competition, and they are already able to play. Isn't it enough to be like this? How about you come on? Besides a mouth and two hands that can type on the keyboard, what else do you have? Suddenly, the entire internet was shocked by the strength of Blue Prison and suspected. Some comments did not look at the players' efforts and directly criticized them. There are many main things. Until the end of the first day of competition, a table that shocked everyone appeared on the big screen. Central Link Room. Exin Shiba looked at the players below with a serious face, holding a piece of paper in his hand. It seems to be as I imagined. Your performance disappointed me. No team in the league can score 3 goals. There are only 2 teams that can score 2 goals. There are only 3 teams that can score a goal. In the end, there were actually 5 teams that were 0 blocked. Faced with the outrageous data, everyone looked at Ishin Shiachi. Before they started playing football, they thought that 5 vs 5 was the strength of their Blue Prison. After all, they had been there since they entered. Participate in this competition. Those league teams usually conduct 11 vs 11 training. But now it seems that others have only adapted to it for a few days before they fully understand the 5 vs 5 game style. Even in the official competition, they directly suppressed all the teams in the Blue Prison. The corners of Huixin Shiba's lips raised. Of course, I have already guessed that this would be the result. But are you willing to accept this result? Tomorrow is the last day of the new Hero War 2.0 test, and you still have one last chance. Well everyone, I wish you good luck. As Exin Shiba's words ended, the participating teams for the next game once again appeared on the screen. Ye Liangqiu stretched out from his seat and finally reached them. Being a spectator in the lounge is not as exciting as actual combat. Chapter 257 Salute. The next day came in a blink of an eye. In the lounge, everyone is warming up. There was no dialogue between the 5 people. Compared to the tacit understanding of other teams, the atmosphere in the entire lounge seemed to tear the surrounding space into 5 parts. Even Ji Shiai, who had always been optimistic, looked at the 4 people with a look in his eyes. They are all full of fighting spirit. From the very beginning, when he joined this extremely torn lineup, he understood a truth. The fittest will survive, the weak will be crushed to death. Whether it's Ye Liangqiu, or Idoshi Rin, Shido Ryasei, Ma Lang, each of them are players who have shown their ambitions on the court. Their personalities and their thinking are beyond their control. Exist. He couldn't even see the future of this game, as if his eyes were blurry. Ji Shiai took a deep breath. If he could predict the probability of winning or losing in all previous games, then everything in this game is unknown. He didn't know what kind of brilliance he would burst into in the team. He might be crushed to death by these monsters, or he might stand up on the corpses of these monsters. Everything needs to be verified by yourself. Emperor, King, Devil, Demon, what a strange combination. As the voice on the radio rang out, everyone looked towards the passage that was slowly opening. So please show yourself. On the court, the 2 teams came out of the tunnel facing each other. As soon as Ye Liangqiu showed up, he almost felt countless eyes focused on him, with malice, contempt, and caution. Mixed with countless glances, his eyes met Noah, who was headed by Germany. Let's finish what we didn't finish last time. This time, I will kill you on the throne. Noah's eyes were calm and he spoke softly. Come on, challenge me. And then I beat him. Finally die peacefully. Ye Liangqiu grinned. You are such a bad instructor with facial paralysis. You should die peacefully to create the smoothest path for us new players. Almost instantly, the smell of gunpowder spread across the entire field, and countless monsters and huge eyeballs flew wantonly on the field. This game has already attracted the attention of the whole world before it even begins. At this moment, the data of the live broadcast platform is also showing explosive growth. I finally waited, but I didn't expect Kyubeo's lineup to be so weird. Malong, Idoshirin, Shidoraya and Kaiseki? These are all the kings of the new generation, and they actually formed a team? Are you kidding me? I'm very curious whether these people are cooperating. After all, they are all mortal enemies. Forming an alliance at this moment does not mean that they can cooperate with each other on the court. The comments are coming in at the moment. There was also a whistle on the court. Ye Liangqiu, who was on the kicking side, started to move quickly. Ye Liangqiu's red pupils shone with a strange light. The moment he touched the ball, his eyes were pointed at the goal. Since it is a challenge, let me give you a salute first. Consider it my gift. There was a bang sound. A roar sounded, and the football rushed towards the German goal at a very fast speed and at low altitude. Under the huge impact, the lawn seemed to be cut into a straight line by the airflow. The moment he is about to reach the goal, a figure rushed out. Caesar's face was ferocious. UBD, do you look down on us? Boom sound. Caesar predicted the ball's path, stretched out his leg, and directly intercepted the football. But he didn't feel comfortable with this blow. The football hit his calf. Under the recoil, he almost fell to the ground, and his calf was even worse. It was a dull feeling of pain. Even he couldn't help but be shocked. Ye Liangqiu's shot became more accurate and powerful. The blocked football went to Caesar. Germany wins the ball. What are you doing? You don't think you can succeed in shooting, do you? Ma Lang was a little unhappy. The good ball was given to the opponent like this, but he was also frightened in his heart. The low-altitude heavy shot just now was still fresh in his memory. After all, he failed at this in the first place. Unexpectedly, Ye Liangqiu's shooting accuracy was such that he could shoot directly from the midfield line. The corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth raised. Since it's a salute, naturally I just want to say hello to them. After all, we are not comparable to those teams. Thinking of the greeting, the corner of Idoshirin's mouth twitched. It seemed that this greeting was a bit familiar. At this time, Caesar had already rushed up with the ball. His purpose was very clear, which was to defeat the BD Ye Liangqiu. He had always been on the same team before, and it had been hard for him to fight for the ball with each other for several months. Now he finally got this idiot to go to the opposite side. Of course, it's also his chance for revenge. At this moment, all members of Germany stepped forward to attack. The lineups of both sides are extreme offensive lineups, so naturally there is no such thing as fear. The moment Caesar stepped forward, Idoshirin had already predicted his direction and intercepted him. However, Caesar quickly passed the ball to Noah, who was running from the side. The cooperation between the two was smooth, and there was no fault at all. This is completely different from what Ye Liangqiu and Ji Xiai did in Boston Munich before. At this moment, the level of tacit understanding among the German team is several times higher than before. It is in this tacit understanding that Caesar fully releases his newly acquired self. The new emperor. Ye Liangqiu chuckled. This world is not made up of countless geniuses, but most people are ordinary people. But those who can stand on this field are undoubtedly geniuses in the eyes of ordinary people. Unfortunately, there are levels of genius. The air flowed from the corner of Ye Liangqiu's mouth, and the muscles in his legs and feet gradually inflamed. The clock in his pupils began to turn, and the world went backwards in front of his eyes. Although I don't want to admit it, it is true. Caesar, you are a player who deserves to be taken seriously. It's a pity that you have such a disgusting self. I really can't help but want to crush you to death. The next moment, the world seemed to be in the process of going backwards, and the speed of Ye Liangqiu appeared as a beam of light rushing towards the center point of Caesar and Noah. Both of them noticed the approaching Ye Liangqiu, but Caesar had already stretched out his foot and passed the football to Noah. After all, in his opinion, only a two-player interception of Ye Liangqiu could get rid of this trouble. It's just that moment when the football is passed high into the sky. A frantic warning of danger swirled in the sky. At this moment, the pupils of the people who were beyond the horizon were shrinking dramatically. The sky of the stadium seemed to be shattered, and those huge eyeballs were broken into pieces, falling like heavy snow. Chapter 258 Destroying One's Own Nature. There are always people who spend their entire lives wondering if there is a God watching over them in this world, or give them good luck and let them rise higher and higher. Some people even attribute their talents to being given by gods. But I can only say that it's completely wrong. In the dimly lit monitoring room with blue lights, Hui Xian Shiva put his hand on his chin. I can actually see what you can see. It's better to look forward to God than to look forward to why you are on this court. This world is not composed entirely of geniuses, but a contest between special groups and normal groups. If you are still immersed in the past, you will never be able to improve yourself. At this moment, everyone on the court was staring at a figure. The moment Caesar passed the ball, the football flew high into the sky. So what do you want to do? Noah's calm eyes were filled with an unknown meaning, and in that short moment, a figure had already jumped up. Ye Liangqiu showed a cruel smile, and a football spinning in the air appeared in his sight. Of course it is a brilliant salute. God's punishment. There was a bang sound. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Ye Liangqiu had already raised his leg and hit the football accurately. The violent roar sounded again. The football was wrapped in black and red flames in the midfield, pointing at the goal. This unexpected scene was not predicted even by those owners who transcended their horizons. After all, the so-called prediction is to predict the movements of players through the continuous overlapping of countless information, and then predict the landing point of the football. But it is a pity that every action Ye Liangqiu makes predicts the future 3 seconds in advance. The trajectory of his actions is difficult to figure out. Caesar gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at the football that was already rushing toward the goal. Damn BD, don't you have any fear? After all, this is the midfield. Even if the football field becomes smaller, is this guy not afraid of a little accident in his shooting route? Ye Liangqiu stared in the direction of the goal, facing Caesar's question. His tone was frivolous. Afraid? Do I need to fear you? Or do I need to fear Noah? You are all just the ones I want to crush in the future. Giving birth to fear on this court means failure. I'm too lazy to have an upright competition with you people who always have crooked minds. After all, you are all mice who eat the cake at the critical moment, aren't you? Mouse. Veins popped up on Caesar's cheeks. At this moment, a whistle sounded. The football hit the net. Ye Liangqiu stood there, looking directly at Noah. I already have to rely on distance to activate the supreme weapon. I only need a chance, a weak chance, and I can make your team completely different. Completely collapsed. So, are you still planning to hide your strength in the competition? Noah. Noah stared at Ye Liangqiu coldly and said nothing. He turned and walked towards one end of the court, but after taking a few steps, he paused for a second and looked back at Ye Liangqiu. You seem to have made a mistake. Strength does not need to be hidden. I will take this game seriously. Ha. Ye Liangqiu sneered, taking it seriously? Sure enough, it's Noah, as calm as a robot. Unlike the fierce collision between them, somewhere in the stadium, Ji Shii was observing the stadium. He was always thinking about what he was missing, and how he could defeat these powerful players. But under the scene just now, the shock in his heart had already quietly erupted. Because he saw Ye Liangqiu's genius and monster side. Ji Shii touched his chin, and a strange brilliance burst out in his pupils. Actually, the so-called genius is just a general term for distinguishing those who are different from others. No matter what field it is, there is a theory of genius. But as Ye Liangqiu said, geniuses are in the minority, and the vast majority of people in the world are ordinary people. Once, Shinzeo said that he was an adaptive genius, but he didn't agree. After all, if he is really a genius, why hasn't he been able to create his own supreme weapon until now? Beyond the Horizon is no longer the dominant group in this stadium. After all, everyone has a self and the ability to resist manipulation. Although Beyond the Horizon is powerful, it is just a weapon that everyone can possess. This is not uniqueness, let alone proof of genius. The so-called geniuses are those who are born with powers that are different from ordinary people. For example, Loki's terrifying curve acceleration, or Ye Liangqiu's eyes that can see through the future, and Noah's proud natural duality, and his previous acquaintance with Nagisa Shiro. What's in it? Everyone is a genius, born to be the king of the court. But, Ji Shii also discovered a truth, that is, this group of people all have one characteristic. Self-interest, the ultimate egoist. In order to create a scoring environment, they are willing to sacrifice the strength of everyone around them to guide themselves to score goals. Compared to them, he uses everyone's strength to score goals. Self-interest and extreme egoism are completely different existences. Or, other people never existed in the minds of these geniuses. So, genius equals self-image. And I am equal to the world type. Then what do you mean by yourself? Countless fragments were floating around Ji Shii's body, seeming to shatter all the previous theories. He was thinking, between geniuses and ordinary people, what was missing between him and the others? What is it about genius that creates the threat? Suddenly, he looked at Caesar, and then at Ishirin. A bold guess seemed to come to mind. In the eyes of ordinary people, the talents displayed by geniuses cannot be realized by those who have accumulated them over time. For example, when I first met Ye Liangqiu, that guy dominated the entire stadium with just his eyes. When he was on the campus team, almost no one achieved it. This is already an unexplainable existence. In other words, people like Ye Liangqiu, Noah, Loki, and Shirin are actually monsters above geniuses. No, they should be geniuses. And after so many games, I already thought that I was a genius, but this was nothing more than what others claim to be. In fact, I am a scholar who keeps working hard. Ji Shii's pupils were full of throbbing. Denying everything about himself may be impossible for ordinary people, but this is a blue prison. All they need is to keep destroying their own nature. Self? What exactly is the so-called self? Chapter 259 Scholar. Is self-hypnotizing over and over again into thinking you are a genius on the court? Being hypnotized over and over again and defeated by that group of real geniuses? Surrounded by puzzle pieces, Ji Shii has realized a harsh problem. The real genius on this court has never been him, but the group of monsters, and he himself is just struggling among these monsters of ordinary people. That is the so-called scholar. At this time, the game started again. The kickoff party came to Germany. Noah quickly passed the ball to Caesar. His tactics seemed to have not changed. They still used the tacit cooperation between the two to quickly tear apart Ye Liangqiu's team. Compared to the last missed pass, Caesar's beast-like eyes looked at Ye Liangqiu from time to time. It was obvious that even though Ye Liangqiu was very far away from him, he still cared about this BD. Suddenly, a figure came to him. Are you ready to taste the air with your tongue? Caesar quickly moved the football at his feet. Ishirin's eyes narrowed and he quickly stepped out to grab the ball. However, Caesar seemed to have predicted this behavior. He directly pulled the ball towards his side with his right foot, and then put his hand on Ishirin's shoulder, and a contemptuous voice sounded, "Destruction beast? Put away your disgusting tongue. Don't drool everywhere." Ishirin was so angry that before Caesar left his field of vision, he stretched out his hand and directly touched Caesar's chest. But it was already too late. With a strong force of his body, Caesar knocked away the arm blocked by Ishirin. At this moment, another figure rushed out. Shadow Longshan's exaggerated smile appeared, and he directly made a sliding tackle at lightning speed. Caesar snorted coldly, reacted very quickly, and passed the ball directly. And the direction he passed was Noah, who had already passed the three of them. Noah barely looked at the ball and seemed to sense that the ball was coming towards him. He quickly turned around to catch the ball and continued to rush forward. The degree of torn defense was further expanded. Suddenly, a powerful oppressive force came. Facing Noah, a powerful enemy, only one person in their team could restrain him. The moment Noah came into contact with the ball, Ye Liangqiu leaned directly on him, blocking Noah's body with his arms to slow him down, and his right leg also stretched out in an instant, preparing to grab the ball. But how could Noah be so stupid? Both of them are Shuangli football players, fighting for the ball and shooting in top-notch directions. Facing Ye Liangqiu's pressing, Noah tilted his body severely and pressed Ye Liangqiu's arm with his chest. It looked like he wanted to squat down and get rid of Ye Liangqiu, but Ye Liangqiu bit him into pieces. Teeth. This guy actually leaned his body weight on him. Originally he was forcing him, but now he actually used his body to force himself to let go. Otherwise, under this weight, his arms will gradually lose strength. And if you use more force, it will be a foul. You insidious BD. Ye Liangqiu's red eyes exuded anger. Noah disagreed. All football skills are there to deal with players. There is no insidiousness. This is all prerequisite for launching a reasonable attack. Just as the two were fighting for the football, German players are also approaching. Noah quickly passed the ball out. Ness caught the ball on one side. His eyes were empty, but his body movements were ridiculously fast. Ma Lang stepped forward to stop him. Compared to the fierce battlefield here, while Ji Shii was running, his mind kept thinking, can a scholar really defeat a genius? The terrifying weapons of geniuses and their extremely self-interested mentality keep this stadium in a state of madness. One after another, weapons that are beyond common sense are simply not something that a talented person like him can stop. And what is the opportunity to defeat him? All along, he has been racking his brains to defeat this group of geniuses, beyond the horizon, planetary hotline, cooperation, interception goals, direct shots, all his weapons are just among these geniuses. It was established through fighting. If he were to compete alone with a genius, he never seemed to win. Is this a gift? In his current situation, he has racked his brains facing the monsters on this field. If he could use transcendence to win the battle before and now, but what about the future? The closer you get to the center of the world, the more you find that those who can stand on that pyramid are either monsters or geniuses. A stadium full of geniuses, a world of monsters, the world's number one forward, unparalleled physical ability, and an unexplainable goal philosophy. At this moment, he has come to the world that Ye Liangqiu once said. Genius is just the ticket for admission. Almost all the people standing here are geniuses. And he is just a low-level scholar. Ji Shii breathed heavily, his pupils dim. At this moment, he had fallen into the quagmire of thinking. Fighting, how can he reflect his own value in this kind of competition and let his fighting a chance to score a goal, a chance to express yourself? He has already felt the fatal blow given to him by the football he once loved. The stronger you are, the more you can experience this feeling of powerlessness. It's not that he is too weak, but that the enemy is too strong, so strong that he loses confidence. Ji Shii suddenly stopped. He looked at the ceiling, his eyes flashing with emotions of unwillingness, frustration, disappointment, and struggle. So, my end is here. Is the ultimate destination of a scholar just to look up to those talented people and continue to move forward? After a long period of hard training and hard work, you finally got your answer here? Do you have a chance to cross the mountain called genius? I have obviously thought about defeating those monsters, and I have also thought about winning every game, but now that I have reached this point, I can no longer imagine how I can win against these monsters. I can't even imagine standing in front of these monsters. The appearance before. At this moment, behind the screen, a pair of eyes were watching Ji Shii's every move. It was Eshin Shipachi. He seemed to recall some of his past experiences on the court, and murmured, "It's unreasonable and helpless. The moment you know how strong the enemy you are facing is, if you are weak, you will lose your confidence in fighting. But that's exactly what it is. Only by searching can you find the path that belongs to a scholar. This is the scholar's wall that is used as a stepping stone. Go and realize that there is no absolute strong person in this world. Even a scholar has his own path." Chapter 260, A brand new theory. At this moment, Ji Shii, who is deeply trapped in the wall of being a scholar, seems to have lost hope of fighting. However, at this moment, a voice sounded, "Don't do nothing and just think that you are a waste, okay? Football relies on people to move it. How would you know if you don't play, if there is any crack in this desperate situation?" The sudden sound made Ji Shi turn his head and saw Ye Liangqiu just passing by him. Ji Shi suddenly opened his eyes wide. Desperate situation. It was like an electric current. His body seemed to sting, his heart fluctuated violently, and even his breathing became rapid. "No, that's not right. There's something wrong with the way I think. If a scholar is an ordinary person, then a genius is a monster. However, the world does not necessarily revolve around genius. For example, Reio discovered the genius. If it were not for him, Nagise's hero would not be exposed to football, let alone stand on this field. Genius is just a small group of people who change the world. Their number is very small, and they only occupy a small part of the world. The vast majority of them are scholars like themselves. Because of the existence of scholars, they can express their genius. But it doesn't mean that scholars will always be weak. There are geniuses who suddenly emerge and talents who have been stuck in the quagmire. Some are born dazzling, while others stay in the quagmire all their lives. The world does not revolve around genius. Rather, they complement each other. Regardless of whether they are geniuses or talented people, those who can stand on this field have gotten here through continuous hard work and struggle. Geniuses are just weapons a little stronger than them. But scholars can prove themselves by constantly discovering theories that defeat them. Ji Shi's pupils shrank, and countless puzzle pieces flew on his cheeks, as if he had found his original intention. Back on the field, the fierce fighting continues. The cooperation between Ness and Noah was closely linked. In cooperation with Caesar, who was running without the ball, he easily tore apart the defense of Ye Liangqiu's team. After all, their team's defensive cooperation was really bad. Whether it's heroine, Ma Lang, or that pervert, everyone only acts to grab the ball and score goals. Their behavior are self-serving. So you can't win this game. Caesar showed an arrogant smile, staring at everyone like a beast. "I have seen the self-interest of the blue prison. But this is a stadium, not your back garden. Getting the ball does not mean victory, but a successful shot is the key." "Shut up." Shireen exuded a black airflow, and countless monsters were surging in the airflow. He quickly stepped forward and directly stretched out his arm to press Caesar's chest. "You disgusting blue rose, are you talking about self-interest here? I don't even look down on my own mentor. The ambition in your heart is no weaker than that of the rest of us." Caesar sneered and his eyes suddenly ran in the direction of the ball. Ambition? Who doesn't have ambition? His ambition was about to be shattered in this dark, BD place. Now, he has abandoned everything just to satisfy his own unparalleled pleasure. "I don't need this crown anymore. What I want is malice. What I want is to see your faces full of despair." Caesar exerted a strong force on his body and quickly got rid of Ishirin's defense, just as the football was about to hit the ground. Suddenly, a figure came out. Ji Shi breathed out a hot breath from the corner of his mouth, and his spherical eyes stared at the football under his feet. At this moment, his world seemed to be flying like countless fragments. The brain is constantly analyzing theories about scholars. He cannot develop all kinds of weird weapons like a genius, or those supreme weapons that transcend common sense. He has always fought in a scholar's way, such as using transcendence to avoid risks in the field, to predict where the football will land and then shoot. But now this theory no longer works, facing these monsters who refuse to give in. They can feel and detect everything they can predict, and finally stop themselves. This is the sense of restraint, the most real feeling of every weak player stepping onto this court. You are useless, you can only be a mouse in the dark corner looking for your only scoring formula. However, this method was not what Ji Shi wanted. If you want to be number one in the world, this method is impossible to succeed. So he will always be number two. No matter whether he faced Ye Liangqiu or Shirin, he was always lower than them on the court. So Noah placed him between Ye Liangqiu and Caesar, precisely because of his weakness and inadequacy. To pose a threat to the two of them, it was just a slight sense of tension. "That's why I want to fight my way through the siege of geniuses." Ji Shi gritted his teeth and his eyes were blazing. At this moment, he was not a genius, but a scholar who revolved around geniuses. He was just an ordinary person who only wanted to score goals. People. Suddenly, just as Ji Shi was about to run, Ness had already stepped forward to press him. Ji Shi snorted coldly, and the cobweb-like world in his spherical eyes was frantically warning. The moment Ness stretched out his legs and feet, Ji Shi had already moved. He pulled the ball to the left with his right foot. Ness's empty eyes were turning, and his body had subconsciously deviated. The next second, Ji Shi's figure flashed and he quickly performed a Marseille slalom, straight past Ness. A loyal minister who has lost his king is also a scholar in my eyes. Since I can't be number one in the world of geniuses, I must first be number one among scholars. Obviously, Ness is also a scholar, and like Ji Shi, he was once dependent on them. At this moment, experiencing a whole new world, Ji Shi finally realized that gods are not equal. The gulf between genius and scholar is unbridgeable, but it is not an invincible existence. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ji Shi. Caesar's ferocious face showed a state of rage. "Whatever genius or theory, it is just the path that must be taken to become the best in the world. You BD thief, how many more of my things do you want to take away from me?" Ji Shi was stunned, his pupils shrank dramatically. At this moment, all theories seemed to have completed a closed loop. The corners of Ji Shi's mouth raised slightly, but he looked so arrogant. Sure enough, he was not wrong in his guess, nor was he wrong. His guess was completely correct. The world type is a scholar. The ego type is genius. Chapter 261 Fairness and Justice. The world does not revolve around genius. It is the collision between genius and scholar that makes the whole world look so stable. Tearing up the breathtaking stadium is a scene that countless players dream of. The whole world is looking forward to the goals scored by geniuses. But at this moment, blazing black flames burst out from Ji Shi's pupils. This is it. I have found a new theory to defeat you monsters. At this moment, Ji Shi's pupils that transcended vision burst out with dazzling brilliance, the purest original impulse and the purest desire. What old enemy, what competition, what mentor? No, throw away all of them. I only need one thing now, that is to show yourself and score a goal that belongs to rebirth. Caesar looked at the aura exuding from Ji Shi in front of him, and the rage on his cheeks became more and more intense. Here it comes again, here it comes again. Is this group of blue prison inmates finished? Every time on this crucial court, various extraordinary situations begin to unfold. He has encountered this situation many times. Just like Itoshi Rin, just like Ye Liangqiu, or the pervert who made him sick, every player who came out of the blue prison seemed to have explosive seed engraved in their genes. Caesar really wanted to pry open the minds of these people and see what they were thinking during the game. That makes them so excited. Suddenly, Ji Shi took action, rushing in at the most primitive level, causing his state to skyrocket and entering the flow mode. The giant eyeball in the sky seemed to be entangled with countless patterns. Caesar, do you think I am a thief? No, I am not a thief. I am just constantly understanding you, dissecting everything about you, and reorganizing myself. You can see me on this court, and that's the result of me breaking myself countless times. Gods will not make this world run fairly and justly, but the so-called fairness and justice are defined by the strong. At this moment, Ji Shi released his hands and sprinted with all his strength. Caesar stretched out his legs to intercept, but Ji Shi didn't panic and directly stretched out his arms to touch Caesar's chest, and then jumped up with the ball. His pupils seemed to be prepared. He condemned all of Caesar's actions. He only had eyes for the goal. At this moment, the new self seems to be giving the only instruction, which is to score goals. The hardships and worries of the past have disappeared. Only the infinite pursuit of victory remains. Shido Ryuci looked at the extremely fierce Kyoci and scratched his head. Hey, has this guy also entered a monster state? Isn't it another stupid thing done by someone? I didn't hear his name, but I knew he was talking about someone. Ye Liangqiu glanced at Shido Longsheng. What is a stupid thing? I just whispered a few words in his ear. Who knows how many ideas this BD has in his head? At this time, Itoshi Rin ran past the two of them. After all, you are all single-celled organisms. It's normal not to understand. Only Itoshi Rin saw clearly the changes in Ji Shi. Of course, he was not surprised. After all, everyone has his own destroyer mode. This kind of thing is not surprising in the blue prison, but in the eyes of world players, it's different. Inside the Italian lounge, Lorenzo wiped his sweat and chuckled while watching the scene on the live broadcast channel. Caesar is probably going to be mad. Do all the wizards in blue prison play like this? As the 11 elites, they had already experienced this when they came to the blue prison, and they should not underestimate this group of people. Although they are recognized as the strong ones of the younger generation. But, after arriving at the blue prison, seeing this group of people evolving a little bit, that sense of urgency is also coming. Not only Lorenzo, Itoshi Sae, Caesar and various new players who came to the blue prison have felt the sense of urgency here, the suffocating feeling that they must move forward every day, otherwise they will be caught up by others. Even the Italian instructor Snaffy, looking at the horse wolf running hard on the screen, said jokingly, I really can't figure it out. If these people stay here for a moment, won't they be mentally stressed? If we were to switch to our own club and experience such high-intensity competition here, I'm afraid the players would have to skip the team and run away. The players on the side rolled their eyes and said, this is too exaggerated. We are not as fragile as you think. Okay. Snuffy grinned, really? At this moment, the reborn Ji Shi broke the formation of the Boston Munich team in Germany in an instant, and he rushed towards the midfield alone. Behind him were Ye Liangqiu and others. Evolve. Noah looked at Ji Shi's back, the corners of his mouth raised a bit, as if he thought of something someone had said to him. It was finally verified. You may be right. The world is so big, there are always new stars emerging. But this throne can only be seated by one person. This is a place that doesn't look at seniority or age. It's just a place where only strength can stand. On the other side, Caesar rushed to the backcourt at full speed. The blue rose on his neck was particularly eye-catching, and the anger in his eyes was ready to come out, as if he was telling the rights that he must defend as the new emperor. If this BDG Shi were allowed to score this goal, then not only Germany, but also their team will suffer a huge impact. After all, they are the only ones here to keep their opponents clean. How could the opponent get match points so easily? Shideo Longsheng walked cheerfully and suddenly came to Caesar's side. He stretched out his hand and directly blocked his way. Hey, little Emperor Blue Rose. Are you afraid that you have forgotten that there are other people on this court? Although their team is extremely torn, as teammates, Facing a team like Germany with a good understanding of each other, they cannot grab the ball as they did in previous games. These are the rules they set before the game. Return to the channel before the start of the game. The 5 people were walking inside, and Ye Liangqiu stood at the front. Suddenly he paused and looked back at the crowd. I know that this game is of great significance. I think you all want to defeat the opponent. But according to the personalities of the 5 of us, I'm afraid we will be defeated one by the opponent. Let's do this, for the sake of the stability of the team. I'll set a little rule. On the court, the person who has the ball by himself can choose to act alone or pass the ball. But when others face the person who has the ball, they must do one thing, and that is to help defend. No grabbing of the ball is allowed unless he passes the ball. Chapter 262, Darkening? You mean, whoever gets the ball must assist him unconditionally. No ball grabbing allowed. Can we just wait for the ball holder to pass the ball out? Ji Xiai touched his chin and spoke. Ye Liangqiu nodded. Yes, this time we face Germany. It's not a training match. Their tacit understanding will only be better than that of the Ukrainian travelers, not worse. This rule is necessary for that. After all, our team, ha. As he spoke, Ye Liangqiu squinted at Shidorayasi, Idoshirin, and Ma Lang. I can't be sure, it's really the same as what Aizen said. We've been torn apart before we even started kicking. The corners of Shadow Dragon Saint's mouth twitched. Don't think that I don't know who you are talking about. You have the nerve to say this. Aren't you also a little prince who grabs the ball? Ye Liangqiu raised his head and said, I have the ability. What does it mean for me to steal the ball? Ji Xiai rubbed his forehead helplessly. As time returns to the present. On the court, although the rules set by Ye Liangqiu are very simple, for this team without any tacit understanding, these rules are extremely useful. At least there won't be a scramble for the ball. And it also allows teammates to help each other a little bit. Caesar looked at the Shadow Dragon Saint in front of him and snorted coldly. Why would a crazed demon choose to help others? Don't you want to score the goal yourself? Shadow Longsheng grinned. You don't need to teach me. I will find a way to fight for my own moment of glory. Just wait and stick your butt up and get kicked, little Blue Rose Emperor. Saying that, Shadow Longsheng directly stretched out his hand to intercept Caesar. However, Caesar did not have the ball after all. Regarding this kind of interception, he glanced around and quickly rushed in the other direction. It's just that Shadow Longsheng stuck to him like a dogskin plaster, which made him very unhappy. The counterattack belonging to Ji Xiai continued, with countless entangled and flying debris dancing in the air. He saw Ye Liangqiu blocking Noah to buy time for him, and all the players were contributing to him. This feeling gave him an indescribable pleasure. Superstandard offense, superstandard power, genius can only be dealt with by genius, then the scholar will have the path that a scholar should take. The puzzle pieces lingering on the court were flying wildly. This ball belongs to the king. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded behind Ji Xiai, and Ness came behind him at some point. At this time, Ji Xiai discovered that Ness seemed to be significantly different from the previous games. His body didn't seem to show the same sense of oppression as before. Is it because of Caesar? After all, he remembered that Caesar abandoned Ness because Caesar no longer needed that unfree environment and turned into a player who tolerated everyone. Caesar's transformation caused Ness to lose his kingship. But Ness still seems to agree with Caesar, but in a different way. Has it become darker? Or has it gone dark? Ji Xiai was too lazy to care about this abandoned puppy. He looked back at Ness, a person who regards other people as his belief is not worthy of standing in this self-centered stadium. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Ness seemed to be stimulated by these words, and kept cursing everything in his mouth. You don't understand. You don't understand anything. Caesar is my everything. Caesar is my salvation. My magic and my faith were all born because of him. Who are you to judge me? Ness accelerated suddenly, stepped forward, and put his hand on Ji Xiai's shoulder. The height difference between the two made others look as if Ji Xiai was intercepted. However, Ji Xiai had already thought of countermeasures when facing this kind of attack. He snorted coldly, stretched out his foot and pulled the ball to the right, then made a Marseille spin. Just the next second, he was shocked. Ness seemed to predict all his moves. Those whirlpool-like eyes observed Ji Xiai's every move. He quickly turned around and stepped forward. Your weapons are only obtained by swallowing the king of. And those weapons are just trivial in my eyes. Damn. Ji Xiai's flying puzzle pieces seemed to suddenly come to a standstill at this moment. The blackened Ness seems to have synchronized his thoughts with his own. He can also see a slightly different future. No, it's not a different future, but his reaction ability, which makes his movements subconsciously move. Stand up. So I can keep up with my own thinking. Flow status? Now that Ness has lost Caesar, in order to prove that he is still useful, he is always in a state of flow, just to regain Caesar's trust. Your relationship is really perverted. Master and puppy. Ji Xiai gritted his teeth and looked at Ness, who was covered in black air in front of him, and began to analyze countermeasures. No, I have to push my limits. In this field where only monsters exist, the only value he can show is to fight his way out. Now, it must be now. Ji Xiai's pupils suddenly widened, and he looked towards the goal. Although everyone was approaching in their direction at the moment, the ball was at his feet. Since coming to the blue prison, he seemed to have forgotten to charge. What it feels like to shoot. Every time, he hid behind Ye Liangqiu and watched him dribbling the ball towards the local penalty area. And every time he acted like a mouse, hiding himself to analyze the path of the ball. Now, no. In the future, he needs to give up this idea. What he needs to do is to sacrifice his life to score goals like that with Ye Liangqiu, Shirin, Shiduraya Ma Lang, and others, no matter whether it is possible or not fail. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. Otherwise you will just be eliminated. The huge eyeball in the sky seemed to turn into a bullseye at this moment, and all the lines lit up in Ji Shiai's eyes. He did not have such exaggerated physical fitness, nor did he have the crazy scoring mode like Shirin. All he has is his extremely calm goal-scoring theory. There was a bang sound. Under the astonished gaze of Ness, Ji Shiai suddenly burst out and shot the ball toward the goal. This goal is very similar to Ye Liangqiu's shot at that time. Super long-distance straight shot. Ness still wanted to block it, but it was too late. He didn't expect that Ji Shiai would be so crazy and shoot directly in this situation. Let's not talk about probability issues. But Ji Shiai himself has never attempted such a long-distance shot. So how could anyone else think of it? Chapter 263 Fangs. Looking forward to it? To say that I am looking forward to it is not to say that I am particularly looking forward to it, but saying that I don't expect it is obviously a lie. Ji Shiai stared at the ball that he had poured all his efforts into. Countless memories flashed through his mind, as well as how he got to this stadium. In order to express myself, in order to integrate myself into this stadium, the broken self only regains its integrity for this ball. At this moment, the German players rushed towards the goal like crazy, just to intercept the ball. However, the world seems to have played a joke on everyone. Just when the German team's green was about to intercept the ball suddenly began to fall and actually rolled past his crotch. Even the gatekeeper robot didn't react. The ball just rolled over lightly. Green was stunned. The moment he looked back, the whistle had already sounded. Blue Prison Ye Liangqiu's team scored 1 point at 2:0. At this moment, the whole world burst into amazing cheers. Ji Shiai also stared at this scene in a daze, the corners of his mouth gradually raised, and he raised his right hand. This is his goal. Who would have thought that the ball would suddenly lose power while it was flying? When it was approaching the goal, and everyone thought they had predicted the ball's landing point, the straight ball turned into a falling ball. The commentator was shocked for a few seconds before he came to his senses and began to explain everything. It's because Ji Shiai's kicking force is too weak. That's why the football suddenly lost momentum when it was less than 2 meters away at the end, so the ball that was supposed to be a straight shot turned into a drop ball. No, it can't be said to be a drop ball. Even the commentator made the mistake. Difficult, after all, this kind of scoring method is rare in this kind of game. The ball belongs to the goal. Ye Liangqiu laughed. Is it any luck? He also saw that Ji Shiai's last goal had already predicted the route and direction of the goal, but not everyone could succeed in the ultra-long distance shot. Just like his original shot, it was also due to lack of strength, causing the ball to stall in front of the goal. Ji Shiai's luck was slightly better, so the ball rolls in. But if he were allowed to score in this way, Ye Liangqiu would rather play again, but in the game, a goal is a goal. An ugly goal. Shirin couldn't help but mocked as he wiped his sweat. Ji Shiai's mouth twitched. He also knew that the goal was outrageous and ugly, but there was no need to say it here, right? But at this time, Ye Liangqiu's team scored 2 points in a row. Go directly to match point. This is the most critical thing. You must know that so far, all the teams in the Blue Prison have failed to compete in the 5 major leagues, causing these league teams to lose a big advantage in front and not even get a point. It's already an exaggeration. As for the match point, it doesn't matter anymore. As long as Ye Liangqiu's team scores 1 point, it will defeat Noah's team. Once successful, this may be the biggest revelation of the year. A makeshift team actually defeated the Boston Munich team. Even if it's not a complete team, it's enough to embarrass Germany. Even Noah, who had always been calm, couldn't help but touch his chin at this moment. He never thought that the ball would be scored in this way. Luck? He didn't believe in luck. Caesar was already furious. One by one, various accidents happened every time this happened. Is this a characteristic of Blue Prison? Do you just know? My little Caesar. Blue Prison is not only a blessing of luck, it also wants to explode your mentality on the field. Otherwise, how would the U20 lose? Ha 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 ha, doubt your life. What we play in Blue Prison is to use surprise. No, it should be called luck ball. At this moment in the monitoring room, Huixin Shiba held his chin and looked at everything on the screen with piercing eyes. The theories of genius and scholar have been unified at this moment. Everything went where he expected. The relationship between genius and scholar does not exist which is stronger or weaker, but has always maintained an evenly matched relationship. No matter it is Ye Liangqiu who is like a monster on the field, there will always be someone to suppress him. Or maybe it's Noah, and someone will punish him as well. But the premise is that they are evenly matched. This is the theory of genius and scholar. Back on the court, with 2 high-intensity goals, everyone on Ye Liangqiu's side has fully shown their strongest state. There is 1 ball left. It only takes 1 ball to end this game. Ye Liangqiu's red eyes looked in the direction of Noah. Don't worry, the next ball will definitely be mine. Shidao Longsheng grinned and licked his lips, just like a hunter watching his prey. Not far away, Shirin twisted his neck. He was too lazy to argue with these 2 bastards. Now there is only 1 chance to score. If he cannot grasp this goal, his value may decline. He didn't want those two bastards to come back to the lounge and ridicule him for lowering his worth. Thinking about him makes me angry. And Ji Shii was still thinking about his goal just now. That feeling made him feel comfortable, and all the fatigue in his body dissipated. He couldn't help but smile, and scored another goal. Then score another goal. While that feeling hasn't gone away yet, I'm going to score a goal. Only Ma Lang looked at everyone fiercely. A bunch of dem bastards, do they treat me like nothing? In an instant, this game has turned into a battle. Germany is the prey, and they are the hunters. Who will the last ball fall into? On the German side, Ye Liangqiu scored 2 goals in a row. Green sometimes joked, it's really outrageous, that kind of ball can actually be kicked. Shut up. Caesar snorted coldly, I didn't guard against it. I just didn't guard against it. There's nothing to laugh at. It's match point now. If you lose 1 goal, you can go home and recuperate. Green was frightened by Caesar's appearance and could only shrink his head, and stopped talking. At this time, Noah stepped forward. He stretched his body and seemed to be doing warm-up exercises. It seemed that he was finally getting serious. Obviously, he has included Ye Liangqiu's team in his defeat list. Even Caesar was intimidated by Noah's aura. After all, as a substitute for Boston Munich, he could see Noah in this state, usually in the world arena. And now, Noah is finally getting his fangs started. Chapter 264 Blue Rose. Monitoring room at this moment. Hui Xian looked at the stadium that was about to get heated and suddenly asked a strange question. Xiao Anli, do you think football is interesting? Anli was stunned and said, Mr. Hui Xian, aren't you kidding? How can football be boring? If it wasn't interesting, would we develop in this field of football? Huixin smiled slightly. He looked at the struggling players on the screen, as if he was looking at his past self. Yes, it's boring. Who would come here? Even if they are creating monsters, even if they are betting on their own future, there are still people who have come here step by step for their dreams. It doesn't matter anymore, it seems after getting the answer you want. Hui Xian herself didn't notice that he began to relax. His unfinished theory was now embodied in someone, and he saw players one after another who could show themselves in the World Championship. Number 1 in the world? No. It should be said, in this era, in the near future, the number 1 player in the world will be born among this new generation of players. If we say that the blue prison I created, the monsters I cultivated are a new generation, a time when others regard you as a monster, then now, the selfish and evil generation will sooner or later replace the 11 heroes of the new generation. Hui Xian grinned, enjoy the glory of the past. The evil spirits have crawled out of the abyss. Anli looked helplessly at Hui Xian, but she felt a little uneasy. After the end of New Hero War 2.0, Blue Prison will open a new chapter, but will it still be this group of players? Or other players? Anli didn't know. At this moment, she only knows that Hui Xian's ultimate wish is already in front of her. Back on the court. Players from both sides are ready to go. Whether it is Ye Liangqiu's team that ends everything with a clean sheet in Germany, or Germany lets 2 chase 3. At this moment, a strong wind seems to be blowing on the green lawn. Ye Liangqiu's black hair danced wildly, and his red eyes confronted Noah, who exuded the aura of the abyss. No matter what happens in the future, or whether I can win the next game, none of this is important. What is important is to defeat all the enemies in front of you now. Get the win. The next moment, the whistle sounded. Noah sprinted with the ball. His speed was astonishing. Ye Liangqiu stepped forward to block it, but Noah seemed to be on guard and passed the ball directly to Caesar, who was running. The two cooperated more closely, not even giving Ye Liangqiu a chance to react. But Ye Liangqiu's purpose was to steal the ball. He directly stretched out his hand to touch Noah's shoulder and grinned, king, against general. Noah, your opponent is me. Let's see what kind of weapons you have, so that you can sit on the throne of number 1 in the world. Noah snorted coldly and quickly pulled his body to the right, trying to get rid of Ye Liangqiu and continue to cooperate with Caesar to tear down the court defense. It's a pity that Ye Liangqiu's eyes have already seen the future. Every time Noah took a step, he would step forward and get closer. The two of them were like 2 wild beasts colliding with each other, constantly biting each other's flesh and blood. Seeing this situation, Caesar quickly changed his strategy. Simply relying on Noah would not work. He had to open the defense behind Ye Liangqiu. Suddenly, a figure passed by him. Ness exuded a depressing aura. His dark eyes looked at Caesar and he whispered easily, use me, king. Give me another chance. Hearing this, Caesar grinned and said, Nas, okay, I'm giving you a chance. Don't let me down. The next second, Caesar passed the ball out. Ness seemed a little happy after receiving the ball, but in an instant, his speed accelerated again. Ji Shii and Shido Ryasei stepped forward at the same time, preparing to double-team Ness on the left and right. But Ness was able to do it with ease. He picked up the ball with his back heel, and the football passed by the two of them in an arc. He directly made a rainbow pass, and then jumped over and left the two of them behind. It's a pity that Shido Ryasei and Kyo Ci are no longer ordinary players. Ji Shii's transcendent vision had already guessed that Ness would have several ways to break through, and with the help of Shido Dragon Saint, the only correct solution emerged in his mind. The moment he grabbed the ball, he had already put his feet back and was preparing to run towards the back, which was equivalent to his pressing being a fake move. Shido Ryasei was even more exaggerated. His extremely flexible body allowed him to quickly twist his body the moment he failed to steal the ball, turning around and rushing towards Ness like a hungry wolf. At this moment, a voice sounded, "Are you all idiots? Only football in your eyes?" Suddenly, Caesar burst out from between the two of them. His ferocious face seemed to be surrounded by countless twisting vines growing, forcefully squeezing Ji Xiai and Shido Longsheng away. Blue Prison isn't the only one that evolves from game to game. As a companion, Caesar has transformed over the past few months and is no longer the same as before. You are not the only ones who have abandoned everything. What a bullshit god. All I want is the pure evil thoughts and pleasure. Ji Xiai's pupils contracted as he looked at Caesar with countless evil spirits emerging from his body. Flow mode? Damn it, Caesar got into that state? However, it was not just that. Just when he was stunned, two more figures rushed out. Noah and Ye Liangqiu were on the left and right, and there seemed to be a suffocating sense of oppression all over their bodies. The two were obviously fighting fiercely, but their speed was not slow at all. They were quickly approaching the direction of the football. Ji Xiai wiped the sweat from his chin vigorously and complained, "He is indeed a monster among monsters. You don't even want to die, right? Aren't you afraid of your lungs exploding when you run like this?" However, no one heard his complaints. When Ness saw Caesar rushing towards him, he looked towards the goal, his pupils bursting with astonishing color. "I bet all my senses and organs. Although I can't see the scene in the king's mind. Then believe in magic. The magic that belongs to the arrival of the goddess of destiny. I also believe you will get there." At this moment, the green lawn under his feet seemed to be blooming one after another, and the spread was accelerating crazily. Caesar seemed to realize something. His body subconsciously moved in one direction. And that location, no one can guess. But Nas saw it. No, he didn't see it, he felt it. Chapter 265 The huge problem gradually forming. At the moment Caesar passed by Ness, Nath had raised his feet. "Finish your weapons. This is a salute for the king." There was a bang sound. The football drew a trajectory and rushed to the other side of the field, pulling everyone away. However, Caesar, who noticed all this in advance, was already rushing in that direction. Which means, he'll be the first to touch the ball. Caesar stepped on the road paved by Ness with all the magic blooming from him. Blue roses bloomed all the way, and rushed towards that place. Thoughts were also rushing in his mind. Maliciousness, good intentions, I don't need those. Those are not free. The environment you gave me, Ness, makes me sick. But I have to accept it. In that case, let's show them what a gun salute is. Believe in all my abilities, all my senses, all my nerves. At the moment when the football was about to hit bottom, Caesar happened to come to that position, raised his right foot, and pointed at the goal. Finish the unfinished weapon. Emperor impact. With a bang sound, the football rushed towards the goal in an arc. The arc of the turn was so exaggerated that even the mechanical goalkeeper judged that the ball could not be shot, so he still stood in the center and looked straight ahead. After the football drew a circular arc across the sky, it suddenly rushed towards the goal. The moment I reacted, it was already too late. Ma Lang also thought about rushing to the goal and jumping up to block the ball with his body. It's a pity that the rotation of Caesar's Emperor impact makes it impossible to predict the trajectory of the route. Boom sound. The football hit Ma Lang's head and hit the net. Seeing the football entering the net, Caesar roared out. The veins on his cheeks kept bulging. Although he scored a goal, he was extremely unhappy. After all, what he wanted was a sense of freedom, not Ness. The unfree environment given to him. Now in order to score this goal, he chose Ness in the end. Or maybe he took the road paved by Nath. Doesn't this mean that he is not even as good as Ji Xiai, whom Blue Prison later catches up with? But after this goal entered, the score came to 2-1. Ye Liangqiu's team is still in the lead, but Germany no longer has to worry about being shut out. The games of other league teams have ended. Everyone is watching their game here. King Ling curled his lips. What a pity that Caesar was allowed to score. Otherwise, this team of red-eyed bastards should have a chance to keep a clean sheet. Nagise's hero was like a stuffed toy, sitting on the ground and looking at the live broadcast platform. King Rei, doesn't your Yoaki have a name? Why do you call him a red-eyed BD too? The corner of Prince Ling's mouth twitched. He couldn't say that he just couldn't stand Ye Liangqiu. Of course, there might be other reasons. Kinki on the side said, don't you see any problem? In this game, Ye Liangqiu has been in the defensive phase since he scored a goal. He kept Noah completely to himself. But, if Noah changes his strategy and lets others deal with Ye Liangqiu's team will face a lot of pressure. Caesar and Noah are two super long-range cannons. Unless you have a top goalkeeper, you are almost invincible in a 5-on-5 court. The Weiwu travelers were defeated by the cannons of Noah and Caesar. Now, Ye Liangqiu's side should have also reacted. Someone must make sacrifices and give up all team attack, otherwise the ball will be in Germany's hands and they will lose points. But Ye Liangqiu, who is the only one who can fight Noah, must not be the one to defend him. Otherwise, the outcome of this game is really uncertain. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out, and Lei Shi came here after an unknown amount of time, with a face full of ridicule. Ha 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 ha. Do you think that guy Ye Liangqiu doesn't know about this kind of problem? Then you underestimate him too much. You have to know that Boston Munich in Germany was the team he was in before. He doesn't know how scary Noah is, so he keeps an eye on Noah. Moreover, haven't you noticed that once Ye Liangqiu has the ball, Noah will also step forward to intercept it? Both sides know one thing, and that is that the stronger person is stopped by the stronger person. Prince Ling frowned. You mean, Ye Liangqiu can already compete with Noah? Lei Shi shrugged. I don't know about that, but Noah's situation of tracking one person like this has only happened when the new heroes competed against each other in the 5 major leagues, and the mentors played at the same time. Doesn't this indirectly mean that Ye Liangqiu already has a strength comparable to that of his mentor? Nagi's hero on the side nodded very seriously. King Rei, I think he is right. Ye Liangqiu's current strength is indeed very strong. At least in my opinion, if we are in the same game, our teammates are very reliable, but our opponent is the boss. King Ling touched his chin, and shook his head. He was not too worried about this. After all, after the new Hero War 2.0, new U20 players will be selected. When everyone leaves the Blue Prison, they will enter the World Championship. Unless Ye Liangqiu does not join U20, he may become an enemy in the future. But obviously, everyone is working hard for the quota now. No matter this game, it will be the same in future games. No matter where Ye Liangqiu goes, it is his own choice and has nothing to do with them. At that time, you may not know who will be your teammates and who will be your opponents. The world is already beckoning to these rising stars. The corner of Prince Ling's mouth raised. He looked at the live broadcast with burning eyes. So, red-eyed BD, I am going to defeat you in the World Championship. But now in the stadium, after Germany scored a goal, their atmosphere became high. However, Ye Liangqiu's team unexpectedly had disputes. Ma Lang wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes shot out of the towel. Hey, it's not okay to kick like this. No one on our side defends, it's all offense. Look at the German side, there are at least 2 people who have been playing in the midfield and defender positions. Look at us, everyone is standing in the forward and midfielder positions. That BD Caesar and Robot Noah only need to break through one line of defense to tear our defense apart. Ido Shirin glanced at Ma Lang and said, that's true, but have you ever thought about who among the 5 of us is willing to be a defender? Chapter 266 Mirror Image. After all, from the beginning of this game, everyone knew that although the team formed by Ye Liangqiu had strong destructive power and offensive, but the defensive ability is extremely weak. It's like an assassin with full attack points, but when he encounters the enemy's attack, he breaks into pieces. Unless someone makes a sacrifice now, but obviously, this is not realistic. Giving up the forward position means that they will not be able to score goals in the future, which means that they cannot express themselves and get a higher offer on the court. But, without sacrifice, this game will be extremely difficult. After saying that, Ma Lang snorted disdainfully and looked at Ye Liangqiu and Ji Xiai. How about you two who have already scored a goal become defenders? The forwards are left to us. After all, you and him have achieved the result you wanted in this game. Then it's up to the 3 of us to fight for the final ball. Ye Liangqiu frowned. This is not a good idea. I can go to the back, but do you have the confidence to stop Noah? Is there any? Ma Lang's expression was stagnant. It seemed that he had indeed forgotten one person. Yes, that was Noah. As Germany's mentor, if no one restricted him from linking up with Caesar, he would still be unable to stop the attack. So Ye Liangqiu must stand up? At this time, Ito Shirin took a step forward and narrowed his eyes slightly. I will stop him. I can do it if you can do it. Don't underestimate us. Really? Ye Liangqiu grinned. In that case, the rules remain unchanged. I will be the defender and you will all be the forwards. However, if this ball still allows the opponent to rush in, then how about we change to a lineup of 14? Me 1, you 4. Impossible. Shaduraya Ci on the side, the so-called 14 lineup is a single core lineup, 1 forward, and everyone plays support. Ye Liangqiu looked at Shadou Longsheng with some doubts. Isn't this wrong? Now I will assist you, and you can hit the opponent's goal. As long as you can score a goal, there won't be another chance. Shadou Longsheng gritted his teeth. He always felt that Ye Liangqiu was causing trouble, but he couldn't point out where he was causing trouble. Ji Xiai, who had been silent for a long time, looked at the 4 people and was silent for a few seconds before speaking. I think his proposal is very good. After all, Ye Liangqiu's weapons are far better than those of us in single defense many. Besides, the 4 of us only need to score 1 goal. All problems can be solved with just 1 goal. Without a shot, doesn't it mean we wasted this opportunity? I have no opinion. Ma Lang raised his hand in a rare move to express his opinion. Ito Shirin also nodded. Only Shadou Longsheng glanced at Ye Liangqiu fiercely, wondering what bad thoughts he had in mind. I saw 4 people walking towards their positions. Ye Liangqiu grinned, his pupils filled with a sense of teasing. Let you feel the world-class intensity. Don't blame me for not reminding you, Noah is the real number 1 striker. His intensity, if you can get through it, you can still score goals. That means, there is still a chance of victory in the next game. But if fails, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. Back on the court, when the German team saw Ye Liangqiu's team changing their formation, they thought it would be a 32 formation like theirs, but now it turned out to be 41, and Ye Liangqiu, the strongest, actually retreated to the second line. You must know that they are the kicker of this game. Why the change? Is it because he is afraid that Germany will pursue him? Even Caesar couldn't figure out what Ye Liangqiu was thinking and why he became the goalkeeper from behind. Did he not intend to win this game? At this time, Noah slowly said, they are targeting my lineup. You don't need to be too careless. Yes, the 41 lineup is actually targeting Noah. Ye Liangqiu retreats to the second line, not only to prevent Caesar and Noah from rushing into the penalty area, but mainly to intercept Noah in the penalty area. Even if Rin and others cannot intercept Noah, at least there is still the shield of Ye Liangqiu. At that time, Caesar and Noah entered the encirclement and had no choice. But only if Germany holds the ball. But the current situation is, Ye Liangqiu kicks off. At this moment, Noah spoke again, alternate formation, 41. 41. Caesar raised his eyebrows. Are they also replaced with the opposite ones? Noah's tone was calm. I am 1, you 4, I will be the core, and all of you will retreat to the rear. Huh. Green blinked. He thought that mentor Noah was going to go head-to-head with the opponent, but what happened was the lineup was changed like this. Ness on the side was obviously in a good mood after his last performance, explaining, don't forget the core concept of Boston Munich. Super rational. The instructor is preparing to use defense to counter the opponent's super offensive system. Only in this way will the probability of stealing the ball be high. Green nodded in understanding and silently retreated to his seat. At this moment, the lineups of players on both sides changed in the blink of an eye. Just like a mirror, Boston Munich used Noah as the single core lineup. Ye Liangqiu's team consists of 4 people, Rin, Ma Lang, Shido and Kaiseki, as the forwards. A defender. Super offensive system vs super defensive system. Just like the 4 top players in the penalty area when playing against the U20s. See this scene, behind the screen. Both Ikong and Enro couldn't help but be excited. Noah, this guy is not bad. He must have seen our game? He even has such thoughts. What do you mean he has watched our game? Feng Eli stared at the screen and twitched the corner of his mouth. This is obviously a lineup change for the sake of the team. Unlike you only know how to defend. As the captain, Feng Eli failed to challenge FC Bacha. There is no way, he can't carry it at all. In fact, this guy Ikong can only play as a defender. If you let him play as a forward, this guy can pass the ball with his head. Feng Eli almost didn't get broken by this guy, but fortunately, their results were not bad. 3:2, which was just a little bit of a win. Ikong shrugged and said helplessly, oh, it's not like I can't play as a forward. I just played too many defenders, and I can't change my habits. After all, you guys from the Blue Prison have been playing in 5 vs 5 matches, but we old U20 members used to train in 11 vs 11, so it's normal to feel a little uncomfortable. Chapter 267, The Beast of Destruction. It's normal. Feng Eli showed a suspicious smile. After all, who has ever seen a forward whose weapon is to use his head to pass the ball? Not to mention the World Championship, even the weapons of all forwards in the Blue Prison are either dribbling, shooting, or beyond the horizon and other terrifying weapons. But Ikora does have weapons similar to beyond the horizon. But his kind of weapon can only be used in the restricted area, just like Shido Ryasei. As a result, Feng Eli almost vomited blood in the last game. While the two were chatting, the game on the court has also begun. Ishirin, who was holding the ball, kept in mind the rules before the start of the game. As long as the ball was in his hand, it meant that all the players had to assist him for free. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This feeling was really good. After all, I finally had the opportunity to see these idiots put down their dignity and help them score goals. This is a scene that is rarely seen in thousands of years. But obviously, if there is no passing coordination, this kind of rule will make the cracks between the teams more exaggerated. The moment he saw Noah rushing towards him, Rin was ready to fight. The so-called super defensive offensive system actually means that a single core player directly competes with the ball carrier at the beginning. Even if he fails, there is an iron wall behind him to block everyone. Coupled with Noah's strength, even a genius may not be able to beat him head-to-head. Only the monster Ye Liangqiu can gain some advantage over Noah. Pass it to me. At this time, a voice sounded in Rin's ears, and Ji Shii saw puzzle pieces all over his body surging crazily. You can't complete a wonderful goal if you are bound by the rules. Only by working together can we have a chance to break through this iron wall. Pass it to me. Rin snorted coldly. Not only did he not pass the ball, but the monsters on his body emerged. What kind of cooperation? I don't need, since Ye Liangqiu can do it. Then he must do it too. Thinking about it, he has already rushed towards the menacing Noah. Rin's weapon itself is fighting, a weapon that keeps fighting, guiding others to the strongest strength, and finally defeating him. This is his destroyer model. Rin, the destroyer of beasts, shows extremely powerful offensive intentions. Noah's defensive line was also very clear. The tall figure came directly in front of Rin. He seemed to have guessed what kind of connection there was between Ye Liangqiu and his team, which forced everyone to have their own way. The task that should be done. But this kind of rule will also expose everyone to a fatal flaw. That is extreme egoism. Don't pass the ball, don't look at the position of teammates, just play football. Are you sure you don't want to pass the ball? Noah even questioned. His eyes were calm as water, looking at the ferocious beast of destruction in front of him. Rin didn't waste any time, continued to step forward, took a step forward with his left foot, and deliberately pulled the football behind him with his right foot, as if he was going to do a Marseille slalom. But Noah remained unmoved. His eyes were always staring at Rin's eyes, and his body movements were executed in the blink of an eye. What? Ishirin felt bad when he saw Noah suddenly stepping forward with his hands spread out as if to hug him. Isn't this guy afraid of throwing him away with a Marseille slalom? Unfortunately, the fact is that his series of actions were designed to induce Noah to move, seize the moment of vulnerability, and directly break through with the ball. Who could have imagined that Noah would not retreat but advance instead? It's as if he has predicted his own movements. This feeling is a bit similar to when facing Ye Liangqiu. But if it was Ye Liangqiu, I'm afraid he wouldn't be stepping forward, but predicting the position of the football. Directly strike. At this moment, a figure suddenly came out. Shidorayusi made a sliding shovel and shoveled the ball away from Itoshi Rin's feet. His eyes were surly and fierce. Aren't all rules meant to be broken? As long as you can score goals, you are contributing to the team. Instead of letting others get this ball, why not give it to me? Itoshi Rin gritted his teeth, and stared at Shidorayusi, who was sliding and dribbling the ball with his dark swirling pupils, and cursed, "UBD." The corners of Noah's mouth raised slightly. What he said is not wrong. Rules are just shackles that bind people. Only those who break the shackles can score goals on the court. Itoshi Rin couldn't listen at all, and he chased in the direction of Shidorayusi. Since someone had already broken the rules, he didn't mind breaking the rules. After all, he had long been unhappy with Shidorayusi. No, it's starting again. If this continues, all the previous theories will have to be calculated again. The fragments of the running Jishi's body were gradually broken and reunited, but he was not surprised, but took it for granted. After all, who would have thought that Shidorayusi would break the rules at such a critical moment? However, they also know Shidorayusi's character. After all, the team has already scored 2 goals in the first half. Everyone wants to compete for this last goal. If you don't grab it, let Noah get it, or Itoshi Rin, the ball holder, will score. That Shideo Dragon Saint will also be furious. This situation has an 80% probability of happening long before the game. But Jishi's eyes are filled with flames, that's what makes it interesting. After all, there is no point in being a beast bound by rules. Everyone must be in a state of madness, and that is when the game enters a fierce stage. After Shidorayusi got the ball, he already rushed towards the penalty area. Ness and Green stepped forward to intercept. Shido Longsheng licked his lips, his pupils flashed with a hint of madness. A bunch of idiots, you don't understand what the leap of life is at all. What is the perfect breakthrough philosophy? Let you experience what a big explosion is. The next moment, Shidorayusi's legs and feet gradually accelerated, and the flexibility of his body made him like a bumper car swinging left and right in the traffic. Facing 2 defensive players, the corners of his mouth raised to a weird angle, and he directly stretched out his hands, one to the left and the other to the right. He held the 2 people's shoulders, hooked the ball with his right foot, and lifted it up. The moment when Ness and Green looked upward at the same time, Shido Longsheng let go of his hand and rushed forward. This kind of violent breakthrough method was only possible for him. But Ness and Green are not vegetarians either. They turned around and tried to grab the ball. It's a pity that it's too late. Shido Longsheng looked back with a playful look in his pale pink eyes. Chapter 268. The football suddenly dropped in front of Shidorayusi. This is Shidorayusi's rainbow dribble, which is different from others. His rainbow dribble is done before the ball falls, and he has to interact with the players. While chasing, I opened a small distance by the way. Ness and Green looked a little angry. After all, this was equivalent to humiliating their defense. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. The moment Shidorayusi was about to touch the ball, Caesar had already arrived in front of him, with his arrogant face and sarcastic face revealed. You said it was too late. How late are you? Haven't you touched the ball yet? Shido Longsheng was shocked. Where did this guy jump out from? Why didn't he notice Caesar just now? Caesar snorted coldly and stretched out his foot to break the ball. At this moment, another figure rushed out. Yes, it was Ma Lang, who had been watching for a long time. After seeing Itoshi Rin's football taken away by Shidorayusi, he did not intend to fulfill the so-called rules. All broke the rules. Then what reason does he have to continue to suppress his nature? They're all prey. Ma Lang rushed directly towards the football with a sliding shovel. In front of Caesar and Shido Longsheng, he scooped the ball away. Caesar gritted his teeth. This group of people started playing in that desperate way again. Can't they just be honest and have a normal game? But his eyes were extremely excited. Obviously, although they think normal in their hearts, how can a normal environment allow players to experience unparalleled pleasure? The moment Ma Lang grabbed the ball, Noah and Ishirin also appeared simultaneously. As soon as Ma Lang stood up, stabilized his body, and wanted to move forward, the football disappeared from his eyes. Ishirin swung his legs and feet, and the ball that was supposed to be snatched away by Shidorayusi was reversed and Tenki came to his feet again. What he can do, I can do too. Let me be your opponent. Noah. Itoshi Rin stuck out his tongue. The violent arrogance all over his body was surging crazily, and countless monster-like spikes seemed to appear behind him. Destruction beast. Noah's eyes were calm, and the mechanical gears around his body were turning. In an instant, he bumped directly into Itoshi Rin with his body. Not to be outdone, Itoshi Rin also bumped into him. In the fierce fight, it seemed that Itoshi Rin was at a disadvantage, but only he knew that Noah's physique and his sharp feet had been creating opportunities to steal the ball, posing a huge threat to himself. But the goal is already in sight. Itoshi Rin is confident that as long as he reaches his golden shooting area, he will hit a heavy shot and have a chance to end the game directly. but his thoughts seemed to be seen through by Noah. Noah put his shoulder against Rin and said in a low tone, "You seem to be very different from your brother. Rin has also played against me, but I don't think he is a perfect player, and compared to him, I realize that your potential seems to be higher. In other words, you are a genius, and he is just a scholar." Hearing this, Master Ito was stunned. "Shut up, it's not your turn as an outsider to interfere in the affairs between us." Noah's tone was cold. "The world does not revolve around geniuses. The moment you reveal your genius, the outcome is already determined." As a mentor, Noah, and as a contemporary of Xin Shiba, Noah certainly knows the theory of genius and scholar. After witnessing the outbreak of Ji Xi and observing the operation mode of the Blue Prison, Noah he had long understood that all of this was created by Xin Shiba. Although he doesn't really want to admit the theory about genius and scholar, but it's true. As a genius, Rin's ability to grow up to this day is naturally indispensable for a complementary scholar, his brother Sae. Even if Rin doesn't want to admit it, this is the fact. At this moment, the violent flames in Rin's body became more and more raging. He could accept himself to scold Shire, because in his heart, Shire was his brother, the person he had been chasing since he was a child. But now some people are questioning whether he is a genius? Isn't this just insulting Rin? After all, Rin had been chasing until now, and finally looked up at Sae's back, but was told that Sae was just a scholar, not even a genius? You BD, shut up. As if he was irritated, Rin stepped forward fiercely, his eyes pointed directly in front of the goal, without seeming to hesitate. There was a bang sound. A super long-distance world wave was kicked out. The ball drew an arc and rushed towards the goal. But the distance is too far, and no one can be sure whether the ball can be hit in one shot. Just when everyone was looking forward to this goal, a figure rushed out. It was Caesar and Ma Lang. The two men exuded different arrogance and jumped up directly. Caesar seemed to see the future of this ball and stretched out his legs. Ma Lang, on the other hand, was staring at the football, trying to catch it. He wanted to see if the ball would be blocked by Caesar, and use the free time to send his own food into the goal. A boom sound was heard. The football drew an arc and rushed towards Caesar. Obviously he made no mistake in predicting the ball. The moment the football was about to fall, Caesar stretched his legs to stop the football. However, the football hit Caesar's calf. Another rebound. At this moment, the horse wolf showed its fangs. He was just waiting for this to happen. It was only when he looked back that he realized that someone had caught the football. It was Germany's fifth player, a player who had never had a presence on the football field, but he did catch the ball. His eyes were as calm as Noah's, and he passed the ball directly to Ness, who was running like a robot. It's the same scene again. The German counteroffensive came. Noah turned around and rushed towards the enemy goal, but before running, he looked back at Rin. Anger will devour people's reason. Beast of destruction, it seems you still need to further control this state. Otherwise, I will never be able to release myself on this court. Shut up. Rin felt disgusted when he heard Noah's voice. He clenched his fists and rushed towards Ness, who was catching the ball. Since it is destruction, then destroy it to the end. It's not your BD enemy's turn to teach me how to play football. At this moment, players who are risking their lives, eager to win and pursue the ultimate, are showing their talents. Not far away, Ye Liangqiu grinned and licked his lips. It seems that I will eat everything you have as food. Chapter 269 Devotees. Good goal. Ness couldn't help but praise, and then quickly rushed to the midfield with the ball. He looked towards Caesar. He must create scoring opportunities for the emperor, he must prove himself, and he must let the whole world pay attention to the emperor in his mind. But the next moment, a figure came to Ness. Shadow Dragon Saint's eyes were crazy. The leap of life should end here. As he said that, he already stretched out his legs and feet, trying to grab the ball directly. Ness also had amazing reflexes and quickly passed the ball. Unfortunately, in a state of urgency, the pass was not ideal. Caesar, who was running not far away, had not even reached the ball landing point, but the football reached that position first. Suddenly, a figure came out. Ji Xi showed a surly face. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. The moment you showed your flaws. Under Caesar's shocked gaze, Ji Xi stepped on the flying football and then rushed out in the opposite direction. Yes, this stadium at this moment is a competition between geniuses and talents. It is also a competition between monsters and monsters. Tension, urgency, a life-threatening game. At the same time, a destructive beast had also changed its purpose and rushed towards the goal in an instant. The situation that had just been reversed was reversed again. Too intense. It's so intense. The commentator almost went dry. I didn't expect that in the dark, Ji Xi's running direction would be staring at Ness. He seemed to have known for a long time that Ness would hit this ball. Pass it on to Caesar. But Caesar was unable to reach the midfield in time after blocking Rin's goal. Ness's pass is still too fast. As a result, Ji Xi finally got the ball at once. Is he planning to show off a super long-distance shot? Ji Xi grinned with a surly smile. After trying a long-distance shot, he understood that that kind of shot was still too early for him. After all, his physical strength could not support a long-distance shot at all. The last goal was a matter of luck, but this one can't be gambled on luck. So he only had one idea, and that was to come to his golden shooting area. While he was running, German players were already double-teaming him. Caesar was wrapped in vines and looked at the football at Jishi's feet. His body directly hit it. This was not a foul in the game. As long as he didn't steal the ball maliciously, it would not be so easy to get a yellow card. Seeing this situation, Jishi stepped forward to greet him, not to be outdone. The fierce fight between the two was just like Noah and Ito-Shirin at that time. Pieces of the puzzle were flying around Jishi like crazy. Caesar, you are a scholar like me, right? It's to compete with those monsters to become the best scholar in the world, right? That's right. Jishi discovered early on that Caesar seemed to be just like him. They were both talented people who came out of the quagmire. After all, they were once in the same team. Before, Caesar didn't pay attention to Jishi because he was weak, but now Jishi one can already fight with Caesar. Moreover, a large part of Jishi's devouring power actually mainly comes from Caesar. In those games, he devoured Caesar's various abilities to reach this point. If Noah was the person who understood Caesar best before, then Jishi may be the one who understands Caesar best now. Caesar glanced at Jishi fiercely. At this moment, it seemed that a consensus had been reached. That's right, Caesar was never a genius. He was a piece of garbage pulled out of the quagmire by others. In order to express himself and complete the evil thoughts he exported, Caesar came to this stadium, whether it was his Caesar impact or Emperor impact. The moment he was re-engraved by Ye Liangqiu, it already represented that the weapons he mastered were actually based on conclusions drawn from careful calculations. In other words, he has no uniqueness. Like Jishi, he is a person looking for his supreme weapon in the quagmire. Everything is nothing but artificial creation by Caesar. He does not have the eyes to predict the future like Ye Liangqiu, nor is he as terrifyingly destructive as Ito-Shirin, nor does he have perverted weapons like Loki and Noah. Everything is the result of himself. Jishi and Caesar are the same people. Both of them are scholars who came out of the wall of scholars. That's why Caesar has absolute malice towards those geniuses. That's why he keeps ignoring Jishi, the person who silently devours him behind his back. Because he only sees the strong. At this moment, the two people's thoughts seem to be in sync and resonance. Jishi looked at Caesar. Although I have just understood what a scholar is, you are different. You may have already seen through the barriers between geniuses and scholars in this world. That's why you're in the blue jail. Is it just to find the theory that defeats genius? Caesar's eyes were fierce. Shut up, you idiot who stole the teacher. Jishi chuckled. Since it is a war between scholars, then you should know that one of us is destined to be at the forefront. Since you slowed down, then I'll take the first step. The next second, Jishi's pupils burst into astonishing color. He suddenly raised his right foot and shot the ball directly. However, he did not shoot, but passed the ball. I know clearly that everyone on the court is the enemy, but scoring goals is the ultimate goal. What's the use of scoring so many goals if you can't even win? Still a loser. Perhaps it was mixed with selfishness, or maybe it was the influence of Exin's words before the game started, but Kyoci's selfish heart was not twisted to the point of becoming the ultimate egoist like Ye Liangqiu and Ito-Shirin. There was a bang sound. The football drew a trajectory and rushed in one direction. And that location is exactly where Ito-Shirin is. Ishirin's eyes were glazed for a moment. Why, the ball was passed to him? Why did Jishi choose to pass the ball? His brain seemed to be unable to react. After all, everyone in their team knew each other's character. No one thought that Jishi would be willing to give up his own shooting opportunity. The football just passed through the midfield defense line and landed directly in front of Ito-Shirin, who was running. Jishi grinned. This stadium is not just filled with egoists. One more devotee is needed. Then, there was a violent roar. Ito-Shirin didn't hesitate at all, and shot the football the moment it fell. Chapter 270. The show is over. Who could have imagined that Jishi would make the choice to pass the ball in this situation? After all, so far, almost no one in Ye Liangqiu's team has chosen to pass the ball. Kaiseki actually sacrificed his own scoring opportunity to let Ishirin score. Even Noah couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He looked in the direction of Jishi, and there seemed to be an unknown meaning in his eyes. With a violent roar, the football drew an arc and rushed directly to the goal. This time, no one could stop the ball. After all, when Jishi grabbed the ball, everyone in Germany thought it was a counterattack and a scoring opportunity for Germany. But the accident came so suddenly. There was a bang sound. Ito-Shirin's world wave hit the goal almost in the next second. At this moment, the whole world was silent for a second, and then burst into amazing cheers. It's over. The match between Boston Munich and Blue Prison in Germany is over at this moment. The team created by Ye Liangqiu is the only team to defeat the professional league. The high-intensity game was almost over. Jishi felt dizzy for a while. He was so anxious that no one had any time to rest. From the beginning to the end, he was plotting everything, and he also believed that everyone was plotting everything. So no one thought that they would make a fuss about this last ball. But that's what he wanted. Pursue the pleasure of victory and pursue his own path. From the moment he gave up chasing everyone in front of him and entered the original state with all his heart, Jishi already understood why his heart bloomed. Hoo. I'm really tired when I'm tired, but I'm really happy when I'm happy. Not far away, Shido Ryasei opened his mouth wide and looked in the direction of Ito-Shirin and then in the direction of Jishi. What are these two idiots doing? Why did they link up on the last ball? Was there a chemical reaction? At this moment, Ma Lang walked up to him and winked. You guys, if you hadn't broken the rules, those guys wouldn't have tried their best to score goals. In the final analysis, the reason is still because of you. Gotta grab the ball. Huh. Shido Longsheng was speechless. Can such a thing be blamed on him? Is there any mistake? While the two were arguing, the broadcast also began to remind the players to enter the lounge to rest. Yes, the game did not end with the defeat of Boston Munich. Ye Liangqiu's team will face another strong team today, the French supercar prodigy Rocky. If you don't rest now, you won't have time to rest later. Ye Liangqiu chuckled, with his hands on his hips feeling helpless. It was pretty much what he expected. This game made these guys evolve again, especially Ji Xiai, who seemed to have entered a field similar to Caesar. Enough to be called king on the court. However, his eyes looked at Caesar. After this game, Caesar was a bit eerily quiet compared to the previous games. Could this feeling be the calm before the storm? No. It should be that Caesar is also suffering a severe shock, right? After all, players one after another break through themselves and reach the highest realm, but Caesar is trampled on like mud. This feeling is not pleasant, especially since he was once a star player in Germany. I've been stuck here several times in a row. It's pretty good that my mentality didn't explode. Just when Ye Liangqiu was thinking, the sound of quarrel suddenly came from not far away. Why are you passing the ball to me? Are you ordering me to score a goal? Ishirin walked slowly to Ji Xiai, who was lying on the ground. His eyes were full of disgust and indifference. Yes, he came to punish Ji Xiai. Why did Xiai pass the last ball to him, and why did he think he should pass it to him? Order. Ji Xiai was different from before. He showed a wicked smile. I didn't order you, I just thought you could score goals in that position. That's why the ball was passed to you. You can choose not to accept it, or you can choose to accept it. But it seems like you kicked it out in the end. Is this an order? I'm just giving a little hope to a person who is about to be swallowed up by angry desire. Ishirin grabbed Ji Xiai's collar and said with fierce eyes, you idiot, I don't need your hope. Haha. Ji Xiai grinned. He stared into Ishirin's eyes, and his blood seemed to be excited. For some reason, he liked seeing the faces of these people. It was obviously the opportunity he gave him. He sacrificed his life to score the goal, but he looked very unhappy. This bad pleasure made him extremely happy. He just likes the explosive mentality of these people. Ishirin felt sick when he saw Ji Xiai's face. You damn bug. Just when the two were about to fight, Ye Liangqiu had already walked over. He glanced at Ji Xiai and then at Ishirin. Are you preparing to go to the battlefield injured? Why don't you just quit? By the way, I'll book a ticket for you to participate in the boxing match. I think you will definitely like it. In an instant, the two of them became quiet. Ji Xiai pushed away Ishirin's hand, his eyes unconcealed with his ambition. I'm not a monster like you who came to this arena with extraordinary physique. I can get here only by exploring myself. Genius does not always have privileges. But now the balance of genius has been upset. Shirin, don't think that the world revolves around you. If you think what I said is wrong, then let's have a game, the next one. Whoever scores more goals is right. Hearing this, the veins on Shirin's cheeks bulged, and he wanted to strangle Ji Xiai more and more, but he suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth and uttered the word okay. Ye Liangqiu stood aside helplessly and shrugged. This scene seems so familiar. It seems that he has made a bet with some people before, right? Now the tide has turned and turned back again? Just when all the players were leaving the stadium one after another, Ye Liangqiu noticed that the atmosphere of the German team not far away seemed a bit heavy. Obviously, this game was a huge blow to them. Actually lost to such a team. Only Noah's eyes were still calm, as if he had already guessed about the victory of this game, so he was so calm that he couldn't show any expression. Ye Liangqiu couldn't help but complain, what a robot. Does he even care so little about winning or losing? After all, he had never seen Noah smile before. Do you even doubt that this guy is really a robot? Chapter 271. It's almost time. Return to the lounge. Many people are waiting for them here. For example, Ling Wang's team, or Feng Li's team. Almost all the teams that have finished the game are gathered here, and their games have all been completed. The only thing left now is that after Ye Liangqiu and the others finish their last game, the offer will come out. There is even a chance to see them conduct an intensive training match with the 5 league mentors. The premise is to win. Chew, here. Feng Li held a cup of milk tea in her hand and had already changed out of her football uniform. Ye Liang looked at Feng Li and asked strangely, what are you doing? Feng Li handed over the milk tea in his hand and said with a smile, Chew, don't you know? After the game, we have a holiday. Listen to Hui Xin, as long as you decide the winner in the next game. This test is over and the quota of new U20 members will be determined. After that, we just have to wait for the World Championship to come. Ye Liangqiu looked at everyone in the lounge and scratched his head. So, you are all on vacation. Then what else? Although King Ling dislikes Ye Liangqiu, he still recognizes Ye Liangqiu in terms of strength. Otherwise he would not be here. If we analyze the data, your team should be the best. All the top 5 spots are occupied. So now you don't actually have to worry about the quota. Everyone here is the next new member of U20, of course, as long as Huixin doesn't cause any trouble. From now on, the 22 players in the lounge will be the new U20 in the future. Ji Xiai took a sip of water and said, no wonder you have all changed your clothes. Are you planning to relax after this game? Relax. Not far away, Lei Shi snorted coldly, there is no time to relax. After this test, the World Championship will start in a few months. Where do we have time to relax? Are you planning to go to the World Championships to embarrass yourself? The corner of Ji Shiai's mouth twitched. It's been a few months, so there's some time to relax, right? After all, if you stay in such a high-pressure environment every day, won't your mentality explode? Lei Shi tilted his head. He actually wanted to rest, but seeing that these players were improving every day, he had no idea of rest at all. All I can think about is getting stronger. At this time, the sound of bee music sounded, so Chu will win after the next game. We can enter the World Championship. World Championship. This word made everyone in the lounge quiet down, and they all laughed out loud. After all, they came to the Blue Prison and went from competing for quotas to competing with strong teams one after another. You must know that there were 300 players of the same level as them in this prison at the beginning, but now only 22 are left. To say cruel is an understatement. Along the way, these players have been fighting for their lives. Until now, who would have thought that it was them standing here? Who are the final winners? Looking at Feng Li's outstretched fist, Ye Liangqiu clenched his fist and touched it, slightly raising the corners of his mouth. This is not the final stop yet. Ellie, do you still remember the promise you made before? Feng Ellie also smiled. Remember, I am #1 in the world and I will not give in. At this moment, everyone in the lounge looked at this scene. Prince Rei glanced at Najise Shiro, who had stopped playing with his cell phone, closed his eyes slightly, and smiled. Nagi, I'm lucky to be able to get here. Although I don't know the future, but I will try to catch up with you. On the other side of the monitoring room, Ishin Shiba also looked at the scene in the lounge and smiled like a comet. The game is almost over. The emeralds that were once wrapped in stone buns are now blooming with their own light. Anli on the side could not help crying. Although there was still one last game, the closer to the end, Anli could not calm down. After all, although she was only an assistant, she was observing these players every day. Progressive people. This group of players is like the children she watched grow up. Now, it's as if I'm going to get married soon. The mood was exciting, but a little bit empty, as if I knew they would leave sooner or later. Why are you crying? Hui Xian shook her head. They are not going to die. Anli wiped his tears and said, I'm just feeling a little emotional. Mr. Huixin, you said you wanted to create a blue prison to bring some fun to the football world. But who could have imagined that these players are so competitive? You know, when I went to recruit players, Security Council helped a lot. In order to quickly collect creative players from all over the country, he went to every school to observing every action, every detail, and every game day and night. It can be said that the entire Blue Prison players received that letter because of her discovery of talents. Hearing this, Huixin Shiba looked at the screen, with gleaming eyes. We have succeeded. No need to cry anymore. The road to suffering and tiring has been passed. The next step is the era of Blue Prison, the era of these BD boys who show their talents. Anli cried louder, holding the notebook in her hand with tears in her eyes. This journey has been really exhausting. Time is still ticking and moving forward. There are less than 10 minutes left before the last game. The whole lounge was extremely quiet. The 5 people had already reached the passage door. Ye Liangqiu looked at the passage door in front of him. He didn't know whether he felt something in his heart or noticed something. He slowly said, Why do you feel a little sad? It's obviously not the last game in my life. But I always feel a little uncomfortable. Several people on the side seemed to feel this way. Shido Ryasei grinned. I think you guys are just hypocritical. You can't play football wherever you go. It doesn't mean that you won't be able to play football in the future after you get out of this blue prison. Life lies in sports. Football is life. Shut up. Ishirin spoke disdainfully. Don't take your crooked theories to the international community. Let others know that you, an idiot, and I came from the same place. I'm afraid that others will laugh at you. Shido Longsheng looked angry. What did you say? It was also when the two of them had their daily disputes. Suddenly, the upper screen lights up. The game is about to start. Please take your seats. Chapter 272 Handover Ceremony. As the passage slowly opened, Shido Ryusei and Ido Shirin also stopped fighting. Everyone's eyes fell on the 5 people standing in front of the passage. I don't know who spoke first, but a voice rang out. Don't lose to those league teams who want to see our jokes. The last handover ceremony. Win more beautifully. Not for us, but for the blue prison. Hearing this, Ye Liangqiu, who was standing in the center, raised his right hand, looked back with a smile, and then walked into the passage. Of course, you have to win beautifully. At this moment, it seemed that they had just come out of the 3rd stage, and all they faced were professional players, although there were some changes in the team. But Ye Liangqiu knows that Ido Shirin and Shido Ryusei have probably wanted revenge for a long time, right? From the beginning, Loki didn't use his full strength until the end. What about now? As everyone stepped onto the court, Rocky's team had already stood at the assigned position. After seeing Ye Liangqiu and the others, Charles's teeth showed at the corners of his mouth. You are so slow. Are you afraid of losing? Still afraid to face us? Shido Ryusei had something to do with Seal. After all, they were teammates in New Hero Wars 1.0. They even scored a goal that no one expected at that time, but now they have become rivals. It was like 2 demons, one big and one small, fighting against each other. You stupid little dwarf BD, Who are you afraid of? Shidou Longsheng looked at Seal with disdain. Although he liked this little dwarf, he knew that this guy was a midfielder trained by Loki for his future. But just like this, Shidou Longsheng had an evil idea in his heart. That is to lure this medium pass here. When the time comes to see Loki's unbelievable expression, I'm afraid I will be excited to the point of climax. Just when Shidou Ryusei was fantasizing about himself, Ido Shirin blushed when he saw his face, and couldn't help but complain, it's really disgusting. In an instant, the atmosphere that Shidou Longsheng had managed to create suddenly collapsed. He looked at Ito Shirin with a fierce expression, just wait and see if I don't blow your mind in this game. Come on. Ito Shirin's eyes were cold and his tone was calm. On the other side, Loki smiled helplessly when he saw that the two sides were arguing before the game started. He looked at Ye Liangqiu and said, counting New Hero Wars 1.0 and that game, we just fought against each other. Twice. My expectations for you have been stretched infinitely, even to an unimaginable point. The corners of Loki's mouth raised, and a wisp of black flame burst out from his pupils. If we say that the first two times the two met, Loki's performance has always been an understatement, but from the moment Ye Liangqiu led the four people to defeat Noah's team in the last game, Loki G also had to get serious. Because now Ye Liangqiu and the group of monsters behind him can already confront them tit for tat. You have become a very charismatic shooter. It's so interesting. In this blue prison, he has a clear vision of his future in football. With that said, Loki stretched out his hand and pointed at Ye Liangqiu, then, continue the unfinished game. This time, who will win? Hearing this, Ye Liangqiu's red eyes burst into astonishing color, and a stream of red air lingered on his body. Is this considered a provocation? But it's really effective. Then let's compare. Is there any gap between us now? Loki, don't let yourself go. It will be ugly if we lose then. In an instant, the smell of gunpowder permeated the entire arena. The conversation between the two did not hide their desire to trample each other to death. This scene was also broadcast live around the world. Prodigy Loki vs Demon King Yoroaki. The evil ghost Seal versus the demon warrior Longsheng. And the internal war Kaiseki vs Rin Idoshi. As for Ma Lang, the down and out king, I don't know where he is in the corner, staring at some prey and biting it at any time. Regarding position allocation, Ye Liangqiu has discarded the rules since then. All stood in the front row at the front. In other words, in this game, no one on Ye Liangqiu's side thought about defense. Some just attacked, and kept attacking until they were exhausted. And France responded to them in the same way. Both sides have 32 lineups. All are at the forefront of mid-wicket. With a whistle, the game started. The kickoff was on Yoshiaki's side. Ito Shirin stepped on the football, his eyes looked around, and he quickly grasped all the information in his mind. After France lost the players from the blue prison, as he expected, almost all the players on the field were well-known players in the league, which were relatively stable. The most important one, Ito Shirin, has played against them. Knowing their way of playing and attacking, he instantly simulated a stadium in his mind, and a huge eyeball appeared in the sky above the stadium. Before it even started, Ito Shirin had already entered the destroyer mode. This is the result, destroying yourself over and over again in exchange for becoming stronger. He's always done this. Seal's eyes were fierce. Seeing Ito Shirin's state, he couldn't help but complain, are the people in the blue prison all monsters who don't eat or drink? Evolving every day. When will a Godzilla evolve? Having said that, Ito Shirin's destroyer mode does look a lot like Godzilla. After Ishirin entered the state, it was as if a switch was activated. In an instant, the auras of everyone in the blue prison team began to change. Scrambling to enter flow mode. Loki couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this. Does it resonate? When a player on a team suddenly becomes stronger and other players cannot keep up with his rhythm, two situations will occur. One is a disconnect, and the stronger player will act alone. Second, only that one player becomes stronger. But there is a third situation, that is, all players refuse to admit defeat and want to become stronger than that player, thus entering that rhythm. This is what is called resonance. At this moment, because of Ito Shirin, everyone entered the flow mode at the beginning. This also means that Ye Liangqiu and the others do not want to continue to drag out this game. So we must guard against it. Otherwise the artillery fire will keep coming. Loki responded quickly and then directed everyone on the side. Chapter 273, Keep it in your mind. He knew that once Ye Liangqiu and the others directly forced a shot to score a point like they did against Noah before, the situation would be completely reversed. Loki didn't want to make the same mistake as Noah. So after seeing this, he quickly began to direct the players. And he instantly burst out with astonishing speed and rushed directly towards Ito Shirin. If according to his guess in the game, Ye Liangqiu's team is extremely disunited at the moment, or it may be called self-interested, Ishirin will not choose to pass the ball, unless it's Ji Shiai, the devotee who only scores goals. In the blink of an eye, Loki had already arrived at Ito Shirin's side. Even Ishirin, who was used to seeing Ye Liangqiu running, was still surprised by Loki's speed. After all, when he was Ito Shirin's mentor before, Loki never showed such monster speed. Compared to other people's speeds, his full burst of speed was frighteningly fast. Don't be surprised, this is just the beginning of the warm-up. Loki aimed at Ito Shirin's ankle, as if he expected that Ito Shirin would dribble at his feet and wanted to directly insert a kick laterally. However, Shirin suddenly grinned. I actually predicted that you would steal my ball like this. So, do you think it's going to work? Just for a moment, Loki was stunned. Shirin lightly touched the football with his toes, kicked it forward, stepped forward with his left foot, and already made the arm movements, while his right foot quickly stepped on the ball, and his hand directly touched Loki to return the ball. The back before I could turn around. In the blink of an eye, there was a super fast Marseille slalom. Even Loki didn't expect that ITO master Lin Yi, a master of martial arts, was so bold that he dared to act so randomly when he was intercepting him. But at this moment, Shirin is enjoying the pleasure of destruction. That's right. Since he is called a destruction beast, his purpose from the beginning is to let you show your strongest power to defeat him on the field. Monster. It was obvious that Loki had been tricked and tricked. But Rocky was not one of those ordinary players. He chuckled, flames burning in his eyes. It's so interesting. It's so interesting. Every one of you is starting to wake up. It's so interesting. Loki's fanatical eyes even froze the moment Shirin looked back. This guy was teased by him just now. Why can he still laugh now? Suddenly, he felt a huge sense of oppression coming over him. A beam of light passed through him. Loki's pupils had completely turned pitch black, revealing only a tiny white dot. Monitoring room. When Only saw this scene, he covered his mouth in surprise. This speed is a bit outrageous. Mr. Huixin, it seems that the data we tested before may have to be redone. Huixin pushed her eyes and looked at Loki on the screen with a calm expression. He has entered the state. I have also said before that the flow state will allow players to burst out with absolutely powerful strength. This is normal. No matter how you record the data, you can't predict how much potential humans in flow mode can unleash. Then, aren't you going to record it? Only asked. Huixin shook her head. Just watch it honestly. This game is a lot more fun than the one with Noah. After all, that guy Noah just lost on purpose. Only was stunned for a moment. Mr. Huixin, are you kidding me? Did Noah lose on purpose? Huixin Shiba's hands were in a pool. It's not that I don't recognize the strength of these brats, but the enemy they face is the #1 monster in the known football world. Have you ever seen Noah show other expressions? No. That's right, that BD Noah is still stimulating Caesar with Ye Liangqiu and the others. Let him become stronger. That's why there was this failure. As she said that, the corners of Huixin's lips raised. It's not just victory that can stimulate players, sometimes a defeat can give players a new lease of life. After experiencing this defeat, Germany will have a new emperor in the future. Only was silent. Then in the final analysis, these leagues have actually been experimenting with blue prisons? They have no intention of playing football seriously at all. No, there are still a few leagues that are playing seriously. It's just. Hui Xian's voice paused. Without the support of interests, what do you think is so good about playing football? Noah is a football fanatic. In his eyes, football is life. Needless to say, Rocky reached the world level at the age of 17 and became a famous star in France. As for the other mentors, they all came from the world championships more or less. There are no pure people, only pure interests. Everyone who comes to the blue prison comes here for some purpose. Only, you have to keep these words in my mind. This is a world of self-interest, not a world of kindness. Huixin paused for 2 seconds before speaking again. I am just kind-hearted and train these players for free. Of course, I also have a purpose in them. A purpose known to all. Back on the playing field. Shirin looked at Loki's pupils and already understood that this guy had also entered that mode, just when he was thinking about how to break through Loki. Loki didn't give Shirin a chance to react. A swish sound. It was as if the air was torn apart and a cheetah passed through his body. When Shirin reacted, the football under his feet had disappeared. Not far away, Loki was already 4 or 5 meters away from him. God-level warp speed. This is Loki's weapon. In terms of speed, he not only has a flexible posture, but can also quickly judge his own situation to respond to offense and defense. Obviously, Shirin, who had almost never fought Loki, was not aware of Loki's attack method at all, so he lost to this move. After all, it was Ye Liangqiu who resisted Loki before. Where have they come into contact with this group of mentors? Damn. Shirin gritted his teeth. From this ball, he saw a lot and clearly realized that there were still many gaps between him and this group of mentors, which also showed that BD Ye Liangqiu entered that realm 1 step faster than him, so Loki regarded him as an enemy. No, it's not over yet. It won't end so easily. I can't fall here. At this moment, the destructive desire in my heart surged into my heart again. Shirin rushed forward without any hesitation. Chapter 274, God-level warp speed. Although the rampaging Shirin is scary, but Loki didn't care. His speed was as fast as a beam of light, as if there were some tiny photon particles lingering around him, and things around him were going backwards crazily. This was Loki's curved acceleration, a power that was completely incomprehensible. This is also why he can become a force competing with Noah in the World Championship. In terms of speed, Loki has never been afraid of anyone. What's more, what about Shirin? As always. Suddenly a voice sounded in Loki's ears, and Ye Liangqiu came to his side at some unknown time, and the red particles were constantly entangled with the black particles emitted from Loki's body. Loki was not surprised that Ye Liangqiu could keep up with him. After all, he accidentally taught Ye Liangqiu this move, but what he taught was just the pace. the so-called genius, is having abilities that others cannot replicate. It is precisely because of this ability that Loki can be called a genius. The two looked at each other. Loki grinned. The smile on his face was a little wild. Can you keep up? The next moment, his thigh muscles bulged, and his speed accelerated explosively. Even Ye Liangqiu was stunned for a second. The corner of his mouth rose to a weird angle. Just as he thought, every mentor who is called a monster has an incredible weapon. Noah is a cannon in front of the goal. Sharp foot, while Rocky is the spear speed in front of the goal. But compared to speed, Ye Liangqiu will not admit defeat. In terms of physical fitness, the two of them are almost equal. Loki's ability to use curve acceleration is a talent. Then, Ye Liangqiu may not be able to use it. The so-called swallowing is obtained in this way. If geniuses have weapons that scholars cannot understand, then let me devour the genius. Let me kick all of you lofty geniuses to the rank of scholar. Boom sound. Ye Liangqiu stepped hard, and the whole ground seemed to tremble, and he shot out like a red spear. The so-called God-level curve acceleration means that during the acceleration process, the speed does not decrease and you can still turn. This requires a person's control of his legs and body balance, and he also has very strong dribbling ability. Only then can the football not lose the ball and follow the players while accelerating. But, in any sport, whenever you turn a corner, there will be a momentary loss of speed. It's like racing a car. No one dares to turn without braking. Even if you are drifting, you have to pull the handbrake to lock the rear wheels in the corner. What's more, what if you meet someone while running? The speed will definitely weaken a little bit, but it won't be particularly obvious. But all this was obvious in Ye Liangqiu's eyes. After all, the Demon King's eyes were used to see and observe the future. 3 seconds was enough for the two of them to rush more than 20 meters away while running at full strength. To put it simply, the front of Loki and Ye Liangqiu can be regarded as a 100-meter runway. Whoever accelerates faster will be able to intercept the opponent or score a goal. Explosive running. For professional players and people who exercise their legs all year round, sprinting 100 meters in 11 seconds is not a problem. What's more, Rocky is still a genius in the running world. At this moment, the scene on the court made even Charles of the French team open his mouth. After all, he rarely saw Rocky take it seriously, and the most important person who could follow him was Ye Liangqiu. Doesn't this guy just have those eyes and a good shot? Don't you guys understand that weirdo a little bit? Shadow Longsheng saw Seal's confused eyes and teased, you know, in the blue prison before, it wasn't the pair of eyes that this guy was proud of. It's about his physical fitness and the same speed as that monster. I'm afraid you didn't watch our 5 vs 5 professional sleeping match, right? At the moment, everyone can't keep up with the speed of Loki and Ye Liangqiu. Although they are moving closer to one side of the court, almost everyone understands that this is a battle between those two people. So Seal nodded with some confusion, looked at his former teammate Shadow Ryusei, and asked, have you ever competed with Loki before? He really didn't know about this. After all, when Loki asked him to watch the video before, because of his personality, if you say east, I have to go west, so he didn't watch it at all. So much so that he had no idea what happened to Ye Liangqiu in the blue prison. Shadow Ryusei grinned and shrugged, that's right. You're a little BD, so it's normal not to watch that freak's game. After all, I don't like watching either. As he said that, he looked at the fierce battlefield over there, but, you must not think that BD is weak. The most important thing in this stadium is miracles. Even a god may lose. That's impossible. Seal tilted his head, as if he didn't want to listen. Loki, how could you lose to him in terms of speed? Stop joking. Shadow Ryusei smiled, right? He didn't think so. After all, that BD Ye Liangqiu might do something that would shock the world. After all, this is the blue prison, and nothing is impossible unless you don't want to believe it. On the other side, Loki noticed Ye Liangqiu following him, grinned, faster. Are you a turtle? Ye Liangqiu chuckled, air flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his heartbeat seemed to be accelerating. After all, he was running at high speed, so it would be false to say he was not tired, but this fatigue also stimulated the adrenaline in his body. The word lose runs through life. So he doesn't allow himself to lose here. Seeing Ye Liangqiu getting closer and closer to him, even Loki couldn't help but start to pant. With the violent explosion, there were only 2 outcomes, scoring a goal or being intercepted. Just kick the ball out before it's intercepted. However, 2 people suddenly appeared on the left and right. It is Ma Lang and Ji Shi-hu. Ma Lang's whole body was wrapped with red thunder and lightning, and his face covered with veins was filled with an aura of violence. Hey, you motor racing car, are you going to die by running so fast? Give me the ball obediently. Almost at the same time, he and Ji Shi stretched out their legs to intercept Loki directly. Ji Shi's whole body was wrapped with puzzle pieces, as if he was giving a frantic warning. While he stretched out his legs, he also slowly opened his arms. Before the game started, he had watched a lot of Rocky game videos. The reason why God-level warp speed is powerful. Just because I ignored the interception and turned. That's why Ji Shi stretched out his arm, in order to create the conditions for Loki to make a big turn. Only in that way, Ye Liangqiu behind him would seize the first opportunity to steal the ball directly. Chapter 275 The Tortoise and the Hare. But imagination is always beautiful. The corners of Loki's mouth raised, and his pupils quickly dilated. Oh no, Ji Shi gritted his teeth. He seemed to have forgotten something. Now they were less than 30 meters away from the goal. Could this guy be planning to shoot directly? Super long-range shot? Damn, it can't be right. Just as he was thinking this, Loki's legs and feet had moved, and his figure suddenly disappeared. That's right. The moment Ji Xiai hesitated, Loki seized the opportunity and passed directly over Ma Lang. After all, Ma Lang was not as delicate as Ji Xiai. Of course, he didn't know that Loki could actually also able to adjust body turns during high-speed running. With just 1 second of error, Loki bypassed the two of them. But it happened that Ye Liangqiu had also approached Ji Xiai, and the beating heartbeat was like thunder. Ji Xiai, who was closest, felt that Ye Liangqiu was exuding a suffocating murderous aura. Go away, you two idiots. The next second, Ji Xiai seemed to be frightened by this momentum and retracted his legs directly. And the same goes for Ma Lang. The two of them closed their legs simultaneously. Ye Liangqiu's terrifying figure passed in front of the two of them and intercepted Loki directly. There was a bang sound. The two bodies collided hard. But no one fell down because of this. Loki's eyes were full of enthusiasm. Yes, that's it, chasing me. Ye Liangqiu responded by pressing his right hand directly against his chest. At this moment, the two of them are like the purest beasts fighting each other. If either party falls, the other party will tear themselves apart. Am I actually scared? Ma Lang's expression was obviously dull. He actually gave in because of Ye Liangqiu's aura just now. It was the same as the game with Team Z. He seemed to have returned to the starting point. Nothing has changed. And Ji Xiai was also panting heavily. In just that moment, he recognized Ye Liangqiu's true nature. Pure to the extreme beast mentality. He is also a pure egoist to the extreme. Sure enough, it was exactly as he guessed. A scholar is a world type, and a genius is a self-type. But another monster appeared in Ji Xiai, the ultimate self-type monster. After all, none of the monsters he knew were pure extreme egoists, whether it was Rin or Ye Liangqiu. These monsters with extraordinary power were all extreme egoists. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. Rocky looked at the goal that was so close, and concentrated all his strength on his legs and feet, preparing to shoot. The clock in Ye Liangqiu's eyes was turning back, and he was ready to intercept him the moment he stretched out his leg. It's just that Loki is faster. His voice sounded, be able to see the future, but you must also be able to chase the future at a speed. I told you once, don't rely too much on those eyes. Because in a real game, one goal often determines the outcome. It can be over in just a moment. There was a bang sound. At the moment when Ye Liangqiu's foot was about to touch the football, Rocky had already completed the shot. What he said was not wrong. The future that Ye Liangqiu could see was 3 seconds. He could predict your 3 seconds in the future. But people also need to be able to catch up to these 3 seconds and react in order to intercept everything. And Loki is a little bit faster than Ye Liangqiu. It is this small distance that is enough for Loki to create miracles. But is all this really what he expected? Suddenly Loki's pupils shrank dramatically. I'm hooked. A drop of sweat appeared on Ye Liangqiu's cheek, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Have you forgotten that there is a destroying beast on the court who was driven to a rage by you? That's right, the moment Rocky shot. Rin suddenly jumped out, and his eyes that seemed to be staring into the abyss accurately predicted Loki's shot. Loki couldn't help but explode. The next second, the football hit Rin's foot and bounced away. Ye Liangqiu's voice echoed in Loki's ears, when your attention is distracted, I am the only pursuer in your world. You will forget that there is actually a turtle that has climbed to the end. The tortoise and the hare. Who is the rabbit? It will only be revealed at the end. Loki's expression was a little unnatural, and there was anger in his eyes. Plot against me. Ye Liangqiu breathed heavily, his chest heaving violently. This is not a calculation, but a group of them who have accurate predictions beyond the horizon. This is one of the reasons why I hate them. As early as Loki angered Rin, the destroyer beast, that guy had been looking for opportunities. The moment he finally saw Ye Liangqiu rushing out, he realized that the only chance to score this goal was in front of the goal. Hide back. Or maybe it's Rin's recognition of Ye Liangqiu's strength. He clearly knows that Ye Liangqiu will definitely force Loki to shoot. And he just needs to get to the goal before shooting. You can complete the final step of this interception? There is no doubt that the tacit understanding between Rin and Ye Liangqiu has not disappeared with the unfolding of New Hero Wars 1.0. But because the two have become stronger and understand each other's thoughts better, eventually resonance occurs. It's just this state of resonance that makes Rin a little sick. After all, he can only defeat Loki in the fight for the football by plotting against Ye Liangqiu. This undoubtedly does not mean that he is weak, but the end result is good. The football was intercepted. Moreover, Loki's physical exertion was huge. Of course, the same was true for Ye Liangqiu. Running at high speed, it would take at least 5 to 10 minutes for the two of them to recover from this state. In other words, to intercept Loki. Fight for this point. Rocky and Ye Liangqiu will not be able to participate in the goal for at least the next 5 minutes, unless the ball flies into their face. So, at this moment, the battle for the court score comes to this group of new stars. The football just happened to fall near Kaiseki. He caught the ball and quickly rushed towards the midfield. He was constantly thinking about the information in his mind. Unlike Rin, he had no regard for Charles and other French players. There is very little information. so it needs to be treated with caution. Ji Xiai suddenly spoke to Ma Lang, who was running aside. Help me, fighting within is not an option. If we want to score goals in this situation, we must cooperate. Chapter 276 Extreme X Extreme. Ma Lang looked at Ji Xiai with a gloomy look. Shut up, who wants to cooperate with you? This game, I only act to score goals. If you feel you can't score, then pass the ball to. Before he could finish speaking, Ji Xiai had already passed the ball to him. Ma Lang was stunned and looked at the flying football, but he also caught a glimpse of Ji Xiai's dark pupils behind the football, exuding a severe sense of oppression. Ji Xiai's voice sounded, I also act to score goals. In that aspect, no one on this court is unwilling to score goals. Ma Lang, I didn't give you a chance. It's because I don't want to miss the chance to score a goal, that's why I chose you. What did you say? The veins on Ma Lang's cheeks bulged, but he had already caught the football. Ji Xiai said coldly, didn't you already hear it? Opportunities are created. Here, you have no choice. Those who are alone will just be broken like bones on the court and trampled on by others. At this moment, the aura exuded by Ji Xiai is almost exactly the same as that of Caesar. They all act to score goals, and they all live to score goals. No matter its actions or you don't cooperate with him. Action. But, conscious actions are all controlled by humans. Ma Lang cursed fiercely, but his eyes quickly glanced at the French players rushing towards them. You bastards don't even take me seriously. But this is indeed a reality. Since Ma Lang lost the stadium environment that allowed him to vent wantonly after the new Hero War 1.0, no teammates would take his emotions into consideration. After all, the teammates he chose were all the same. A bunch of selfish people. Naturally, it is impossible to regard the Ma Lang as the core like the previous league teams. Here, all the goals are from own effort. At this moment, his heart was beating violently. It seemed that after hearing Ji Xiai's words, Ma Lang's expression froze for a second, then he cracked his mouth and said, then let me show you, the weapon I invented. Weapon. Hearing this, Ji Xi was stunned for a moment. He had never heard of any weapons invented by this guy Ma Lang. Could it be a physical collision? After all, Ma Lang has a strict schedule every day. He never misses any time to improve himself, and sometimes even Idoshi Rin gets irritated by Ma Lang's schedule. After all, a Ma Lang who spends all day in the stadium, the amount of training every day makes everyone else sorry to take a break. Of course, it's not just him, since the new Hero War started. All the players who come here, although they don't need to exercise as much as Ma Lang, but they will not give up any time to improve themselves. Even the monster Ye Liangqiu will complete the training plan he made on time every day. So the moment he heard Ma Lang say weapon, the first thing that came to Ji Xiai's mind was not the supreme weapon, but those weapons that were too ordinary to be ordinary. But is ordinary really ordinary? When a weapon owned by everyone is implemented to the extreme, is it still ordinary? That's right. Ma Lang obviously has mastered a weapon that has never been used in actual combat. It is probably the biggest foreshadowing that has been hidden until now. What is it? Ji Xi couldn't help but ask as he ran beside Ma Lang. He was very curious, and driven by this curiosity, he also wanted to see a new supreme weapon born among the Blue Prison players. Ma Lang was surrounded by a dangerous aura. Want to know? Then just keep your eyes open and watch. What a shot. What is the ultimate X ultimate shot? Ji Xiai was speechless. Shoot. He couldn't imagine that the shot could evolve. After all, a violent aesthetic shot from Ye Liangqiu, a Caesar's Emperor's impact, or Noah's extremely reasonable shot. At this moment, what does Ma Lang want to show? Driven by curiosity, a large amount of information was being poured into Ji Xiai's head. This information was unknown to everyone, only he and Ma Lang knew it. That's when the French players stepped forward. The corners of Ma Lang's mouth cracked. What is the ultimate? The ultimate is to surpass everyone. Only when you reach the extreme can you experience the ultimate. I don't need precision, and I don't need teammates like you, as long as you give me a goal, as long as my field of vision is wide enough. That's enough. The moment he saw Ma Lang lift his right foot, Ji Xi understood. His expression was a little shocked. Is this the supreme weapon of Ma Lang? The ultimate long-range shot? That's right, the place where they are located has not yet crossed the mid-range boundary. According to the size of the 5 vs 5 court, the length from the mid-range boundary to one end of the goal will not exceed 35 to 50 meters. The two ends combined are much smaller than the normal court. It was about 40 meters away. This is why Ye Liangqiu and Idoshi Rin sometimes shoot directly at the beginning. Because of this distance, as long as the accuracy is high enough, 35 World Wave has a chance to shoot directly while the opponent is confused. At that time, Ishirin and Ye Liangqiu often did this. But, there are risks in doing so. Without strong foot support, basically the football cannot hit the goal. And now, could it be that Ma Lang's supreme weapon is to improve the accuracy to an incredible point, so as to achieve the ultimate long-range shot? Just when Ji Xiai was still thinking, with a roaring sound, it was obvious that Ma Lang had already kicked out. He did not hesitate at all, and even watched the football rush towards the goal along the route he had planned with confidence. I only focus on shooting. This is my only chance to stand out on this court. Ordinary, so ordinary that you can't shoot normally anymore. As long as you keep polishing it, it's enough to turn the game around. This is my golden triangle shooting area, the ultimate 38-meter ultra-long distance shooting. No one thought that Ma Lang would shoot at this distance, and the speed of the football did not slow down at all, and was even ridiculously fast. That's right, this is also the secret of Ma Lang's weapons. After long-term training, the strength of his right foot improved further under Snuffy's guidance. And now he has taken that step. The so-called golden shooting area of the triangle is the shortest straight line distance between the center point and the goal. However, unless there is a wall blocking such a football line, the mechanical goalkeeper or the goalkeeper will be deceived. The final goal was scored. Chapter 277 Specification Football. But the triangle is different. The triangle is the left and right ends of the midboundary line. The closer to the sideline, the longer the distance of the shot. This is why the distance from the midboundary line to the goal is 35 to 45 meters. Anyone who has studied mathematics will understand this truth. And Ma Lang relied on this set of theoretical formulas. When entering the blue prison, the shooting range had already reached the golden area of 31 meters. Now the range has been increased to at least 7 to 8 meters. Don't underestimate these few meters. Sometimes half a meter on the court is enough to make many people fall into despair. In other words, even if the stadium is replaced by a large 11 vs 11 football stadium, the Ma Lang can still use this weapon to shoot ultra-long distances outside the penalty area. Moreover, in order to constantly test his distance, he took it step by step. For example, today's test is 32 meters. If the shooting accuracy reaches 90%, the training will end. By analogy, his golden shooting area has evolved into a golden triangle in his head, starting from the goal, has been extended to the shooting area within one's ability. This is his Ma Lang's supreme weapon. Specification Football. Back on the playing field, the attack of this ball was too sudden. The mechanical goalkeeper is a robot. He will only respond very quickly to players who shoot in the penalty area, but as long as it exceeds this area, he will be prohibited from staying in place. Move. And the moment the football enters the penalty area, the mechanical goalkeeper started to move. But the football was too fast. As soon as the mechanical goalkeeper pounced in the direction of the football, the ball had already entered the net. Ma Lang covered his forehead with his hands and looked at Ji Xiai with an arrogant expression. Stop talking about cooperation with me. I don't need you. As he spoke, he pointed to the camera. There are people watching me behind the screen. Remember, my name is Ma Lang. He is a player who is about to become the #1 forward in the world. This extremely exaggerated statement detonated the entire TV. Even the blue prison players behind the live broadcast were silent for a while. They couldn't bear to look at the arrogant look of Ma Lang inside. This shot was really cool. But can you sew his mouth shut? After all, this is a live broadcast for the whole world. If you say one shot is more arrogant, it doesn't matter, but is king of the world a bit too average? Is there a possibility? This is the nature of Ma Lang. Lei Shi grinned, teasing. Who knows? Kinki combed her hair. Fortunately, this scene did not last long. On the other side is the league team lounge. Snuffy looked at the appearance of the horse wolf on the screen and chuckled. King of the world. He still remembers the moment when Ma Lang found him during training in order to become stronger. Of course, Ma Lang's tone at that time was still arrogant, such as Snaffy, if you can, make me the king of the world, otherwise I will not be your heir. That's right, in New Hero War 1.0, their team had not yet met Ye Liangqiu's team. The reason why Snuffy came to the Blue Prison was to build a tacit understanding with the group of little brats behind him, but he was going to take a back seat and become a coach. He no longer had the same drive as before. But ever since, when he saw Ma Lang, it was like seeing his late friend. Finally he was awakened, gave up his confidence again, and prepared to face the World Championships. If Snuffy is Ma Lang's mentor, then it would be better to say that the two have been friends for years. They both helped each other to become what they are now. Hey, Snuffy, you're not still thinking about poaching him, are you? Lorenzo saw a smile on Snuffy's face from the side, and seemed to have guessed something, and then asked. No. Snuffy chuckled. I won't keep a similar person next to me. He won't expect my teachings. So, see you at the Worlds. On the court, Ma Lang's goal set off the whole audience. However, Ye Liangqiu and the others looked at Ma Lang with disdain, making him furious. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a super long distance shot? Ma Lang felt proud. He finally defeated these people, which also added more color to his title of king. After all, the person they were fighting was French supercar Rocky. I thought you had always been an airhead. Shadow Ryasei shrugged and spoke at an inappropriate time. After all, apart from that mouth, you seem to have only scored this one goal. This is not a joke. Ma Lang seems to have only scored one goal in the eyes of Shadow Ryasei. Suddenly, the veins on Ma Lang's cheeks bulged, and Ye Liangqiu's voice gradually sounded. In fact, this ball was given to him because of that idiot Ji Xiai, and Rocky was held back by me, otherwise you could have scored. Don't even think about who is carrying the weight while you are playing football. My little pony wolf. There were more and more black lines on Ma Lang's face, and his clenched fists creaked. The next second, he rushed forward. The kind that can't be pulled back. Shadow Longsheng wanted to watch the show from the side, but a figure kicked him in. Ido Shirin, you BD, I'm going to kick you to death. Ito Shirin looked indifferent and took a few steps back, saying that everything had nothing to do with him. Apparently the scene is being broadcast. Ji Xiai stood in front of the camera, a little speechless, but he still clasped his hands together and said, Parents, please take care of your children. Please don't act like a child who has not grown up like them and get into fights every day because of this kind of thing. Thank you, thank you. The corners of the mouths of the people fighting were twitching at each other. Fortunately, this is the blue prison. If they were really under the countless gazes like the bird's nest, these 3 people would have been captured by countless paparazzi. At this moment, the 3 of them were separated by a radio reminder. The goal break is coming to an end. That is to say, the second ball is coming. Ma Lang snorted coldly, today's ball is all covered by me, you all just watch from behind. I won't give you a chance. Ye Liangqiu. Idoshi Rin, O carat dash carat. G Shii, _ Shadow Dragon Saint, #. At this moment, the 5 people are harboring evil intentions. So is this playing football?